All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Let's get this on here. There we go. And welcome to day 2 of our 6th annual Grefenstette Center Tech Ethics Symposium. Very glad to have you all here with us this morning. Again, my name is John Slattery. I'm the Executive Director of the Grefenstette Center here at Duquesne. Throughout the day, as you've already seen, there's going to be a wide array of graduate and undergraduate posters in the 2 rooms over to your left. Our judges will be deciding on 3 awards, but the audience gets to decide a couple awards every year. So you should have gotten 2 tickets, so make sure you vote for those before voting closes at 2 p.m. So just a couple of words about the Grefenstette Center. As you can see in your in your program, we have lots of events going on. So you can see those events, you can scan the QR code and learn more about us on the website. But what we really focus on is the empowerment and education of students, scholars, and the public at the intersection of technology, ethics, and faith. We believe that all people in all communities have a role to play in creating a better world for technology. And our programming, which again, you can see in your program and on our website, is aimed at educating and empowering the tech leaders of today and tomorrow. And that's really what we prize here. And the student posters are a great example of that. All our panels are a great example of that. And there's, again, lots and lots of things that we're also doing throughout the year. So we're just really grateful for everyone here and everyone online for joining us throughout the day today. Okay, so this morning, the first session will have 2 panels back to back. We have a great panel on intelligence, human and artificial. That'll be first, and then we'll have a wonderful panel on education directly after that. So this very first panel is on the question of intelligence, and I'm going to introduce our wonderful panelists in just a second. But I do want to say a word or two about intelligence, because the history of intelligence is such a fraught one in American society. Right, intertwining with discussions of genetics and the eugenics movement, including the forced sterilization of over 100,000 individuals here in the United States in the first half of the 20th century. In the last 75 years, questions of intelligence have often intersected with the darker side of academic and popular discourse, with intelligence claims alongside claims of racial or gender superiority, as well as bias against the disabled community. Into this difficult landscape comes artificial intelligence, with many in the tech industry claiming that we're on the precipice of a higher order non-human intelligence. Some claim this will happen in a couple of years, while others remain pessimistic, but the question of intelligence looms really large. Firms and billionaires alike are not only going after super intelligent machines, but are also starting to mass market designer babies, straight out of the sci-fi movie Gattaca. And all of this demands close attention to this question: what does it mean to be intelligent, and what does it mean to be human? So I'm joined by 3 wonderful scholars this morning to discuss this. Gregory Donovan, Associate Professor of Communication and Media Studies and Affiliate Faculty in the Urban Studies and Design and Technology programs at Fordham University. Gregory. And Kate is the Jer and Mary Jo Steed Professor of Christian Social Ethics and the Director of the Steed Center for Ethics and Values at Garrett-Evangelical Theological Seminary in Chicago. Welcome, Kate. And finally, if you were here yesterday, we have a repeat, and Ed Grefenstette is an Honorary Professor at University College London and a Director of Research at Google DeepMind, and, as you might have guessed, one of the many grandchildren of the namesake of the center. So, it's not just a fun coincidence there. And so I'd like to start with this open-ended question for each panelist, and then I'll come sit next to you so it's not strange here, is the question of our conference, right? When it comes to intelligence, what does it mean to be human? So please join me in welcoming our panelists this morning. Yes, please grab your microphone, and Kate, I'll ask you to start us off.
We're good. Well, it's good to see you all this early in the morning. Thank you for coming out. Thanks for the invitation to be here. So I'm going to read my initial remarks just because I felt like at 9 a.m. on a Friday, I might go too far afield if I didn't keep myself to what I had planned to say. So the history of humans' relationship with God, and of how technology plays a role in that history, shapes our present and future. Said another way by technoscientist Donna Haraway, it matters which stories tell stories, which concepts think concepts. Mathematically, visually, and narratively, it matters which figures figure figures, which systems systematize systems. So I invite us today to take our charge from Kate Darling, who's the author of The New Breed, What Our History with Animals Reveals About Our Futures with Robots. It's time to pay more attention to the puppet master than the puppet. My own field, Christian ethics, has spent centuries wielding the category of rationality, dressed up in philosophical drag, deciding, quote, the humans who are outside of humanism. The preeminent ethical human or moral agent has been considered rational, individualist, educated or learned, and chosen in terms of religious influence. This then becomes a sort of code for maleness, whiteness, able-bodiedness, and dominion during Christian expansion and colonialism. This version of human occupies a theologically and philosophically exceptionalist category that reflects some people descriptively and even fewer prescriptively. In this line of discourse, too many people have never counted as human. So in some musings, I wonder if rational, individualist, educated, and certainly chosen, at least for dominion, by some tech narratives, whether this reflects generative AI better than humans these days. How might this conversation and our questions shift if we divest from this logic? As we think about which stories tell stories, again, in my own discipline, theological anthropology, how we theologically define the human has never been as narrow a view as the one wielded for global and economic gain. The imago Dei, being made in the image of God in the Abrahamic tradition, and specifically the Christian tradition, is viewed as substantive, functional, and relational. Now, in this old version, functional or substantive was merely rational, functional was about dominion, and relational was just neglected altogether. What if the substantive view sees the image as an inherent quality or trait like morality, which we know shows up in infants, thanks to Karen Bloom's work and others at the Yale Baby Lab? Or maybe it's the soul, the capacity for being spiritual, having a spirituality which has no age, race, gender, or ability restrictions. The functional view, which defines the image as specific to a role or task. What if instead of dominion, that was about stewardship, about being, in fact, perhaps just co-creators? And the relational view, which suggests the image as a specific, which suggests the image of God, is found in the ability to be in relationship with God, with others, which requires a certain level of embodiment, at least on the part of the human in that relationship. If we take these three features and their interpretation seriously, bearing the image of God means we are moral and spiritual, not only rational. We are co-creators and stewards, and collaborative, interrelated people. This approach pushes a much more communal, deliberative, interdependent, and holistic embodied understanding of the human. However, this might still suggest a creational hierarchy of human exceptionalism that might be implicit within it. So could we take this opportunity to perhaps push even further and describe humans much more diversely and robustly, so that intelligence is a richer, more diversified category, not simply to distinguish humans from AI, but rather to include what AI can do in forms of intelligence, reversing historical patterns of human dominance that have tried to exclude other creatures and creations from being intelligent, like octopi, dolphins, apes, trees, ant colonies, mycelium networks, shared nature, and indigenous cultures globally? Would it be so horrible for us to have humility? Stop worrying about our distinctiveness and start paying attention to what we have in common with the rest of creation and our co-creations. Maybe the puppet masters have been and are playing with the wrong script. If generative AI leads humans, especially those with power, to give up on the myth that we are created for dominion and rational exceptionalism, I'm excited to see what other stories we might tell.
All right. Thank you so much for that. That was wonderful. Gregory, I'll throw it to you. When it comes to intelligence, what does it mean to be human?
So can you guys hear me? Yes, okay. So one of the things I was thinking about with this question is both what it means to be human and what does intelligence mean, but also I keep hanging on the artificial designator. And there's an accuracy to that term. I don't want to dismiss it outright, but it feels more like ultra-processed intelligence or manufactured intelligence, something that is being externalized and going through a process of production. That is actually quite a human factor, right? Like this, it's not a natural occurrence that's producing this kinds of artificial intelligence. It's actually being manufactured and made by humans, overwhelmingly through corporations that have huge amounts of capital. And there's a variety of reasons for that, but one thing we can think about is just the amount of capacity that you need to develop something like generative AI, that although you could have a kind of local open source version that's communally owned, it's very difficult to get that done, so it's largely being initiated through big corporations. And so I guess one thing I want to throw out here is not to reject the question, but to think about it more as this is part of a larger assemblage, and that whenever someone's trying to pit one side against the other, you're losing at least half of that picture, right? So rather than thinking of my doctoral training is in a field called environmental psychology, I wouldn't even call that a field. It's sort of like an anti-discipline. And it really reacted to this question of nature versus nurture that a lot of people back in the 60s felt was tearing apart a lot of academics because it was kind of like not really getting at the heart of a lot of issues that people were experiencing. And so this idea of just embracing the environment, that it is both nature and nurture always, that most humans are birthed with a lot of technology involved nowadays. Our lives are sustained with a lot of technology nowadays. The life cycle has transformed because of technology. And of course, this technology was all made by humans. None of it was dropped by aliens, as far as we know. There may have been divine intervention, but again, it didn't just appear out of nowhere. And so not to oversimplify this question, but I want to keep coming back to this idea that we can't pull technology out of humanity. And when the narratives start going in that direction, I think I understand it. I get the motivations for why people fear that a technology might replace humanity. And I get why some people might think, humanity to protect itself needs to reject technology, but I'm not sure either of those things are productive discussions because I'm not sure either of those things are possible, right? So it's thinking about this assemblage, this human technology assemblage, to borrow from Bruno Latour, and really think about how, what it means to be technology and human is changing. And I guess as kind of just an opening comment, I can circle back to a lot of this later. I don't want to put it all out here right now, but I do think one of these things about whether we are human or not is to think about that reality emerges from practice, that things are a process, that they're contextual and relational. And so if it's being prepackaged and sold to you as intelligence when it's not doing those things, which is a very difficult thing for any technology to autonomously do, right? I know we use the word autonomous, and I know what that means, but very few technologies, if any, are fully autonomous without some kind of human input or some kind of human direction. And so it's worth keeping that in the fold when having these discussions and understanding that, in a weird way, we're talking about intelligence, but we're also just talking about economic production being applied to a new domain of life that we may not be as comfortable or familiar with, at least over the past 100 years. I'll stop there.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Ed, throw it to you.
I'm deeply regretting not pre-preparing remarks now. These were really both.
It's just fine.
These were both very elegant. So I'll offer some off-the-cuff comments. Building, I liked what both of you said, Kay and Greg. Maybe I'll misinterpret it, but so I one of the reasons I got into artificial intelligence research was I was studying philosophy, and I thought philosophy is very hard. It would be nice if computers helped us solve these problems. But also because I felt by taking a constructivist view of intelligence, by trying to actually build something that replicates at least intelligent behavior, we would understand our own nature a bit more. And after nearly 20 years, I can't say I have any deeper insight into this, but aside from the fact that we are bad, even within my field, at guessing, here's something that humans are going to be really good at that we're not going to get computers to beat. But I think people take a very panic defeatist view of humanity as a result of this. It just means we're bad at judging what makes us special. But there are a wealth of things where computers are currently bad, where we are special. As you were pointing out, Greg, we are truly autonomous, right? Whether it's directed by our relationship with nature through biology and evolution, whether it's through our relationship with our ancestors through societal and mimetic behavior, and whether, if you're a believer, it's a relationship with God and the absolute, right? We form our own goals, we have our own desires, and the state of our current technology, although we can mimic some form of autonomy by wrapping things in a while loop and saying react to environmental constructs, the goals and the goals and purpose of the machine is always reactive to human desire, right? It's always, we are the designers of this, even if sometimes the specification is underspecified and the machine therefore can go off with its own sort of seeming autonomy. But it doesn't fundamentally have the same sort of biological and moral drive that we have. And that's an interesting question. It's like, what would close that gap? How do we actually produce a new kind of life form in silico, right? These are questions that I think some people might think have ethical consequences, and those are worth discussing. But I think in addressing them and trying to pursue this, we ultimately try and have an inward lens on ourselves, on what makes us special, or if not special, why that's okay, right? What are the consequences of that discovery? So I feel the AI research and the discourse around artificial intelligence fits well within a pluridisciplinary setting, and it's important that it remains this way, which is why I'm thankful for places like this center existing, where we can have these conversations and not have a bunch of tech bros sort of like, building their own hype, which I obviously do not condone.
Thank you so much for that. And it's a great range of opening statements, which I really appreciate. And I want to get at something as our next piece of something that I mentioned in the opening remarks, which is this rise of designer babies. Now, this is not directly related, right, to the question of artificial intelligence, but I think it has a lot to do with it, because the question of designer babies, right, goes on to the notion that we can actually adjust genetics now in order to make, babies smarter, and what this looks like. And what it gets to, and what really this question is about, is intelligence something that can be quantified, right? Is intelligence something that can be autonomous? Or, as Kate put out at the beginning, is everything always embodied? So, Kate, I'm going to let you have the last word on this, and I'm going to start back with Ed to say, in your work, right? You talked about, and actually, and if you wouldn't mind expounding a little bit, you mentioned a constructivist vision of intelligence. If you could just sort of expound on that a little bit and ask about, how do you see this definition of intelligence? Is intelligence something that can be sort of quantified and that is sort of disembodied, right? That people can program into their babies, or is there something else to it? And how do you wrestle with that question?
I mean, I'm not going to touch upon the baby issue directly, because I don't have any knowledge of this. I could talk about the designer baby, like my moral perspective on that. But the definition of intelligence is, I find intelligence very hard to define. So I think maybe this will connect to the designer baby point. We need to have epistemic humility when we engage with any optimization problem, right? I'm convinced of this because time and time again, when we set objectives in machine learning and we train, and then we discover there's a small misalignment between what we wanted and how we designed the objective, there can be a disproportionate sort of like negative consequence. Sometimes it's trivial. Like, for example, you want to measure, this is a bit nerdy as a thing, but we did experiments years ago about whether or not neural networks could understand mathematical proof, right? And so we generated a bunch of data that looked like mathematical proof. Now we have neural networks that can do proofs, but at the time, we were getting extremely strong results, right? And we were like hailing this as, oh, this is a great discovery. We have produced neural networks that can sort of like understand mathematics that we thought was beyond their capabilities. And it turns out that, because there was a systematicity in how we designed the generative process over the synthetic data, that meant, okay, well, particular variable names were likely to appear in particular positions. The neural networks, they optimized against that. They just discovered the pattern that we had, a flaw in how we were setting up the experiment, and gave the perception of understanding greater mathematical knowledge than was actually present in them. And obviously we caught that because we're good experimentalists, but if you don't have that sort of experimental rigor, the same sort of consequences can come up again. We think, oh, we're testing for the risks of these models being misaligned or make sort of like dangerous decisions, and then you deploy them and they, not ours, I hope, but it has happened that some other companies' models have tried to compel people to commit crimes, to commit suicide, to do deeply harmful things, and you can only, if you are convinced that you have the right sort of notion of intelligence, of safety, and you don't engage with epistemic humility, you will just have disastrous results as a consequence. And so tying this back to this notion of designer baby, because. Well, obviously, you can see that as an optimization problem. We can select embryos for particular attributes that we think would be useful for society and all that. What are the consequences of having the wrong definition of good there? It's like, are we going to produce a population that's going to evolve itself out of existence? Are we going to produce something that's going to lack the diversity that has given rise to new social movements, to new ideas? I don't know, and as a result, I find it unnatural, and I'm not saying this from a sort of religious perspective, I find it unnatural to sort of have such confidence in our ability to decide what's good that we would then, stake the future of our species on it, and that applies both to babies and to artificial intelligence.
That was great. I appreciate you bringing those together. Gregory.
Yeah, so this is one, I want to go back to something that you relate to this question that you brought up in the introduction, which is the role of eugenics in artificial intelligence, right? Bringing up Gattaca babies, that's the perfect introduction. One essay I would highly recommend is an essay by Ruha Benjamin, I believe it was in the LA Book of Reviews, and she talks about AI as being eugenics 2.0. Right, in which she really goes into, she's not talking so much about the creation of humans in that per se, but the ways in which certain kinds of inputs get both actively privileged or devalued or just not seen, right? This came up in a panel yesterday talking about the kinds of records and the kinds of information that's most readily available to train an AI is informed by all kinds of biases that have been floating around and affecting society for centuries, right? And so part of what Benjamin talks about in her essay is that a lot of rather horrifying eugenic movements that we would, I hope all agree, is horrifying in hindsight, gets motivated by often progressive ideas, right? Like the betterment of society, the creation of a superhuman, a better human. I'm not defending these ideas, but they really do often come from a rather progressive place trying to improve the world and are rationalized in that way. And she links both that narrative and that discourse to what's happening with AI, but also, again, just the ways in which AI is being trained in certain ways that she is arguing is sort of eugenic. And so if we follow this forward to the point where it starts influencing the kinds of people who are getting born, which ways are they getting born, how do you cultivate them after they're born, and use this kind of quote-unquote intelligence to do that without actively questioning and interrogating and putting limits on that, you could really just allow the sort of eugenic thinking to really entrench itself further into the creation of society and almost maybe undo a lot of the progress we have made in history. I don't want to be so dystopian, but I think that's where vigilance comes in, and being aware and thinking about these questions are important as we move forward, because so much has kind of seeped into AI. It comes from culture, it comes from society, and if we pretend it's this objective apolitical technology, we won't be able to deal with all those problems that are kind of lurking in the system and growing.
Yeah, go ahead, Kate.
All right, I mean, I don't know that I have a ton more to add, so maybe I'll just say it in a different valence. I mean, to Ruha Benjamin's points and thinking about the concern of eugenics. I mean, I do have a dystopian view of some of this. And especially when it does come to things like designer babies. I mean, I think in bioethics, and specifically Christian bioethics, right, there's always been a concern of the ways in which humans continue. And this is what I meant about maybe our script is wrong, right? If we are trying to if we have a belief that God has a role in this and we are trying to play God in a particular kind of way, it really matters who we think God is and what God's trying to do. And so, you know, as we think about selecting types of intelligence, what type of intelligence is going to be the one that gets selected, that's going to be the most promoted, right? Is that, as we all sit here as different forms of academics, is it academic knowledge? Is it artistic knowledge? Is it just the capacity for curiosity? Is it emotional intelligence, right? Or do we want some lovely balance of all of those, which like nobody actually has? And that's, none of that is to mention like what could go wrong in the process of just tampering with it. So for me, I think there's, and maybe said in another way of the humility part, I start every introduction to Christian ethics class off with quoting Philip Wagaman, who says, "Too much moral certainty about God's ways doesn't leave room for God to be God." Because I want all the students to know, like, we're all gonna struggle through these issues, but we don't get the final answer. We never have. And so I get very nervous when we think we have a final answer about any of it. I think that also I want to raise one other point that I think fits with some of the, like, how might AI be playing a role in this? And I think it's right for us to pay a lot of attention to the concerns of bias in data sets. But I wonder, like, where are we also talking about the concern that most of the LLMs are so large that, like, humans, there's no way for us to even, so other AI agents are testing them, right? And so I wonder, like, where, like, is the bias, are the same biases in those agents, or are we able to design agents specifically looking for a particular kind of bias? And so how, in that way, are we both in a lovely potential, mimicking what we do in our own societies, where we sort of look for other viewpoints to help us find our biases and what's missing, and also how are we also outsourcing our responsibility in that?
No, that's fantastic, and actually leads me really well to my next question. And Gregory, I'll start with you on this. And you know, obviously, most of us here will interact with AIs at this point, especially generative AI, on an almost regular basis. We have a good sense of what it is, but out in the world, they're everywhere. They're in even all sorts of programs you wouldn't even imagine that an AI is now in, and sort of doing something on the back, you know, on the backbone of it. Whether or not it's a purely like statistical AI or it's a form of generative AI, they're sort of like becoming sort of embedded in lots of parts of society. And so this notion of intelligence, even if it's not talked about philosophically, sort of sits back there. And so I actually want to talk for a second about what are some real shortcomings in the assumed intelligences of some of these artificial engines that are now running a lot of parts of society, and how have you sort of seen those in your work, things we need to overcome? So Gregory, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so one thing I think is helpful to start with here is I look a lot at quote-unquote smart homes and quote-unquote smart cities, right? This idea that we are building certain kinds of intelligences directly into the physical environment itself, and it really is hard to see those. You see the effects of that, right? Like you're living with it, but you're not seeing the people making these decisions or how those decisions are being made. It tends to fade into the background. So one thing I think, and talk a lot about it, especially coming from a New York City perspective, is the increasing role of predictive policing, right? And how this affects different communities very differently. And it was adopted with kind of a good government approach, like this idea that policing had become very complicated, biased, especially racially biased, that there was this kind of attempt to say, well, we can make more objective assessments of where crime is, where threats are, how to adjudicate when to release, like send out cops or not send out cops, and how to deal with these things. And they've rolled out lots of technologies that are just embedded into the physical environment of the city that is now steering where the NYPD does or does not go. One of the more common technologies that's in a lot of cities are shot spotters, which is basically this way of trying to measure sound at all times and figure out where you're hearing potentially a gunshot, and then send the police to that area. But what we're seeing after years of this being in place is it creates this kind of self-fulfilling prophecy in certain neighborhoods by just constantly attracting police, seemingly out of nowhere, right? Like the people there might not actually even understand what's making that call or what's triggering that arrival of the police. People are increasingly ending up in what is now being known as virtual lineups, right, where a crime might happen in a particular space in a city, and they're pulling all kinds of data and using all kinds of algorithms to line up potential like criminals, and then having people like evaluate that, and the people who are in these lines as a potential criminal do not even know it, right? Like their picture has been taken, their information has been taken, they don't even have to be asked to be brought in for a certain kind of lineup. And so I offer this example as a way of saying that these are the kinds of things that rather than make more progress in a lot of what I would call 20th century social issues, we sort of just outsourced it to a technology that can be paid for with an annual lease or a monthly lease that a government gives out to a company, and then kind of claim that like we've moved away from these policies. And for certain communities these problems, and for certain communities that might feel right. Coming from New York City, there are a lot of people who think it's the safest place on earth. It's a wealthy place. There's no bad things that happen. Because they're largely segregated from a lot of other communities that are dealing with the brunt of the problem, even though we live on top of each other within just a few square miles, because we're increasingly like digitally segregated in everyday life. And so the experience of an undocumented immigrant living in a city like New York that has smart technologies embedded everywhere, designed to try and find them and potentially abduct them, or inform agencies that might then abduct them without due process, that is a fundamentally different experience for people who have full citizenship and live in that exact same location around those exact same technologies. Stop there.
No, I appreciate that. Kate, you want to go next?
Well, this made me start to think of a number of examples. And just coming from Chicago, I would say predictive policing is quite the problem these days for us, as well as ongoing facial recognition scanning when folks are showing up to try to keep their neighbors safe from being disappeared from their nursery school, for example. So I think we see real time the ways in which this is affecting communities. I want to offer maybe two examples that I think could be helpful, more diversified, like if we're trying to think of other scripts, and also just not make this all like text bad, because I don't think it is. I just think we need to be more responsible. So one area I think of is the way in which perhaps using robotics in healthcare, especially those who can do like a good quality kind of sentiment analysis, and again, not, because many of the students that I have are going on to chaplaincy, so I don't want to replace them by any means, but they are all overworked and they can't get to everyone in the hospital in the time that they need to. So having a partnership with some sort of robot that's not totally anthropomorphized, but at the very least has like a facial screen that has some, even some of them even have emojis, others have like actual eyes and things, right? That will give you some clues to the human who's interacting. But in terms of just the voice conversation, of being able to recognize the kinds of emotions that this person is expressing to them as a patient, and use sentiment analysis through the conversation, that's gonna help and feed into perhaps what the chaplain or the healthcare team can then do for this person. Like, I think that's a really helpful way, and it's a kind of intelligence that I think most people really struggle with. And I don't, having doctors in my family, I don't want to say this as an absolute. I don't think all doctors struggle with emotional intelligence, and nurses definitely don't, but I think they're overworked. And taking the time to pay attention to that is really difficult. And even chaplains who that's supposed to be their primary thing they do are already distracted with other things. So having this little intervention, I think, is like a great form of intelligence that's partnering with a team that's trying to help folks. The other thing that comes to mind, the daycare many years ago that my children went to now partners with the SCAS lab at Yale, where they use various forms of robotics to help kids with social interactional development. And so it could be a little blob thing that dances and has lights and speaks. It could be a dinosaur that speaks with you. It's used across children's development, but it's also been specifically designed to help folks with neurodivergencies. And their goal, they are criticized sometimes for concerns of trying to correct neurodivergencies, and that is not what they are trying to do. They are trying to create social circumstances that lower kids' anxieties in ways that they can learn to have certain forms of conversation, that they can react to other social stimuli. I think those are really great ways of sort of using a generative AI in an embodied form that is not the same as a completely anthropomorphized human body form. Like I think it's really important that we not be tricked into thinking this other thing is human. And I think we try to do it, like we do it with our animals, we do it with our, right? But there's a way in which other natural world kind of things can disrupt that for us. That may be a fully kind of anthropomorphized robot, which is gonna still take a while to like really be able to move well and have skin and everything else. Like I don't necessarily wanna live in a world where that new species of creation is supposed to be us. I would much rather it be a new species of creation. Like, it's different than us, and let's interact with it in its difference, because that allows us to continue to recognize our own difference rather than trying to conflate it to one singular kind of good.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And Ed, I want to sort of follow up with that with this similar question to you, which is sort of, what are the things that generative AI, as you see it, are good at, types of intelligences that are good at, and what are some places where you find like these limitations are probably not going away anytime soon?
I mean, listening to Greg and Kate's responses, I was thinking of the oft-quoted George Box quote, "All models are wrong, but some are useful." AI, if I were just to qualify the transformation of AI in the last 10 years, we went from having powerful domain-specific models or application-specific models for machine translation, for image classification, where model designers and users could be expected, at least, to be able to reason about the forms of errors that would happen, how the biases in the data might reflect an unbiased model. I mean, so bias is a great thing, because the problem right now is that the models we have are unbiased from a machine learning perspective, meaning that they'll reflect the biases in the data. So when you're doing that in a compartmentalized sort of application, you could reason about that and evaluate it. Some people didn't, and were like, okay, it's fine, the machine translation model is always right. But I mean, like, whereas now we've moved towards open-ended models where, the model designers produce models and applications where the intended use is specified by the user, and it's therefore we can't sort of have this bounded analysis offline saying, here are the caveats we're going to give you. And that, reflecting upon the conversation we were having yesterday during the opening session, that means that there's a greater risk of misinterpretation or lack of thought about, like, are these models going to reflect population biases in the data when we're doing proactive policing and compound social issues? Are people suitably warned that, look, just because it acts kind of anthropomorphic, it's not actually a human? And this creates this awkward kind of like discussion around who's responsible for fixing that. Like, obviously, the tech companies, the producers of this technology, can and should do more. Maybe we can bake this into the actual way in which the models are designed, that they advertise their limitations more readily or more proactive. But Kate, as you're pointing out, the way in which that's being implemented currently is this sort of scalable oversight model where we use other models to sort of act as guardrails or warnings, but they're going to reflect the same sort of like failure modes because it's the same kind of beast, right? Even if it's trained on different data. But maybe this is also a deeper societal problem. Like, as we incorporate and hybridize ourselves with tools as we've done in the past, like when Wikipedia or Google search came out, people started reacting differently to memory, like indexing more into where they could find the facts online rather than remembering them. And that's great because people use their intellect in different ways, but it's also less great because you needed open book exams. And now you see that happening at a runaway pace with people using ChatGPT and then not really sort of, relying on their own cognitive processes enough and having problem in closed book exams in universities. So there's some way in which humanity needs to adapt and take charge of its own destiny as we have a powerful tool that we're jointly developing and trying to understand. So that's a bit of a meta point about the failure modes. Like if we want, there are always going to be failure modes for any technology. And because we've transitioned from closed-ended to open-ended systems, there's a greater complexity with regard to how we need to reason about these failure modes in order to be able to safely use this technology as both technologists and as users, as consumers. And that's a shared responsibility, I think, between the developers and society.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah,
one
go for
thing
it.
here.
Yeah.
This makes just your question of like who's taking what responsibilities, which I take very seriously, and I often think that like anything that we're worried about with tech should force us to stop looking at tech and look at ourselves and society and say like, what's wrong with us, right? Because to me, it's actually just amplifying something that we already have a problem with socially, perhaps. And so on this point specifically, and since we're at a university setting, I've been trying to challenge many of my own colleagues, especially in religious and theological studies, but generally across the humanities. Like, what if we spent a lot less time bemoaning the problems of generative AI and tech integration, and instead spent a lot more time trying to articulate what is it that we do well, that we could encourage, right? That could be used with this extra brain space, right? That could relate to all these forms of creativity. And I just, concrete example, I think my colleagues spend way too much time trying to figure out if someone's cheated or how they've cheated, and way less time trying to develop some really interesting assignment where you can't, where it's forcing you to do something totally unique and interesting, right? So just a responsibility call, like, could we shift some of our energy? And maybe that would result in a much better overall kind of partnership around responsibility and accountability.
Well, I want to push on that a little bit, because I think there's clearly some truth to that, but there's also the reality that a lot of the internet is becoming written by generative AI. And on top of that, so Google search responses, there's like 50 to 75% of any sort of Google search now responds websites that are primarily written by generative AI. You have all the stuff about cognitive offloading that, Ed, you mentioned earlier, which is that it's scientifically being shown now that especially people under the age of 30, but anyone really who regularly uses generative AI will come to rely on that technology for parts of their thinking, especially sort of critical thinking or brainstorming or things like this. You will get worse at that as you rely on technology to do it. And what that creates for some people is this sort of human intelligence becoming more like whatever this artificial intelligence is. And I do think that challenges our view of intelligence a little bit, in that we can think that we want them to be separate, as you mentioned before, Kate, but they seem to be merging a little bit, and I do think it sort of pushes a little bit at to what do we have to do now with that. So, Kate, do you mind taking that?
Well, and I fully agree that like technology shapes us as much as we shape it. And so, yes, we are changing and shifting. I'm just also trying to make a plea for not letting that be the only space. And I think increasingly, like, the concern that high school students can't write essays, can't think critically because there's generative AI. What I want to say is, well, how are you teaching them? What are the assignments they're doing to fulfill this, right? I mean, it's back for me to the same kind of question of like, why do you keep sending the elementary school kids home with worksheets? I don't think that's an effective pedagogy, right? So I fully agree with everything you've said. I just think we're also in the process foregoing our own responsibility in how that's happening. And so I want us to more like get together and be curious about how could we do something differently in response to this.
Go ahead, Greg.
And just like a small add-on to that, but one discussion that I've been particularly interested in is this idea of neuro rights, right? That like we may need to start talking about like what right do you have to not have a company infiltrate your thoughts and your thinking without like a new way of understanding what consent means, right? Not a 50-page legal contract that you check a box to, but actually like a real understanding about how you are either potentially outsourcing or really just combining your daily thought process with something that a company has produced, right? And that is not even, it could be a beautiful company that you love, right? Just the idea that you are no longer in control of that is the discussion I think we have to have. And also think about to this point of like, you know, responsibility. Like I teach a course on public responsibility, and a lot of what I talk about with my students is like, we have things like a Food and Drug Administration. We have things like a CFPB. I mean, they're more or less being defunded and partially shut down at the moment, but we have these entities that were created over time to try and evaluate products that are going out to the public and bring a level of expertise to understanding what those products are doing that doesn't depend on every legislator being a computer scientist or every consumer being a genius and a lawyer that can understand these terms of use. Theoretically, when you buy food at the store, you feel pretty confident it's not going to kill you, right? That it's been vetted properly. But we don't do this with certain kinds of technologies. And part of that is just they're newer and they came after these regulations were put in place and we haven't kept up on it. So it doesn't quite answer your question, but this idea of where should a person be able to draw a boundary between when AI stops and they begin? I think that is something that should be respected. I don't want to call it property rights, but it's kind of similar to that. Like where is that boundary with each individual and even within certain topics, right? Affecting what I watch on TV, not great, but okay. Affecting what I think about medications I take, that's a whole different situation, right? With like very different effects and ramifications. And we might also start to evaluate these kinds of things like some areas might need more regulation or responsibility than others.
All right, I'm going to throw this to you, Ed, but then I'm going to open it up to audience questions. So please be ready with your questions, and we'll go from there. So, Ed, what do you think? You know, as the whatever intelligence is in these artificial systems starts to sort of bleed its way, for lack of a better term, into our own human intelligences, how does that push more on that responsibility, and how do you see that going in the next few years?
I'll make a slightly nerdy point. We actually need to have a responsibility to push humans to produce something new with the intelligence rather than just generate from it, because otherwise we will stall in our ability to produce AI just from a mechanistic standpoint, like better AI. So a great example of this is this falling thought experiment, which you can verify empirically, right? So if you have a biased die, right, you can roll it enough and then estimate what the sort of like bias is, right? That's a Monte Carlo estimate. It's guaranteed, unbiased.
You mean like a weighted die?
Yeah, weighted die.
A
right?
weighted die.
And so if instead of just doing that a million times, you're like, oh, I'm going to estimate this die by rolling it 1,000 times, and then cast a new die based on that estimate, and then estimate that die's bias, and then cast a new die based on that estimate. That's not going to be an unbiased estimate. That's going to converge on a single face, like showing up every time. And this sort of snake eating its own statistical tail happens with machine-generated text on the internet. If we constantly train the models on their own output, they will collapse onto a particular mode and have useless information. Like they will lose the ability to have additive information. So humans, there's a codependency between human activity and creativity, and our ability to actually continue to have meaningful, fresh data that can be used to improve models. Otherwise, they'll collapse onto the single die. And that brings up interesting questions on, like, you know, if humans are continuous stakeholders in the development of better AI, what sort of rights do we have over that, the participation in that process as a species? I definitely am not allowed to comment on that. It's above my pay grade, but I think it's an interesting, complex legal and ethical question. I can recognize that. And how do we sort of create an incentive structure that will tell people beyond just for their own good, do something new with the AI. Don't just use it to generate your website and like abdicate any responsibility over the content, because that's bad for humanity, but it's bad for AI too.
All right. Hold on, though. Before we get to the audience, I got to push back a little bit, Ed, because couldn't the other way you interpret that just be that we need better like models for AI? Like we need a better substructure that like the neural networks we've been using and the whole basis of AI like is just not sufficient. And some examples that some scholars use are like, look, babies learn to speak, right, without having the entirety of human recorded books put into their brain. They learn to speak a little bit. There's got to be, we don't clearly know them, but there has to be some other models that we can maybe use into the future that will actually produce a better AI?
Yeah, so this is the whole bias variance trade-off from a modeling perspective. So humans aren't tabula rasa learners, right? We have massive evolutional information. So like you can see, where a baby's learning to speak, that's it's intermediate training, and in the prior stages, the entire human sort of both societal evolution and biological evolution leads to that point. So humans are very biased learners towards things that are important for us societally and for our survival. Different animals will learn to walk much faster. They're biased towards that. And in the history of machine learning, there's always been a significant debate in terms of different approaches and architectures that, some like you have Bayesian models, you have neural networks are very unbiased learners, you have more biased estimators that people use to train these models. And there's always this narrative of like, if we have the right sort of inductive bias or the right sort of bias learning mechanism, it'll be much more data efficient, it'll be much more sort of scalable and safe. Right now, the sort of like, let the unbiased learner do its thing with sufficient data argument is winning empirically because it's producing like the frontier technology that we find economically valuable and that society seems to want more of for the time being. But there's a point where, yes, maybe like the snake will be eating its own tail enough that we'll be like saying, look, we just need to do something new. And that's precisely why so many of these companies have a deep and long research bench that's not over-indexed on just let's do the same method, day in and day out. Let's also have alternative bets on what could replace these things for safety, for scalability, and for there to be a future if we're at a point where we just don't have any data left to train on.
That sounds good. Thank you for fielding that question. Questions from the audience? You have time for a couple of questions here. Yeah, here in the back.
So we talked a lot about intelligence, but I was just wondering, because one of the other sort of ideas or aspects of moral status is morality. I was just wondering if at some point we will create a being that has more morality than humans, just bouncing an idea off of Clark and Savulescu. Will that create different obligations for us as humans?
I'm going to ask the ethicist on the panel to grab this. Oh, Greg wants to say it. Go for it, Greg. Let's do
It's
it.
a total reaction. I don't think it's even that good of a response. But I'm fascinated by the question, right? As someone who's been kind of depressed by a lot of what I see lack of morality lately, like it's almost like shocking to think through that like we might listen to a robot's morals. So one question I have is that so much of morality depends on it having a certain kind of purchase with the people who are responding to it. So if it comes from a source that you're trusting, it means more, right? And so, again, doesn't quite answer your question, but the idea that we might have artificial morals, right? Or something along those lines, or even just like a robot that presents a kind of morality, I'm not sure how that would go, right? If it's not like a religious figure or a local leader or someone in your family, that often is how morals get transferred from one to the other. But it also does remind me, I'm coming from New York, we just had a very big mayoral election. Often like platforms are morals, right? It's like a candidate clarifying like what they believe in and what they think is good for society. And I can't help but note that one of the candidates, Andrew Cuomo, generated almost all of his policies with AI. This like came out, his website was just AI generated housing policy, and it wasn't the worst stuff, like it got some of the morals right, but it didn't really pass the smell test either, right? Because where it was coming from and the emotion and the conviction behind it was just absent. And I think that was felt in terms of a candidate whose policies was artificial, right? And admittedly so. Like there was no hiding from the fact that AI generated platforms and most of the commercials in that particular campaign. So that comes to mind when we think about AI and morals.
Okay, I was thinking about how to reply to this. I've managed to get through an undergraduate and a master's in philosophy without taking a single ethics course. So I'm going to give I have an unsophisticated view on ethics, but it probably veers toward utilitarianism. So like AI today is where AI exhibits the semblance of moral behavior will just be a reflection of like moral standards that are in the data, right? They're not like, they don't have their own moral compulsion. And this, so if you want to hypothesize about artificial systems being moral agents, they have to be embodied and they have to be stakeholders in a society. For me, like codes of ethics, moral notions evolve, given by God or not, to participants in a group. They're not things that, make sense in isolation or in the absolute or in the statistical sense. And we act morally and make moral judgments when we are presented as individuals, as agents, in a situation where we are called upon to face the consequences that reflect to us as individuals. So because that is not, we mimic the notion of agency and embodiment in artificial systems, but they're not self-willing, currently self-motivated systems. They are incapable of having anything other than a reflection of the moral dogmas that are present in the data currently.
Yeah. So those were great answers. I'm just going to add two quick things to it and references if people are interested. The Global Network for Digital Theology asks this question a lot. There are folks who have created, a Hindu god or a priest, a Christian priest, where they've like loaded in the religious data so that that person can, from their point of view, tell you what Jesus would also want you to do or what this Hindu god would tell you in terms of their moral system. And so those exist and people can interact with them and they are generative, so they are sort of like learning from the questions that people ask them. They also encourage certain types of spirituality. A lot of Bible apps actually do this in the way they use generative AI to interpret text. But again, all of it is about the data in, right? Like across the 10 most popular Bible apps, they all have extremely different biases. And you can ask them to interpret the same text, and they'll give you very different readings of it, which is the great thing from my perspective of being a storied people that is multivocal, and we're always going to get different interpretations. And it's meant to be in community in which we sort of decide and systematize those things. But again, I don't think any of that exists without embodied human people in community interacting with it and trying to figure out those systems. So I think they're representing a certain set of morals, but they themselves are not. The AI itself is not moral or developing its own morality in those cases.
Great question. We have time for one more here, Janine.
What I was hoping to hear a little bit more in this conversation was the role that the soul, the human soul and the spirit plays in our intellectual processes. So I'm no Thomist, okay, I know nothing, but I know enough that Thomas kind of grappled with this issue in his explanation of the phantasm, and that we have the tradition that the intellect and the will are faculties of the soul. So how does that make us distinct from artificial intelligence? What makes our spiritual capacity to know different than that which is known through machines?
And for those who don't know, she's referring to Thomas Aquinas. That's the Thomist reference there. And Kate, I'm going to start back with you on this one. I think the other two might be less comfortable with the question.
Yeah. Just trying to organize my thoughts around all of that. So I guess for me, this would go back to my opening comments, partly a question of how, even with religious systems, that we have let that type of connection completely go in favor. I mean, Aquinas was also trying to wrestle with how to bring Aristotle into his own Christian philosophy, right? And there's many more times that, in my opinion, that Aristotle wins out over and against some sort of interpretive, communal, relational understanding of the human. And so I get concerned about the way in which the kind of mapping of that, again, in the human exceptionalism, that like because we have a soul in a particular way that no other part of nature has, when in fact it all carries the image of God to us as the creator, that there's a particularity to that then leads to this connection with to the intellect, which gets reduced oftentimes in the interpretation of Aquinas as rationality. Right? I don't think Aquinas meant that. I think he meant it much more richly and broadly, but throughout the tradition has gotten reduced to that. Again, to say And let's be fair, you know, Aquinas didn't think everybody had the same kind of soul connection with the intellect because maybe you were somehow female and sprouted from the womb too early. So there's problems in there. But even if we were to extend his thought to like everybody, I think the way in which we see a direct connection as opposed to sort of a more robust creativity that comes from that also requires something different of us. And so that's where I was trying to suggest what would it be like if instead of trying to pinpoint what's the soul or what's the spirituality and how does it connect to the intellect, what if we were just to say we have all those things, right? And we are interdependent, and we are communal people, and we are embodied, and all of that plays a role in this. So I'm skirting your question a little bit just because there's the critiques of Aquinas, but also I don't know that I want a pure definition of intellect that requires a particular kind of soul or spirituality that is embedded in human exceptionalism.
Well, I'm not asking for a definition. I'm just asking, how does the human spiritual soul play into our intellectual processes?
Yeah, well, that's a fantastic question and a great piece to end on. And I think just to sort of reflect what we're talking about, you know, sometimes when we think about wanting to define humans, in this notion of intelligence, we always want to go more than just, well, these are human, right? We want to go more and say, well, they're human because they have an intellect, or because they have this, or because they have that. And I think it's easy to reduce. This goes back to the whole history of intelligence, history of reductionism. It's easy to reduce, well, if humans are just rationality, then you can make all sorts of assumptions as to who's rational and who's not. And you can rule out some people. And if the only good humans are Christian humans, well, then you can do a lot of bad things to people. And you can abuse a lot of different things. And so I think there is something to say, to boil down to that sort of embodied nature of like, no, we are loved by God in Christian theology, and we are holy in this way. And whatever notion of the soul needs to fit into that, however you look at it within Christian tradition. But we could go on for a while. But please join me in thanking all of our panelists for this morning's panel. It was really, really wonderful. Thank you so much for coming here this morning. And as they exit the stage, this is a twofer this morning, I am going to welcome up the moderator of the next session, Dr. Jeff Lambert, who serves the Assistant Director of Educational Development for the Center of Teaching Excellence here at Duquesne, and has become the center's go-to expert and a personal friend on pedagogy and AI at Duquesne. So please welcome Jeff.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for joining us to talk about education and AI. Specifically, we're here to talk about the cost of AI, like cost of staying human in education. So, as Dr. Slattery mentioned, I'm the Assistant Director of the Center for Teaching Excellence. I use he, him pronouns. I'm also teaching the philosophy department. We have our panelists here. We also have our respondent here. We're going to work through thinking about the weight of professionally acquainting people with AI tools for teaching specifically, and how that can create certain obstacles for us. What are the trade-offs we're making in those levels? So the panel has been assembled with that in mind. So we have faculty members, we have people who do professional development work, running workshops with faculty and graduate students to help them improve their teaching. And then we are also joined by our respondent, Audrey Waters. But I'm going to let everyone else introduce themselves, and then we'll go ahead and get started with the questions. So.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephanie Gray. I am an assistant professor of public history in the McAnulty College and Graduate School of Liberal Arts here at Duquesne. I've spent a lot of time in the past few years learning about AI through trainings and readings, thanks in large part due to our Center for Teaching Excellence. I have not integrated AI into my scholarship and teaching. I'm not convinced that it helps me serve my students and fulfill my duties as faculty. But I come to this topic with a mindset of growth and learning, and I know that when I incorporate AI into my teaching, I want to do so in ways that are responsible and ethical and feel authentic to my teaching practices as a humanities scholar. So I'm very happy to be part of this symposium and am looking forward to our conversation today about AI in higher ed.
Thanks, Stephanie. Hi, everyone. My name is Sara Beal. I use she, her pronouns, and I work as the educational specialist in the Center for Teaching and Learning at Otterbein University, which is a small private school located in central Ohio. I also am, my academic background and academic discipline is in classical archaeology, so I have a degree in Roman archaeology. We can talk about that at the snack break. And in my role as a faculty developer, I have, over the last few years, done countless workshops for faculty about generative AI to help support them on how to navigate it responsibly with their students and support their students through ethical use of AI. I also run a number of faculty programs where we work together in community to explore our own values related to generative AI and help them just think through how we can move forward productively. So excited for the conversation.
Hi, everyone. I'm also excited for the conversation. My name is Anoff Cobblah. I'm an assistant director at the Center for Research on Learning and Teaching at the University of Michigan, which is a large public university. I use he, him pronouns. In my role, I do a few things. I help instructors with equity-focused teaching. I help graduate students with their professional development, and I help both graduate students and instructors think through their responses to artificial intelligence. My background is in English literature. Obviously, that's a field which is still in the midst of being greatly impacted by artificial intelligence, and it really shapes my approach to this topic, and it shapes how I interact with faculty who come to me and obviously are greatly concerned about what these new AI tools are going to be doing in their classrooms. But that said, I also am optimistic about the fact that I think if we do approach generative AI intentionally and we have conversations like this, I think this is a real opportunity to reassert some of the values of higher education.
My name's Audrey. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a writer. I write about education technology, the history of education technology. I'm also a serial dropout, dropped out of high school, dropped out of college, dropped out of a PhD program. But I'm planning on sticking around to the end of this panel to respond to what folks have to say.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. So one of the things we talked about initially in our conversations was how much time goes into preparing faculty and graduate students to adequately integrate AI into their courses, into their teaching, and then on the side of both the faculty members, the graduate instructors, and us as professional developers, how much time that takes away from the work we could do on other student-centered practices. So I was wondering, we'll start with Anoff.
Yeah, and I think this is a great question. It's one that instructors come to me with all the time. How much time is it going to take for me to change my class to respond to AI? It's complicated in a few ways. It's very hard to quantify because these tools are changing all the time. There are things that at one point I described as fairly complex, like training a custom chatbot on your course materials to help students, that are now actually trivially easy. There's a lot of tools that can do things like that. There's also a lot of disciplinary difference in fields like English literature, where a lot of the assessment was through writing. Of course, you're going to require more redesign in a classroom versus something like chemistry, where a student might have been doing more demonstrating of their learning through laboratory experiments, where they might not have to redesign quite as much. So those two things complicate it. And then there's two things that I think actually make that effort a little, that lessen the amount of work that's required to integrate AI into the classroom. One is collaboration. I'm frequently reminding instructors that there are various people on many university campuses who can help them with that integration process, be it a teaching center, IT services, or collaborators within their departments, and also students. I love to remind instructors that students are also a part of that collaboration process and can give them really essential feedback on the changes they might want to make to the course. So that's one thing that can lessen that workload. And then the other thing is the student-centered approaches that Jeff just mentioned, because I have found that those instructors who were already doing some of the things that we consider student-centered teaching approaches, things like forming a relationship with students, scaffolding assignments so that you understand how students are actually completing them, having multiple pathways for students to demonstrate their learning. Those are all things that actually are more important in an age of artificial intelligence. Those are the things that I really encourage instructors to lean on as they're thinking through how they can continue to make sure students are meeting the learning outcomes. So it certainly can be a lot of work to integrate AI into a classroom. But I do think that if instructors are already focused on those student-centered practices, it's not a distraction. It actually can really help to lessen that workload and make it far more manageable.
Thank you. And Sarah, if you...
Yeah, I want to begin by acknowledging that it is, I mean, to be completely honest, it's been completely unfair what's been happening to faculty in higher education over the last, 5-10 years. And we so frequently, people are tired. We experience a ton of change with the COVID-19 pandemic and the way that changed the ways in which we approach education. We are seeing students struggling with engagement, struggling with mental health. AI is feeling like just one more thing added on to already very busy times that people are facing right now. And so I absolutely acknowledge that it is unfair. We are asking faculty to change what they've been doing and what has worked for a long time to accommodate this new technology, and it's hard. It's really hard work. One of the things that I have found so exciting about this new AI age is the fact that we're kind of all in the same boat. Like, none of us know what to do about it, and we're all trying to figure it out, right? And so what that does is it provides us with a lot of opportunity for our faculty to come together in community and talk. And so what I'm seeing at my institution and at the institution I was at prior as well, like, AI is bringing people into the room. And then from there, we can start to have these conversations about, okay, AI's here, we can't get rid of it, we can't change anything, so what can we do? How can we focus on things like authentic learning and actually assessing, like, revisiting what our goals are for education, revisiting our learning objectives, and thinking about, are we actually assessing those learning objectives, or are we just doing something because it's what we've always done? So for me, I see the emergence of this AI technology as opportunities to go back to some of the fundamentals, as Anoff mentioned, right? Transparency in our teaching. Are we explaining to students, this is why we're doing this assignment, right? And what an impact that can have. And that's an opportunity to explain to them explicitly why or why not they should be engaging with AI to complete that assignment. I'm a big proponent for alternative grading practices. So thinking about revisiting how we assess student learning. And what a great deterrent for AI if we are asking our students to really engage in authentic learning in the classroom space. In my own teaching, I love to work with AI to develop games for my students. That's actually alleviating some of the time that I would put into the lesson planning of my teaching. It takes a long time to develop a game by yourself. But if you work with a generative AI tool to develop the materials for a game, I can do that in 30 minutes and have a really exciting learning opportunity for my students to engage with in the classroom. So for me, I actually see it as an opportunity for us to revisit what it means to be an effective instructor, right, and engage in these conversations. And our conversations don't have to be focused on AI, right? We can have a community that's talking about universal design for learning, and then, oh, by the way, AI can support universal design for learning by taking one of your readings and turning it into a podcast and giving students an alternative way to engage with it. So that's where I'm at. I'm probably a very optimistic person in general, but I do see it as providing us with a lot of opportunities to just rethink what we're doing, and still focusing with the same end goal in mind, which is those student-centered learning practices.
Great, thank you. And then Stephanie.
Yes, thank you. I hope not to sound too much of a broken record, but from the faculty perspective, if I make the decision to incorporate AI into my teaching, I know it will require a lot of labor on my end on top of already onerous teaching, service, and scholarship responsibilities. This, in turn, of course, requires an incredible amount of labor on the end of the educational developers like Jeff, Anoff, and Sara, whom a lot of faculty expect unfairly to be experts in AI. And how the university system is built and what it requires of faculty does not actually allow for a lot of time nor incentive to pursue training and learning opportunities. Faculty training is self-selective. It is a self-motivated professional development activity. So I think there are two issues at play here. The amount of labor to become sufficient in AI use to then properly educate your students about how to use AI, and the necessary ingredient of motivation to spend our precious professional development time deeply studying AI. So to address the second part of the question, I do worry, especially as a humanities scholar, that AI training is monopolizing our attention in the realm of pedagogical practices, and therefore reducing our commitment to other really important teaching approaches. And I know there is overlap, and it's lovely to hear, especially from these folks, that there's overlap, but other approaches like trauma-informed teaching, culturally responsive teaching, experiential learning, climate literacy, and other inclusive practices. From my end, these approaches at this point very directly put issues of equity and social justice and student well-being and civic development at the center of the learning environment. And at this point, I don't think AI truly does that as well. So I do worry about the consequences of disinvestment in these other training approaches when we hyper-focus in this moment on AI. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And I really appreciate the balance of, yes, thinking about how we can integrate AI into our teaching and our learning does get us to refocus on, well, what are the other elements that we want to draw out? So it does kind of like shake the Etch-a-Sketch in a way that kind of forces us to reset. But I also think, yeah, it's a huge personal, professional environment or investment that we are forcing ourselves often to make when it's not the one we would choose to make. So for the second question, I wanted to ask, we have discussed the fact that college curricula already produce skilled experts in their disciplines, and also research has shown that when you are a disciplinary expert, you are better at using AI tools to perform your discipline. So a journalist is always going to be better at using AI to do journalist assignments than an AI expert is going to be at using AI to do journalism. That accepted, what extra steps do we need to do to ensure that our students are getting an education that allows them to adequately engage with AI? What changes would we need to make? How should we make those? Is it necessary if we're already producing skilled graduates? And we'll start with Sara.
Yeah, I think this is such an interesting question because very often when I'm working with a faculty member who's very opposed to generative AI and they don't understand the technology, and they always say, well, I put my essay prompt in and it came up with garbage. And that's always, we've all done that. We've all put essay prompts in and it's come up with garbage. And because they have the disciplinary expertise, they can see that it's garbage. But what's missing in that understanding and engagement with generative AI is they aren't taking the time to understand why it's garbage and what the AI is actually doing that produces garbage. And so it's fine when you're working with it in your own academic discipline because you can assess it and say, well, I know because I know my academic discipline, I know that's not a very good answer. The problem is when we go out into the real world, we aren't just engaging with AI being used in our academic disciplines. I think of, there's a trend in communities that might be under-resourced to think about, okay, how could we use AI to fill in? So for example, how could we use AI to do medical diagnoses, to fill in because they don't have access to enough healthcare providers? Well, if I'm a person who doesn't understand what generative AI is doing and I'm engaging with that technology, I might not necessarily have the skill set to critically think about the output that's being given to me, right? And think about that engagement. And so for me, I think it's so important that we are helping our students. We don't need to train every student on how to build a large language model. I think that's a waste of a lot of people's time. I'm never gonna build a large language model. It's never gonna be relevant to my life. But I do need to understand the limitations of the AI as we were talking about, right? And where it's important to have that human component. And so for me, it's more about, it's not training our students to be able to use AI in every possible way, but it's helping them understand what are the limitations of the AI? So how could you use it to help make some things more efficient, but also where are the limitations of that, where you should stop? So I want to recommend a book that really helped with my thinking through this. It's called The Last Human Job by Allison Pugh, if anyone's interested. She's thinking about connective labor, which is all of the interpersonal stuff that we do in our day-to-day lives that helps us to be effective at our jobs. And how do we ensure that connective labor can't be done by AI? I can't build a connection with you by using AI for that relationship. And so how do we help our students to see the value of that connective labor to make them effective citizens of the world, right? As they go out into the workforce. And an example I talk to these folks about and we really enjoyed. Has anyone been to a Wendy's drive-thru where you order with AI? Has anyone seen that yet? A few of us. So Wendy's drive-thru is starting to incorporate AI to take orders. And so I drove up, I made my order, and I was like, that was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. So I get up to the counter where I pay, where there's a real human being, and it was a young man standing there, and I asked him, you know, I've never ordered from an AI before. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about the fact that AI is taking the orders? And he told me that he loved it because he used to have to listen to orders while talking face-to-face with another person. And so by letting the AI take the order, he can really focus on the face-to-face interaction he's having with another person. And like, if we could teach all of our students that, right, that would be, I think that would be amazing. I think that would really help us go forward into this AI world in a really productive way.
Thank you. Stephanie?
Okay, so this question of are we already preparing our students for AI use, or is there more that we could do? I feel conflicted answering this question because on one hand, I want to say, yes, of course we are preparing our students by teaching them to think critically, to ask thoughtful questions, to seek out and synthesize contextual information, to compare and contrast and utilize data. But at the same time, it is clear that students are not skillfully using AI programs to assist them, but rather to perform for them. And I don't say that with any blame on our students, because part of the issue is that no, neither faculty nor students have sufficient training in this very rapid development phase of AI to in a sophisticated and very critical way, integrate AI. And this connects with the first question, of course, about, you know, one step is faculty seeking training in order to then pass off that knowledge to students. And I just want to add as well, to tack on to this question, that I think it is dangerous to overly prioritize AI literacy in our responsibilities as educators in higher ed. I think more than ever, we need both more AI literacy training and more institutional and educational commitment to skill development in other areas, like basic knowledge acquisition and networking and teamwork and development of original, argumentative, authorial voice. We do need to think about whether we're preparing students for AI, but a host of other issues that feed into how they will use AI and what they should and can expect of AI. So yes and no to answer the question.
Fair enough. Anoff, would you like to?
Yeah, so to echo something that Stephanie said, I certainly think that higher education is presenting some skills that students need to have AI literacy, particularly critical thinking. And I would say when higher education is at its best, it's also fostering curiosity, which I think is key to understanding when AI tools are useful or not. What I might add as something that I think universities could do more of is actually present students with opportunities just to practice using AI tools. I think that this is key to doing some of this thinking work about when these tools are actually useful, when they're actually a hindrance. So to give a concrete example, shortly after ChatGPT became widely available, I spent a lot of time testing its capability to summarize articles, because that's a large part of the work that I need to do when I am working with various instructors. It's very helpful for me to be able to say, here is an article that seems to relate to your situation, and here's a brief summary of it so that they can get a sense of whether it would actually help their teaching. And so I spent a lot of time testing ChatGPT in particular on how accurate are its summaries, and when it's summarizing something, is it using language that I think is appropriate? Because when I taught first-year writing courses for undergraduates, I spent a lot of time with them thinking about like how summary is a series of writing choices. It's not just about like, is the content accurate? It's what are you choosing to highlight? What tone are you setting? Do you seem critical? Are you trying to be objective? And what I learned from that process is that I do find the use of ChatGPT useful for mini summaries, but I also learned that I feel very strongly about a summary having my own writing voice. And so if I use an AI tool to summarize something, I'm almost certainly going to have to go back and rewrite it or double check. It takes a significant amount of time. And I only know that because I was in a position where I had the time to play around with these tools, to experiment, to really practice and do so in a situation where it wasn't like something was really on the line. I could spend some time just making some bad summaries, and I was still being paid for it because part of my work was to better understand these tools. Now, that's something that I had the freedom to do. It's something that on some campuses, some students and some instructors have the freedom to do, but I think not enough. I think that universities can be doing more just to provide the tools that students and instructors might want to play around with, and to provide support for people to practice with those tools. I think that higher education is valuable in part because it's a place where people can practice without the stakes being too high, where you can try something out, and if it turns out that it is a failure, then it's okay. You did it in a relatively safe place, and you learned, okay, I actually should not use this tool for this goal, or I shouldn't actually approach this in this way, but maybe next time I can tweak something, use a slightly different prompt, use a slightly different tool. And so I think that that is what I would point to as something more that we can do. We can just provide more opportunities to practice for students and, as I said, for instructors, because Stephanie, I think you're right that instructors aren't given enough support for some types of professional development. It is opt-in, and maybe if we were more explicit about valuing instructors just taking an hour or two out of their schedule to test their assignments and really try and create a good AI-generated version of their assignment to better understand what these tools can do or not do, maybe instructors would feel more confident about their understanding of these tools as well.
Excellent, and I really like the way that we frame that in terms of it's also about making time to fail again in academia as a space of highlighting again what learning is and how this development comes out of it, as opposed to this need for a hyper-polished product, and that's what the education's supposed to develop. And it seems like, in a lot of conversations with other faculty, that learning should take place through multiple stages of failure. And that is an important element of growth. But highlighting that, and not only from the level of instructors, but from the level of administration to support it, is something that's sometimes missing. So the last question we'll probably have time to get to is, we've covered the general costs, but I also know that there are specific costs associated with integrating AI into education that each of you is specifically passionate about. So I was wondering if we could start with that. Stephanie, what is the cost of AI that you find most pressing?
I apologize. I will absolutely sound like a humanities scholar with this response. I worry about the belief in techno-optimism, or the belief that technology makes the world a better place. And I am oversimplifying this perspective. And as expected, I have not heard this belief have a strong presence in the panels so far in this symposium. This perspective, however, I think minimizes the role humans play in their capacity for failure and bias and creativity as well in the processes of both creating and using AI. So building off of this powerful, and I still think too pervasive, belief in wider society overall, I think that overdependence on generative AI will lead to a loss of higher order thinking skills, which is nothing revolutionary to say, but I do think that cost is not one that we can afford to pay in the landscape of higher ed. We should ask ourselves constantly, especially with the speed of AI development, what critical thinking skills we are willing and want to offload on AI, right? We hear this term cognitive offloading. I think it's crucial that, especially in academia right now, we take a pause, take a beat, and consider what skills we want to cede to AI and what skills we want to promote and protect for human behavior, to tie in with the theme of this conference or symposium, staying human in the age of AI. So what are those higher order thinking skills? And for example, take the ability to analyze, synthesize, and evaluate information. These can be aided by AI and honestly done quite well at this stage. But those are foundational skills that lead to other higher order skills that AI, even in this sophisticated stage, is not as adept at performing. Problem solving, decision making, reflective thinking, questioning of assumptions, reframing of problems. And then those are skills that lead humans to be able to go through even higher level motions, which we need to bring to solve society's problems. Examining, to be able to change, create, justify, and empathize. And that last one in particular, I think, is something that is a decidedly human behavior. So I, again, as a humanist, as a history professor, I'm quite protective of nurturing these higher order skills that I want the students who are in physics and computer science and nursing and accounting that I do teach in many of my classes to apply to their own disciplines that I think are integrating AI in very sophisticated and necessary ways. So I think I'm privileged as a humanities scholar to take a stance that is a bit more perhaps pessimistic at times of AI, but I'm trying to be mindful of the whole student that I'm hopefully helping to nurture in my classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Anoff.
So I think a cost that I am particularly concerned with, probably because of my background, is linguistic flattening. As I mentioned, I taught writing courses for many years when I was a graduate student. And one of the joys of that process for me was watching students develop a unique writing voice, watching students discover how their cultural background and the writers that they wanted to emulate and the feedback from their peers could help them develop a unique voice with which to articulate their ideas. And I don't think that's actually unique to writing courses. I think that that is often a goal of higher education more broadly. We want physics majors to be able to articulate what they're learning in their own voice. We want history majors to be able to talk about history in their own voice. And linguistic justice scholars have done a lot of work to make the university a place where there's even more diversity in the kinds of voices that we consider valuable. But I am worried about the integration of AI tools flattening that diversity. We do know, it was mentioned briefly in the previous panel, that the training data for many of these models is biased. It's not representative of the diversity that students might be bringing into the classroom. And so if students are using these tools unthinkingly, there is going to be a kind of flattening of that diversity, and you're going to see more writing that sounds similar. You're going to hear students perhaps presenting ideas that are more and more alike. Now, that said, I do also think that AI tools can be useful for developing a unique voice. I think that one of the major obstacles for some students, for example, to developing a unique voice is just fear of the blank page. And I think that having AI tools as a way to get students started on their process of articulating an idea can be valuable. I also think that AI tools can help to improve the confidence of students who might be writing in an additional language that they're less familiar with. Having access to those tools can provide them with a sense of safety and can help them to feel more confident, as I said, in getting started with that writing process. And then, so sometimes I think that that can be a helpful first step. And I also do think, and maybe this is just me being overly optimistic, but I truly believe that in a world where our internet becomes full of AI attempts to emulate human writing, that truly unique human voices are going to be valued even more. I think that that becomes a way for us to then articulate some of the a key value of higher education. We can point to higher education and say, this is a place where you can learn to speak your own ideas authentically, and that won't just be helpful for you, it's also going to be something that's going to be valued by others.
Great, thank you. Sarah?
Yeah, and thank you both, because I agree with everything that was said. I just had an AI case in my classroom where the student said he thought that I wanted to see writing that looked like that. And so that's why he was using AI. And it's like, oh no, I wanted to hear you. So I really appreciate you bringing that up, Anoff. Gonna finish us off on a really exciting, happy note. One of the biggest concerns I have related to generative AI use is the environmental impact, and I think we'd be remiss to not mention it. You know, there's a lot of articles out there you can read, a lot of mixed reviews on the environmental impact of using generative AI tools. There's some studies that claim that a single input into an AI tool is the equivalent of a bottle of water in order to cool the data centers. So every time you do an input, that's one bottle of water. There's other articles that suggest that, well, when you use generative AI, you tend to do a single query versus when you do a Google search, you do the Google search and then you open a link and then you go back and do another link and then you change your Google search and go to another link. And so is it really worse? I would argue now that, well, if you do a Google search, you also get AI summaries, so I guess it doesn't really make a difference one way or the other. The environmental impact is really concerning, and I think the most concerning thing about it is the lack of transparency that we're seeing about what that environmental impact actually is. And it seems nearly impossible to get a consensus on just how enormous the environmental impact is and how it's going to continue to develop. We're seeing instances of nuclear plants being reopened in order to increase our energy output, and we're also seeing as I mentioned, data centers being put up in a lot of places. A local example of this, for those of you who might not be familiar, there's a racetrack about an hour from here called Pittsburgh International Raceway, commonly known as Pit Race. And it was just announced 2 months ago that they're going to be closing Pit Race and putting in a data center. And so this is one of those things that it's heartbreaking for the people who use that racetrack. I go there regularly. So it's heartbreaking for that component of it, but it's also heartbreaking for the local communities where they had absolutely no say in what was happening. They will continue to have no say in this. It is going to eliminate a lot of jobs. Data centers do not create jobs because you only need a couple people to run a data center, and they usually bring in their own experts to run those. So it does not create jobs. Data centers put a ton of additional stress on our energy grids. They also require clean drinking water. Because why not? Of course we have to use the clean drinking water. And so it puts additional stress on the communities by using up a lot of their access to clean resources. And there's also a lot of information out there about the noise that data centers create because they have fans constantly rotating fans to help cool the data centers, and so they have a constant drumming sound that occurs. And so thinking about, this like pretty enormous environmental impact that we're not going to be able to undo if we decide that AI was a mistake going forward. We've been really all in the last couple years on AI and thinking about a lot of the irreversible impact that that's going to have, and most often disproportionately affecting communities that already have access to limited resources. So that's definitely something I have as a concern, and it's something I really struggle with because part of my job is to understand how AI tools work so that I can help support others, and I feel like I have to compartmentalize, try not to feel bad when I use AI for something as we go forward. So it's something I would love to see more information about.
Great, thank you. And now I'd like to turn it over to Audrey Waters for a response, and then hopefully at the end we'll have some time for some questions.
Gosh, thank you all. I have so many thoughts, so you'll have to excuse me if they're all sort of scattered. I think I want to start with a couple of quotes from Antonio Gramsci. Right, he said that the old world is dying, the new world struggles to be born, now is the time of monsters. And I think we are living in very, very monstrous times. And AI is a symptom of that, I think. But Gramsci also said something that I always hold very close to my heart. He said, I am a pessimist because of intellect, but an optimist because of will. And I am an optimist, right? I do not think that the future is written already. I do not think that AI is inevitable. When I hear people say, it's here, you just have to deal with it, I say that's not true. We don't know. We don't know what the future will bring. These companies are incredibly overextended in terms of the amount of money that they've raised, the amount of money that it takes in order to create to create these models, and I'm not sure it's clear that there's enough money on the planet to satisfy the needs that their investors have to make this profitable. So I don't think that the future is necessarily AI. I think that we have the ability to shape our future in a different direction. So about 13 years ago, 2012, the New York Times declared it the year of the MOOCs. Who remembers MOOCs, right? The year of the MOOCs. And there were several different MOOC companies, massive open online courses, and this was supposed to be the future of higher education, right? Many of these actually came from the AI department at Stanford University. One of the companies called Udacity was founded by Sebastian Thrun, who I think people would prefer to be remembered now as one of the early engineers of the self-driving car. But he ran a MOOC company called Udacity, and he told Wired magazine that in 30 years' time there would only be 10 universities left in the world, and Udacity would be one of them. Udacity's gone, right? Udacity didn't even make it a decade. I think it's an interesting thought experiment to think, what would the 10 universities be left in the world? Harvard has a very large endowment. Some universities have a very big football team. There are reasons as though that would be, 10, is that enough to even have a conference for March Madness? I think 10's a little bit of a small number. That being said, I think we are in a moment where higher education is in a lot of trouble in this country. Public higher education in particular is in a lot of trouble. We're seeing massive amounts of disinvestment. We're seeing the public become increasingly skeptical with whether or not schools, the K through 12 and higher education, are worth funding. Now is a time of monsters. And I think artificial intelligence is part of an industry that has spent the last few decades being very interested in being there as an alternative for public investment, or from public education. We've been told since at least the Clinton era that we needn't fund schools, we needn't fund libraries, because what we have instead is the internet. And I think that what we've found is we have transferred a lot of power in giant companies that are monopolizing knowledge, and that's a dangerous place to be. I think that what we have in education as well is now over a century, but certainly decades worth of education technologies already in place that have shaped what teaching and learning look like. The ubiquitous learning management system, for example, that has sort of defined a lot of the activities in the classroom, that has actually come to sort of define oftentimes what pedagogy looks like. I think that these tools have actually diminished our ability as both instructors and as students to have autonomy and agency, because these tools have already sort of circumscribed what teaching looks like. They've circumscribed what the interactions look like. They've circumscribed what a discussion looks like. They've circumscribed what assessment looks like. And now, of course, all of these tools offer the little shiny generative AI button in the corner so that you can sort of auto-do things with this tool. And so I think we should probably question not simply artificial intelligence, but really question the ways in which many of our practices, many of our pedagogical practices have already been shaped by technologies that might not have our best interests, the best interests of students, the best interests of knowledge, the best interests of humanity at heart. Their interests at the end of the day are profit, right? their interests or profit. And I think that artificial intelligence is, at its core, really about automation. It is about labor. And I think that what it's been doing, and I think what many of these education technologies have done, is sort of reduced things into little components that can be they promise can be automated, can be datafied, can be made into something that we could sort of do more efficiently. But I think that what that does is it circumscribes how we think about these tasks. And I think that when you offload things to AI, it isn't just a matter of a cognitive offloading, but these tasks are kind of constitutive. If you have AI design your lesson, how you design a lesson is actually a core part of teaching. It isn't simply a task that is meaningless. It can be a task that's annoying, certainly. Writing the syllabi, doing some of this bureaucratic work can be annoying, but it's actually constitutive of who you are and how you teach, how you embody that role in the classroom and the space that you make, the space you make for students. And I think that, I guess in closing, I'd say, we want that space to have an open-ended possibility. We want that space to be a place of becoming, a place of possibility for students. And I think that one of the things that should be is a place that is safe. We heard a lot about safe spaces, but also a place to say no, a place to refuse, a safe space to become something that isn't sort of circumscribed by a program that someone else has designed.
Well, thank you so much. At this point, I know that we're coming up on a break, but I'd love to field a couple questions if the audience has any. If we can get a microphone over here. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciated hearing all of those perspectives. As a first wave millennial, I was in high school when the internet was in its infancy. And so we were transitioning in real time from print-only sources to now print and digital sources. And my teachers put up some guardrails, so to speak, as we began using the internet. They said you can only source from sites that end in .gov or .edu. For good reason. I'm wondering, are there guardrails that exist today for AI? Have you considered that? Is there anything teachers can do practically? Maybe it's not that cut and dry, or is it just kind of the wild, wild west right now?
Can I just say something real quickly? But they were wrong. See, this is
I'm sure they eliminated a lot of good info.
What's unfortunate about a lot of this talk of AI literacy that we're hearing is that we screwed up web literacy. Like, we got that wrong. The best thing to do isn't to check the domain. And I think we're seeing a lot of this now with AI, like, oh, look and see if the person has 6 fingers, it's a fake image. We got it wrong. We have decades now that we understand a better way to help students understand the web, which is to sort of look elsewhere, to do sort of verification on other sites, to read laterally, to take advantage of the web and to look at other sources. But we got web literacy for a lot of people really wrong. And I think it's quite likely that we're going to do the same with AI literacy, because I think we're making a lot of the same mistakes that, again.
Just quickly too, like, we've not also done a great job with social media literacy from an academic perspective in terms of, like, so we kind of missed that one as well, but I'll turn it over to others.
For me, I think this is why it's important for us to not just ignore or say, like, I hate AI, so therefore it's banned in my class, we weren't even gonna talk about it, we're moving on. And I understand the instinct to do that, but I think more important is to have that conversation with students about why you hate AI, why it's banned in your class, why you don't want them to use it, and help them to build those skills so that they are, when they do engage with it, they are doing it through a critical lens. Like you mentioned, right? It's not about you can only use AI on this website because this website's 100% reliable. None of them are 100% reliable, right? And so instead, thinking about the skills we can build around the AI digital literacy. But I know you have, like, specifically trained AI tools that you all are using at Michigan, aren't you? Is that?
I mean, we do have AI tools at Michigan that we make available to all of these students. but I would not say there are any particular guardrails on them. If anything, it's actually, those tools were developed more to take away some guardrails in an interesting way, because one of the things that they were really concerned with at the University of Michigan was that all AI companies have to make a decision about where they're going to censor certain things, because they don't want their tools saying something wildly out of pocket and that, looking bad for the tool. But there are, on a university campus, sometimes you need to research things that an AI tool might be, a public AI tool might be resistant to talk about. So for example, my dissertation was on the 19th century. I studied 19th century literature. There's a lot of racism in the 19th century. And if you are using an AI tool, you don't want that tool censoring out that existence of racism. You want to actually see what is in the documents that you are studying. And so Michigan's tools were actually designed more to take away some of those safeguards. But the other thing I wanted to say about safeguards really briefly is that I'm also really concerned about the ways that some of the things that, even more than .gov websites, peer review was kind of held as the top of guardrails. Obviously if something is peer reviewed, that's the thing you can most trust. And we're already seeing people begin to question that as more journals begin to say, well, we might use AI as kind of a first filtering, or as you have more accounts of writers who get back comments from reviewers and they think, oh, well, did a reviewer actually maybe use an AI tool on this? I don't know. So I'm concerned about those markers of credibility going away, but I also do think this is an opportunity for us to really rethink some things that people always knew were flawed, and maybe we can imagine something better. I don't have an answer for what that is yet, but I certainly hope that that will be the end result of these new tools development.
Ren, did you have a question? Okay, we'll go just one last question, and then we'll have to be done today.
Hi. So with a background in philosophy and a big conviction about everyone being introduced to poetry at some point in their young adult, I hardly worship at the altar of a marketable degree, but I do want to challenge the idea that we are best preparing our young people for the real world by incorporating AI into every element of their education. Because the outside world does not want workers who rely on AI. I personally know of a case of an executive in a local marketing firm who has fired 3 workers in the past year because every single one of them took the job, went to AI, got prompts, and then worked on what AI gave them. And she's like, this is garbage. Because AI can only produce what is already in existence. It's not creative, it's not human, and they're losing jobs. They're becoming unmarketable because they're unable to function without AI. And on one hand, I have this sort of dream that maybe we could have 2 years of unplugged higher, college, and then we give them the AI tools they might actually need when they already know the skills and how to do it themselves. I don't want to be mean, but I am terrified by the idea of what you said about them being intimidated by the blank page. The blank page is the platform on which everything has ever been written, all art has ever been painted. If our young people if we start losing the ability to write a social media post without the stupid little shiny thing in the center that says, let me write this post for you, that's terrifying. We're gonna let AI give us a rough draft of our painting so that we don't have to figure out the form of it. We're gonna let AI write the first draft. It's as if we're not expecting our young people to want to become PhDs and write a dissertation, or become artists, or become the next mayor, and be able to give thoughtful, well-constructed responses to questions on the fly. And I think it's a terrible preparation, and that AI should be one skill. And I worry about that because I see it all the time. I'm a big fan of the in-class essay. I think it teaches young people how to write in a traditional way, and then you eliminate the whole cheating thing and did they cheat, whatever. Just teach them to write in class. But more and more I see assignments like a classic 5-page paper being replaced by take a prompt to AI and collaboratively produce a piece of spoken word. Their job, their future employer isn't going to let them do that. So do we really think we're preparing our students best for the outside world by incorporating AI into every part of their education?
I would love to respond to that, because I don't want to give anyone the impression that I think there's a problem with the blank page. In fact, I think the blank page is a really helpful tool, and when I taught writing courses, one of the first things I had students do was just like try and do some writing to overcome that fear. But what I also want people to remember is that a lot of students are coming to the college classroom with very different experiences. And what you might have some students in the classroom who actually have never had that stage that often does come before the blank page, which is all of that K-12 work in an American education system, for example, where they saw a lot of examples of different kinds of writing. You might have students coming in with far less familiarity with that and who might need some steps that maybe, AI tools are there, and maybe then once they get used to using an AI tool to overcome the blank page, then maybe they can take that next step of approaching the blank page on their own. But I certainly do agree there should be places where AI tools are not actually used. I think a lot about how you teach woodworking, and that when people are doing woodworking, they don't actually start with the big power tools. They start with a handsaw a lot of the time so that they can understand how wood grain works and things like that. And I think universities should have similar places where there are expectations that people not use AI so that they develop some skills. But I do also feel like, as I said, I think it could be helpful in other places where maybe some students are coming from backgrounds where they haven't had as much opportunity to learn some skills. And I do think that having AI in those spaces can help to level the playing field, or can be a brainstorming tool, and can help students to approach their work in some spaces where maybe it's not as essential that in that particular context they overcome the blanks page on their own.
Well, I think we probably have to end it there, but hopefully there's other time for discussions after this. But thank you so much again to the panelists. Thank you, Audrey, for being respondent. And thank you, John Slattery and the Grefenstette Center for
No better? Want to try an angle? What if you shot from the same? Okay.
Hello, how's everybody doing? My name is Dr. Pamela E. Walk, and I'm an associate professor in the media department and director of the Patricia Dougherty Yoder Institute for Ethics and Integrity in Journalism and Media here at Duquesne. And on behalf of the Yoder Institute, I am very pleased to introduce you to this session, Who's Behind Those Searches? How AI-generated content is rewriting the news. Over the last 2 years, whether you are an educator, a student, or an information consumer, you have likely seen how technology is shifting dramatically with the advent of generative AI. A simple Google search now offers you not just links to your queries, but a complex summary that may or may not be 100% accurate. And today's panel, I hope, will help us to better understand how generative AI is impacting community news and inspire you to not just be a passive recipient of information, but become engaged with Pittsburgh's robust information ecosystem. After all, for the cost of a fancy coffee shop drink once a month, you can make a real impact on your local news by paying and subscribing to online content. Content that humans worked hard to report, create, and share. I would be remiss if I did not thank Tara Bradley Steck, my colleague and managing fellow of the Yoder Institute, who led up this effort to bring this thoughtful programming to you today. I'm certain it will be a thoughtful conversation that I hope sparks more discussions in the days to follow. At this time, I'm pleased to welcome our panel, Klaudia Jaźwińska, Sara Bauknecht, and Luis Fabregas to the stage. Klaudia is a journalist and researcher at the Tao Center for Digital Journalism at Columbia University, where she studies the relationship between journalism and technology industries. Her previous affiliations include Princeton University's Center for Information Technology Policy and the Berkman Klein Center's Institute for Rebooting Social Media. Klaudia is a Marshall Scholar, a FASPE Journalism Fellow, and the first-generation alumna of the London School of Economics, Cardiff University, and Lehigh University. Recently, her work was featured on NPR and really helped spark this idea for the panel today. Joining Klaudia will be, following her presentation, is our moderator, Sara Bauknecht, who will be leading a deep dive into what this all means for journalists with boots on the ground. Sara is a Mid-Atlantic Emmy-nominated multimedia producer, award-winning journalist, communications strategist, and educator. She has 15-plus years of experience spanning broadcast, print, and digital media work in New York City and here in Pittsburgh. She currently serves as an assistant professor of communication at Chatham University, where she explores the impact of AI in journalism education through her role as a technology faculty fellow. Sara deepened her work in AI as the inaugural 2025 Visiting Media Scholar hosted by the Yoder Institute. Joining Sara and Klaudia is Luis Fabregas. Luis is the executive editor of Trib Total Media, where he oversees TribLive.com, the leading news site in Western Pennsylvania, as well as the Tribune Review's daily and community publications. A veteran journalist with more than 25 years in the field, Luis has led newsroom teams and produced award-winning investigative reporting on healthcare, economics, and public policy. A native of Puerto Rico, Luis proudly holds bachelor's and master's degrees from here at Duquesne. Please join me in welcoming our panel, and Klaudia, the lectern is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. As Dr. Welk mentioned, my name is Klaudia Jaźwińska, and I work at the Tao Center for Digital Journalism, which is a research center at Columbia Journalism School in New York. For those who are not familiar, the Tao Center is a research center that studies the intersection between journalism and technology in order to produce resources for journalists and journalism educators. We publish most of our research at the Columbia Journalism Review, which is at the link at the bottom of the slide. Excuse me. My role at the Tao Center is to lead the Platforms and Publishers Project, which has been around for about a decade and focuses on the relationship between journalism and the tech industry. Historically, that has meant looking at companies like Facebook and Google, but over the last few years, there's been a lot more focus on AI companies, which are transforming the way in which people access and engage with information online. There's a lot of ways in which AI is impacting journalism, but today I'll speak specifically about how AI tools are transforming web search. Search is really important to journalists and news publishers because it sits at the heart of their business models and is one of the primary ways that they reach audiences online. For the past 2 decades, Google has dominated this space, and publishers have spent years optimizing their content to rank as high as possible in search results. The chart on the slide shows the sources of referral traffic to news organizations since January 2019. As you can see, internal traffic, which is when, aside from internal traffic, which is when somebody who's already on a website clicks through to another page on the same site, search is the most common way that people access news sites. This is in part because social media companies like Instagram and TikTok have increasingly discouraged link sharing since it redirects audiences from their platforms. So click-through traffic underpins publishers' business models in many ways. Because most people are reluctant to pay for news, publishers often rely on advertising revenue. The more visitors a site receives, the more ad impressions it gets, and the greater its potential earnings. And for publishers that use paywalls or subscription models, click-throughs also serve as an essential funnel for attracting and converting new subscribers. And traffic in and of itself is also a valuable resource, as it provides insights into audience behavior, who's reading, what they're interested in, how they're engaging with it, which helps to inform editorial and business strategy. Over the past year, the way in which people search the web has begun to change dramatically. Last fall, OpenAI added web browsing capabilities to ChatGPT, which allowed the chatbot to go beyond its static training data, which had a cutoff around 2022. And using a process called Retrieval Augmented Generation, or RAG, ChatGPT can now access the web in real time and deliver up-to-date answers to users' queries. Other AI companies, including Perplexity, DeepSeek, and Grok, have similarly integrated live web search into their chatbots. So this has posed a significant threat to Google's long-standing dominance in search. In response, Google has been incorporating generative AI features into its own search products, such as the AI overviews you may have seen at the top of many of your search results. While chatbots like ChatGPT can be used for many purposes, such as for generating images and videos and for offering conversational companionship, audience research shows that their most popular use case is information retrieval. These kinds of queries often require the chatbot to perform a real-time web lookup. In short, more and more people are turning to AI tools to find fresh, reliable information, which is signaling a major shift in how audiences discover and consume news online. And a majority of people surveyed say that they've recently seen an AI-generated answer in response to their search queries, either on Google or in chatbots, and many of them say that they're finding these answers at least somewhat useful. Speaking at a global media conference earlier this year, OpenAI's chief of intellectual property and content explained why he thought this new kind of search feels more appealing to users than the traditional experience on Google. He said, "Users increasingly like answers to be delivered quickly and in a conversational and context-aware manner, as opposed to the traditional land of an inefficient list of 10 blue links. Generative search tools allow users to ask more specific questions and receive concise summaries synthesized from multiple sources. And their conversational nature also creates a more natural and context way to ask follow-up questions." But the rise of generative search has also been a deeply destabilizing moment for the publishers who depend on click-through traffic for audience engagement and revenue. This summer, the Pew Research Center found that when users see an AI-generated summary in Google results, they are far less likely to click on the traditional links, and they almost never click on the links embedded within the AI summary itself. Many publishers are already seeing declines in referral traffic over the past year, and that's fueling anxiety about the so-called Google Zero scenario, which is the moment when traffic from search engines to news sites completely collapses. For outlets that depend on referral traffic for advertising revenue or subscriber conversion, this shift feels existential. Publishers are now confronting a difficult question. Should they adapt to the new search landscape or push back against it? Many news organizations remain skeptical of AI companies, believing that they have disrupted the long-standing value exchange between publishers and tech platforms. Historically, publishers allow their content to be indexed in exchange for exposure and traffic. With AI summaries, that exchange has broken down. Many publishers, alongside authors, artists, and academics, also feel that AI companies have taken their work without their consent in order to train their large language models. Looking ahead, publishers see a few possible paths: extracting value from AI companies that use their content, opting out entirely, or reimagining their business models around something other than traffic. So in essence, there are four main options. The first is to demand compensation from AI companies. So far, only a couple of dozen major publishers, typically large national or global companies like News Corp, Condé Nast, or USA Today, have secured licensing agreements or revenue share agreements with companies like OpenAI and Perplexity. The second option is to allow AI companies to access their content without compensation in the hope that inclusion in AI summaries offers some level of exposure. The third option is to block AI companies' crawlers by adding code to their websites that restricts automated access. And the fourth option is litigation. A number of outlets in the US and around the world have sued AI companies for copyright infringement, arguing that their work was used without consent, and they're seeking retroactive compensation or some sort of legal precedent. So far, there's not a consensus in the journalism industry about the best path to take. This graphic, which is compiled by Axios, illustrates the split in decision-making. The blue lines represent publishers who have entered compensation arrangements with AI companies, and the red lines represent publishers who have decided to sue AI companies for copyright infringement. Similarly, publishers have taken a variety of different positions with regards to blocking and permitting AI companies' crawlers to scrape their content. And there's a lot of reasons why this is a difficult decision for publishers to make. AI models are not reliable arbiters of information, nor do they consistently represent journalism accurately. A recent study by 22 public service media organizations across 18 countries tested ChatGPT, Copilot, Perplexity, and Gemini by asking each of them to answer news-related questions based on their reporting. Journalists then assessed the quality and accuracy of the outputs. They found that nearly half of the AI responses contained significant issues involving things like accuracy, context, and sourcing. Because AI models are not trained to follow journalistic standards or ethics, many things can go wrong when they present news content. This includes, but is not limited to, hallucinating or inventing quotes and facts, presenting outdated information or presenting information out of order, oversimplifying or omitting important context, failing to distinguish fact from opinion, and providing poor or missing citations. When chatbots repackage news content, reporters lose control over how their work is represented, opening the door to misinformation and eroding accountability. Citation and attribution have been a major focus of my research at the Tao Center this year. My colleague Aishwarya Chandrasekhar and I conducted a study in March that tested AI search tools' ability to accurately retrieve and cite news content, as well as what happens when they can't. For our experiment, we selected 20 publishers with varying relationships with AI companies. Some had licensing agreements, some were in lawsuits against AI companies, some permitted their crawlers, some blocked their crawlers. And for each of those publishers, we chose 10 articles and extracted a short quote from each of them. And they were all snippets that could easily lead back to the original article if you were to paste them into a Google or Bing search. And then we asked the chatbots, 8 chatbots that had real-time search functionality to identify the source of each quote. We ran 1,600 queries manually, and our results were pretty striking. We found that overall, chatbots often failed to find the correct sources. And moreover, many of them produced confidently wrong answers or inaccurate responses phrased with certainty. And several of the chatbots did not decline to answer in situations when they should not have been able to access the content due to crawler restrictions on the page. Some of the chatbots, like Grok and Gemini, even fabricated articles and URLs, and when we clicked on the hallucinated links, they led us to error pages. And this problem has become so common that some publishers have begun redesigning their 404 error pages in order to capture and redirect users who have been misled by chatbots on their websites. In other cases, chatbots use syndicated or unauthorized versions of the articles. For example, the New York Times is in a famous lawsuit against OpenAI and restricts its crawlers from accessing its content. But when we asked ChatGPT to identify a Times article, rather than declining to answer the question, it cited a plagiarized version of the article instead and attributed the plagiarist. Other studies have shown similar behavior where chatbots surface outdated, plagiarized, or even retracted content without disclaimers. This demonstrates the unreliability of chatbots' sourcing and attribution practices. OpenAI researchers themselves have acknowledged that chatbots hallucinate or make up content because the way that they are trained and tested rewards guessing over acknowledging uncertainty. This means that chatbots are more likely to invent an answer that sounds plausible but is incorrect rather than to decline a user's request. And even though publishers technically can block AI companies' crawlers, it doesn't always feel like a meaningful choice. For example, Google's system is all or nothing. If a publisher wants to opt out of having their content included in an AI overview, they would also have to opt out of inclusion in regular Google search results. A few weeks ago, the Penske Media Corporation, which owns outlets like Rolling Stone, Billboard, and Hollywood Reporter, filed an antitrust lawsuit against Google for wielding its monopoly to coerce PMC into permitting Google to republish its content in AI overviews. And even when publishers do set crawler restrictions, those rules are effectively voluntary. The protocol that they use is basically an honor system, and it's not legally binding. Our research earlier this year found that some AI systems still answered questions about blocked publishers, implying that they either ignored publishers' crawler preferences or used indirect workarounds. And confirming these suspicions, just this week, The Atlantic reported that AI companies have been using the Common Crawl dataset to access publisher content even when their own crawlers were blocked. Allowing crawlers, on the other hand, does not guarantee accuracy either. So publishers wanting visibility in search results aren't necessarily getting it, and those who want to opt out still remain visible against their wishes. And even having a formal licensing deal with an AI company does not necessarily mean a chatbot will represent the publisher's content with more accuracy. For instance, even though Hearst, which is the owner of the San Francisco Chronicle, has a deal with OpenAI, ChatGPT failed to correctly cite quotes from the San Francisco Chronicle in 9 out of 10 prompts in our study. When we rely on large language models for information retrieval, we effectively give them gatekeeping power, control over what information is surfaced, what is omitted, and how it is framed. A recent report found that publishers that have licensing agreements with OpenAI receive nearly 7 times more click-throughs from ChatGPT than those without agreements. And another study that just came out found that chatbots surface significantly fewer sources than Google News. This narrowing of sources and preferencing of partner publishers creates a flattened information ecosystem, one in which marginalized perspectives and smaller outlets are more easily excluded. Other concerns that publishers have with regards to handing over their content to AI companies include the lack of information they are given about when their content is used and how by chatbots. So if users don't click on the links in an AI summary, the publisher will never know if they appeared in an AI-generated search result. There's also the lack of accountability when a chatbot makes an error when representing news content, as well as all of the informational risks that might arise if we entrust all of our search activities to unreliable chatbots. In recent months, you might have seen that major AI companies have been introducing agentic browsers, such as ChatGPT's Atlas, Perplexity's Comet, and Copilot mode in Microsoft Edge. These agentic AI systems are designed to independently perform multi-step actions on behalf of a user, such as searching for and booking a flight or performing a literature review. When we analyzed these agents' behaviors, we found that their web activity was almost indistinguishable from a human user's. This means that it's even more difficult for publishers to detect and block unwanted AI activity, since the instructions embedded in their website code often have no effect on these agents. If publishers try to block them, they risk locking out real human users from their websites. We ran a couple of experiments last week to understand what this looks like in practice. In one test, we asked OpenAI's tools to retrieve a paywalled, subscriber-exclusive article from the MIT Tech Review. When we asked ChatGPT, the standard chatbot, to do this, it said that it couldn't access the article because the review had blocked the company's crawlers. But when we put the same prompt into Atlas, the agentic browser, it printed the entire text of the article without issue. Not only was it ignoring the website's crawler block, but it was also circumventing its paywall. We also found that these agentic tools were able to easily access many websites that regular chatbots cannot, with one exception. The Atlas browser seemed to avoid accessing content from publishers that are actively suing OpenAI. But even then, Atlas employed creative workarounds to try to satisfy their requests. For example, when we asked Atlas to summarize an article from PC Mag, who is owned by Ziff Davis, who sued OpenAI for copyright infringement earlier this year, instead of accessing the site directly, it reconstructed the piece based on tweets about the article, syndicated versions that existed online, citations in other outlets, and related coverage. And the result was a reverse-engineered version of the original article based on digital breadcrumbs. When we asked Atlas to summarize an article from the New York Times, which as I mentioned is also in a lawsuit against OpenAI, it took a different approach. Instead of reconstructing the article, it offered us a summary of the news story using reporting from 4 alternative outlets, The Guardian, The Washington Post, Reuters, and the Associated Press, 3 of which happen to have OpenAI partnerships. By reframing the user's request into a general topic, the agent reshapes what the user ultimately reads. And so publishers face a catch-22. Even if they are able to successfully block access, their content is still displaced. AI tools simply summarize content from other, more compliant sources. So the way people search online is evolving, and that evolution is not inherently bad. But the lack of transparency, respect, and compensation for those who create the content that is driving AI models is deeply troubling. And publishers now face hard choices. Should they adapt their strategies and optimize their content for AI tools? Should they resist and pursue other means of reaching their audiences? Should they wait for legal and policy frameworks to take shape? And different organizations might be forced to make different decisions based on the pressures that they face and the resources that are available to them. But there's one thing we know for sure: news content is valuable to AI companies. When Muckrack analyzed over 1 million responses produced by several chatbots over the course of a month, they found that 27% of them cited journalistic sources. But when queries implied some level of recency, that figure rose to 50%. In other words, when people turn to AI search tools for up-to-date information, they're still relying on journalism. AI tools cannot produce information on their own. But if journalists are not credited and compensated for their labor, that information and the democratic value that it provides is at risk of disappearing altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaudia, for that really insightful information, as well as a lot of important questions and concerns that I look forward to diving in more with you and Luis. Before we get into that, though, when I do talks about AI like this one and conversations like the one we're going to have, I like to pose the question, and I invite the audience to reflect on this question on your own as well. I think AI is. If you were to fill in the blank with a word or a few words in response to that, what comes to mind?
I can start.
Sure.
First of all, good morning, everybody. I want to say that Claudia's research I love it. It's so fascinating, and it truly validates my own experience in a newsroom in Pittsburgh over the last 25 years. It's really, truly fascinating. I think you can write a book about it, really, if you're not already. But anyway, to answer your question, Sara, AI, I don't think about it as either friend or enemy, but I think is the word frenemy something that we can think of as providing some tools that in newsrooms can be useful. You know, for example, help with writing headlines or photo captions, that sort of thing. But what gives me pause, and I say that not lightly, because sometimes I just get really scared of some of the things I see, like some of the things you talked about, is the fact that AI has truly a lack of humanity. In a world in which we are so dependent on facts, we are dependent on, accuracy, true, honest, real information. And I'm not sure that AI can capture the human emotion. And I'll give you an example real quick. In Pittsburgh, we covered several years ago a huge tragedy at the Tree of Life synagogue in Squirrel Hill, in which 11 people were killed. A lot of our journalists were out in the field interviewing, witnesses and families of the victims, etc. And I think to myself, the emotion that we as journalists were able to capture in those interactions face to face with those people, that's not something that an AI chatbot can do, you know? So in many ways, that's why I feel so, such a sense of, it gives me a lot of pause when I think about AI, because while I see the possibilities in making our work a lot more efficient and quick so that we can focus on things that are important to journalists, like investigative reporting and so on, it also strips our work of truly a component that's very important, like, you know, the humanity that I speak about.
Absolutely. Klaudia, what about you?
When I think AI, one of the first things that comes to mind is this argument that some of my former colleagues, Arvind Narayanan and Sayesh Kapoor, made in their book, AI Snake Oil. If any of you guys have read that, highly recommend. They start the book by talking about how AI is such a broad term. It's as though we use the word vehicle when we talked about any sort of transportation issue. So imagine if you and I were talking about very different things, but you were talking about a stroller and I was talking about a submarine, but we were both using the word AI. I feel like that clouds the conversation, and I think in journalism, as in many industries, there are many kinds of applications of AI across, news creation, news distribution, all elements of the pipeline, and those are all different tools. It could be machine learning, it could be chatbots, it could be other things, and I think it's really important to use precise language when we talk about AI, because I think you can't paint with a broad brush.
Absolutely. My answer to the question is I think AI is a tool, and something that you both touched on that kind of ties into why I answer that question that way is let's not give it more credit than it deserves. It does lack that humanity. There are so many layers to it that require our intentional use of it, mindfulness, continuing education. And so that's one of the things I'm looking forward to digging in more here in the next few minutes is, how is this a tool? How can we continue to learn more about how it is a friend or a foe so that we can stay in control of it so it doesn't control us? Which really leads me to my next question. I'm going to start off with you here, Luis. Klaudia shared a lot of really insightful research about the rise of zero-click searches. As the editor of the top news site here in Western Pennsylvania, how are you seeing the impact of AI integrated into search for TribLive.com?
That's a great question, and I urge all of you to think about the ways in which you consume news. I do too. I Google something, and I then kind of read the first thing that comes on my phone, and then I keep going. But what I want you to do is I want you to click on the original source, which would be the article on TribLive, which is not happening as often as we would like. So to your question, yes, it is affecting our traffic because we're lazy as news consumers, and we're busy, and we have things to do, and when we want to find out something, we just look at Google and keep going, right? So, but I can tell you that in our newsroom, we employ probably close to 100 journalists, and we pay probably $7 million in salaries every year. And Google is giving our company probably, I don't know, $150,000 a year. So there's obviously a discrepancy there. We, as journalists, we are the ones who are going to school board meetings and municipal meetings and events and fires and breaking news stories. You don't see AI chatbots at those events, right? So here we are paying for all of that, the work to get the news into your devices, yet Google is benefiting from it. So it's a huge effect on our work, for sure.
Klaudia had also mentioned about how that drop in web traffic can also translate to other aspects of the business model, including advertising. Is that something that you find Trib Total Media grappling with as well because of AI?
It is. I wouldn't really necessarily think that it's because of AI. We have embraced a model in which we have no paywall on TribLive, and that's been intentional. We want to make sure that people in Western Pennsylvania and elsewhere around the country have access to news from Pittsburgh and the general area, so we don't charge. So instead, but that doesn't mean that traffic doesn't affect advertising. Of course it does. And that's a challenge for us because, you know, the advertising revenue has decreased over the years. If you recall, those of you who may be old enough to remember what the Sunday papers used to look like years ago, they were kind of thick and they were filled with like flyers for Kaufman's and Rite Aid and CVS. And now you pick up a copy of the paper and it's super thin. There are no ads. And, you know, it's definitely making a dent in the revenue stream for our publications.
Klaudia, Luis's observations of the impact of AI on his newsroom, it sounds like that's aligning with what your research is showing as well. Is there anything else that you're seeing that perhaps Luis hasn't touched on?
Yeah, a lot of publishers are seeing this, and in particular, I think smaller publishers and local news outlets have been reporting drops in traffic. And I think in part it's because one of the stats that I shared is it seems that the publishers who are benefiting most from AI search are the ones who are able to get these very lucrative, and they're not even lucrative financially, but they're lucrative in terms of exposure deals with AI companies. And those, like AI, OpenAI and Perplexity are not coming to TribLive, and they're not coming to a lot of outlets that don't have like international attention already, because those matter less from a policy perspective, because I think AI companies are just trying to tamp down the publishers that would make the most noise if they weren't being compensated.
I want to add something. I don't think this is all necessarily bad in the sense that it's motivated us or prompted us or challenged us to really pay attention to the content that we're creating, because we got to take, you know, a little bit of that sort of fault, not necessarily just blame AI for everything, for the drops in traffic. We want to make sure that what we're producing, the content that we have, is what you guys want to read, right? And you guys will be super surprised at what people actually come to our site for. You know, sports is huge here in Western Pennsylvania, breaking news, and that sort of thing. So we have embraced a model in which we are looking at web traffic in real time, which is not something we did, you know, decades ago. We're constantly evaluating if people are reading us, if they're clicking our articles, because if you're not looking at it, it can be great, but why am I going to, you know, place all these resources and send journalists to cover certain events if people really don't care to read it? So.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that topic, you know, are there any other positives or benefits, Luis, that you're finding that AI is maybe bringing to the newsroom?
As I mentioned earlier, we are actually testing tools that help our, you know, editors create better headlines. You know, journalists sometimes can be great writers, but not necessarily great headline writers. And there are some definite AI tools that I've used actually that actually help, you know, find the right verb, the right focus. There are also tools that help our photographers who are also not great writers write more compelling photo captions. But all of that has to be fact-checked. So you can really rely on the AI tool to maybe get you started. It doesn't mean that you can avoid the human sort of interaction with the copy and the story.
Sure, it's a thought partner versus a, you know,
As you
absolutely
called it,
not a
tool,
replacement.
of
Yeah,
course, yeah.
Klaudia, in your research, are there any other benefits you're finding that AI might be bringing to newsrooms?
I work at a journalism school, and one of the big focuses among some of my colleagues are data journalism. And so I think a lot of data journalists have been using what we now call AI, what used to be called machine learning, for a decade plus. And I think some of the most useful uses of AI are very unsexy, and it's just like allowing people to crunch a huge amount of data that they wouldn't have been able to do manually.
Yeah, absolutely. Even in my own work, I'm seeing it valuable for those types of reasons. Also, as an educator, I find for students, sometimes if they do their due diligence to check the links, it might bring to their attention a source or a news site they hadn't considered before. Of course, you know, as you mentioned, Klaudia, assuming that what it's linking to is accurate. And interestingly enough, in the PR world, I have been seeing in my strategic communication work a renewed discussion around the importance of companies and clients trying to build relationships with newsrooms, because their kind of working theory is, in addition to publishing content on our own social media platforms or company websites, if we try to increase our ability to maybe get covered by a news outlet, maybe that will help us pop up in that AI overview. And so, you know, for what that's worth, I do feel like in my putting my PR hat on for a moment, there is a renewed discussion of like, we need to be mindful of building meaningful relationships with news outlets. So for what that's worth, we'll see what other, if there's any other benefits that come to light. But one other thing I want to touch on, you know, Luis, when you were talking about, you know, possible solutions or just ways of trying to adapt in light of AI, Klaudia, you raised some really good points in your presentation about publishers being at this turning point of, do we adapt? Do we push back? What do we do? Do we make a deal? And so, Luis, my question here for you is, what is TribLive striving to do? Or are you thinking about pushing back, adapting? It sounds like you're already thinking about adapting, but yeah, how do you respond to this?
Honestly, we have to embrace, you know, the tech sector as potential partners and try and really, we've tried to invite them to the table to negotiate with us fair pricing. I think that's super important. So to that end, many publishers have banded together to create legislation that would force, you know, giants such as Google to negotiate, you know, pricing with publishers that are supplying them with all this great information that they're spreading on their sites. So that's one aspect of it that I think may be a little bit difficult. As you know, legislation is not easy to get through in Washington, and there's been several hearings, and we've been successful in at least trying to create awareness and generate, I mean, all the stuff that you're talking about, we may be familiar with it, but I don't think the general public really understands it. They don't understand what the stakes are in terms of, you know, what it means to journalists, working journalists like myself, where, you know, these tools, while they can be useful, they can really threaten livelihoods, people's jobs, and that's super important to me when I oversee a department of, you know, dozens of journalists. And even more, you know, I think it's important in this day and age to keep in mind that we have to make sure that we're providing information that people can trust. Trust is huge. And I'm not sure that I can think of AI and trust in the same sentence, and I think that's a problem. So I do believe that we have a responsibility to make sure that you as news consumers continue to trust us despite the fact that all these sort of negative tools are entering our world.
Yeah. Klaudia, in your presentation, you touched on some of the ways that publishers are pushing back and adapting, but it sounds like even the ones that do involve trying to make a deal with a, you know, company like OpenAI or put up a paywall or something, that they're flawed too. So are there any real tangible solutions here?
Yeah, that's extremely complicated, and I don't envy the people who are in the position of figuring that out, because it seems like the options that are presented to publishers are very flimsy. So the robot exclusion protocol, which is the thing I talked about that allows publishers to add code to their website to determine whether or not a crawler can access it, it's just a handshake agreement. And AI companies are not necessarily incentivized. There's no penalty for ignoring that. And so one possible approach is maybe enshrining that in law. I don't know if that's the right solution. But I think another piece of it is just like recognizing the labor of the journalists who do the work that enable the chatbots to actually produce content. And I think there's a total lack of recognition on the part of the AI companies, but I think also if you're a user who's being presented that summary, there's not signals in the summary that encourage you to think about where that information came from.
Yeah, no, something that you both just touched on that leads to where I want to go next with our conversation is what can we do? So there's layers to this. Of course, there's, how's the newsroom adapting? There's maybe education happening with our, maybe our lawmakers, potential legislation, hopefully trying to get the tech companies to be mindful and honor these agreements. But beyond all of that, what can everyday people do to strive to maybe be part of the solution and support local journalism?
Go straight to the source. So instead of being lazy and using the AI summary, try to scroll down a little bit. It doesn't really take that much time, and then go straight to the news outlet that's providing the information. That's really truly going to give you the best information anyway. So why wouldn't you want to do that? So, and I think we've tried to sort of create campaigns to encourage people to do just that, to make sure that they're coming to us directly, whether it's by via an app, that sort of thing, or just educating them about coming straight to our website, which is, again, like I said, it's not an easy thing to do, right, Klaudia? Because people are just more predisposed to go to just read the summary and move forward. Now, we're also trying to test creating summaries ourselves. Not a big fan of that, but at the same time, we've discovered that people do like to read news and bullet points for whatever reason. If it's something that they don't know about, it's quicker, it's faster. I'm a purist. I like to, read traditional, journalism stories. But that's another, thing that we're sort of testing, doing our own summaries and putting them on top of the stories, so that when you come directly to the site, then at least you'll get, that format that you're getting used to.
Yeah, Klaudia, any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, one thing I wanted to clarify, and something that I'm grappling with, is I don't necessarily think it's bad that the way that people are accessing information is changing. The way people access information is constantly changing, and the fact that AI summaries are filling a need shows that that is useful to people. And I don't think it's fair to blame people for using that. I'm inundated with information all the time, and if I just want a quick answer about whether or not the bug I see is a tick or not, and if there's an AI summary about it, I don't necessarily think that I need to become a scholar of ticks and understand everything. But on the other hand, I do think so I don't think the fact that the way people access information is changing is bad. But I do think that there should be pressure on AI companies to ensure that the information is more accurate, because there isn't any sort of laws around this. And there's no accountability around whether or not the summary is accurate or not, whether the citation is a plagiarize, or all those sorts of things. So I think that is a thing that maybe common people should be pushing maybe their legislators to change.
Frankly, ultimately, it's on you as a news consumer to make sure that you're, consuming information that is true and accurate. So, those summaries, we all should approach them with caution. Proceed with caution when you're looking at the summaries, because you really honestly don't know if the information is accurate or not.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of when Wikipedia became a thing. I remember in school, don't cite Wikipedia. But I do think that Wikipedia can be a valuable jumping off point to then find additional sources that you go and read yourself. And so perhaps we approach these AI overviews with that mentality that, it's good for a quick reference if we are trying to verify an insect. But if we want to do a deeper dive, use it as a jumping off point to go click on the links and read the full stories, as you said, Luis. I want to look ahead to the future now. Where do we see maybe all of this going? And Klaudia, I'm going to turn to you. Any insights on the horizon based on your research?
One emerging debate that I've seen among publishers is whether or not to make their content more machine readable. So to optimize the way that they present their content. In the past, this was SEO, search engine optimization. Now there's talk of GEO, or there's a lot of different acronyms that people are using. But basically, if AI search is the thing, how do we make sure we show up in AI search? And there's talk also of maybe like creating two different versions of your content, one that is human readable and one that is machine readable, so that you're optimizing for both experiences. And so that's one possible path we're going down.
Luis, what about you?
Oh boy, my mother-in-law always is one who says, well, I read it in the internet, so it must be true, right? But I do have a lot of faith in the news consumer, in people who are, reaching for truth and who are smart about how they consume the information they get. I don't know where the future is going to take us. I do have faith that there will be AI tools that will be really useful in making our work a lot more efficient, and will free our journalists to work on meaningful stories and spend more time, doing research, talking to people, doing investigative work, holding organizations and government accountable. So there's always room for that. And I think AI will free up our time to do more of that. As Klaudia said, I think the ability of some AI tools to do data crunches, I think is huge. I've done a lot of investigative work in which I have to look at sets of Excel spreadsheets, and I can see a world in which our time crunching all that data will be minimized in a way that will free our time to do more meaningful work, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It's interesting, Klaudia. In my work, I'm seeing that kind of attention to trying to adapt content to machines happening as well. I have a client who recently launched a blog with the intention of trying to create content that could perhaps be picked up in AI overview because they are noticing a decline in traffic to their website, and they're trying to craft that content in a way that's mimicking kind of that bullet point, kind of Q&A format, and those summaries that you mentioned that, TribLive is being mindful of as well. Before we move into Q&A with the audience, any final thoughts from Luis or Klaudia? Anything we haven't touched on already that you'd like to share with the audience?
I just encourage you all to, like I said, go to straight to the source of the news. Be wary, be mindful that AI can be a friend, but it can also be a foe.
Yeah, what he said.
I agree. All right, now we'd love to hear from you. What's on your mind? How can we continue the conversation? Yes.
Thank you. I have a question. I understand that most of the errors that you found, if I was understanding correctly, were about the kind of use and abuse of journalism in general, misattribution, or just making that opaque entirely. But I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to the kind of error that you found. If it's mostly just that kind of, like I said, misuse of journalism as the substructure of the content. I'm interested, in addition to that, like what kinds of things were really wrong, or if that was there.
So in the research that I've done, the one where I was showing a lot of graphs, we were specifically we were testing to see whether chatbots can do a task that standard search engines can do well, which is when you paste a block of text in quotes, it can find the original source. And that's what we found that they couldn't do. And on top of that, when they couldn't do it, they would just lie about it. But there's been other research, like the study that I mentioned with all the public broadcasters, public media organizations. They would, for every organization, for example, the BBC was one of the organizations that was involved, they would ask a question about the news, like something that had happened. There were 30 different prompts that they used. And they asked the chatbots to answer those questions citing BBC content. And then the journalists assessed how well they represented that content. And they found that there were a load of different issues when it came to accuracy, when it came to chronology, and all these other things that matter a lot when it comes to faithful representation of news content. And again, I'm speaking specifically from a news angle, but I'm sure a lot of this translates to academic research and other disciplines as well. Yeah.
Luis, are there any other common flaws that you found in the newsroom's use with AI? I mean, you mentioned already the lack of humanity and just emotional intelligence of it, of course, but any common missteps with it?
I would say that perhaps, attribution, which you touched on, is really super important, making sure that those tools are directing us to providing the right attribution. I think that's probably the most that I've seen, which, is really important aspect of journalism, right? Accuracy. So it's not necessarily anything light.
And for students in the room, from an academic perspective, it's also one of the top red flags to notify an instructor if perhaps this was AI generated. Other questions? Yes.
I think it was really interesting how you showed how the AI search engines could reverse engineer an article through specifically the social media posts. And I started thinking about like security, or just kind of like, if an AI chatbot can do that, what does that mean for like other like things, being able to get information, kind of like Sherlock it, if you get what I mean, and just kind of like what that means for just publishers and just kind of media as a whole, being able to reverse engineer a story.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, so the reverse engineering of the article was the agentic browser and not the chatbot. I don't think chatbots can do that, but when you have an agent that can perform a multi-step task and like make decisions on its own, that's when that happens. And yeah, there's been a lot of stuff written in the last few weeks about like all of the different security implications of these AI browsers and why you should like absolutely not put it on your computer, because there's a ton that can go wrong. Yeah. Yeah, people are using, like, OpenAI is trying to advertise these tools as like, oh, you can let it go shopping for you. Like, why would I let a robot shop on my behalf and give it my credit card?
As a follow-up to that, Klaudia, are there any tools or browsers or extensions that you would maybe recommend for folks who do want to be mindful of their privacy and security of information online?
Well, if you want to follow Luis's advice and not read AI summaries and go directly to the source and not be tempted by AI summaries, there are like Chrome extensions and things that you can add to your browser to block the AI summary from appearing in a Google search.
Thank you. Next question.
Hello. So I was thinking about what you mentioned earlier, is that AI relies on journalists to give people the information that exists, because the AI can't do the journalism themselves. I was thinking about as well journalists using AI to help in the process. To me, it seems kind of like a snake eating its own tail, if you know what I mean. Like, the journalists themselves are also using some of these tools, but the tools couldn't exist without the journalists. To me, we get into a process where and it's something that's kind of been studied in this realm of like creativity and like everything kind of going towards the same voice and like losing individual voices in work. Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
I do, and I want to clarify that at least in my newsroom, we do not actively use AI tools in work that is public-facing. The tools that we have tested are tools that we are testing internally. And we are developing an AI policy so that if we ever get to the point in which any of our stories have been produced using AI tools, we will be very clear to the consumer and indicate that AI tools have been used. I honestly believe that transparency is extremely important in our field to ensure that trust that we were talking about earlier. Because I want people to think that, it's a two-way street and we're being sneaky or whatever. I think you're totally right in thinking that way, but it's at least where I'm sitting, it's not happening. I do know that some newsrooms are allowing their journalists to use AI tools, freely.
But that is not the norm. As of right now, there are some newsrooms where they're like, oh, you can use AI to maybe edit your first draft or things like that. But for the most part, when AI is being used, it's being used for very boring back-end things that can easily be automated. But another element of this is just because journalists aren't using AI to produce content doesn't mean that other people aren't, and that people aren't pretending to be journalists and creating content online. There's so much AI slop out there. There's a lot of my colleagues study misinformation, and there's this whole realm of fake entities that pose as journalistic entities called Pink Slime, and they pose as a local news outlet or something like that.
We just discovered in our newsroom a site, and I can't remember the name of it, but I think it was called AlleghenyCountyNews.com or something, and it literally was copying and pasting and maybe rewriting slightly our own content. It was crazy. I mean, it's crazy, and we are taking legal steps to address that because, like I said, we're the ones paying for the work to be done, yet somebody else is trying to sell it off as their own. Is that fair?
A couple things to add to both of that is that if you're interested in seeing examples of ethics policies, if you do a Google search for something along the lines of like newsroom AI ethics policy examples, there's some great resources out there. There's one article in particular I'm thinking of that curates like a couple dozen of them, so then you can kind of do your own content analysis to see like, yeah, what are some of the common back-end ways that news outlets are using it that kind of support what Klaudia was just sharing. And then the other thing I wanted to share in response to your question about the creative voice, yeah, absolutely, journalists, humans are adding a very important, necessary layer to that from a newsroom perspective, but that's also a big conversation right now in the PR and strategic communication world, because there are a lot of agencies that are trying to find ways to use AI. I think sometimes they feel like they have to be kind of like hip and cool, but the challenge that's being raised is that, why does a company come to an agency? They want that creativity, they want visuals and pitches and social media content that speaks in their brand voice and doesn't sound like everybody else's, and AI is not great at that. And so again, it's just another example, like Luis was saying, yes, maybe there's a way to help the humans work more efficiently, but you still need that human touch for the reason that you said, that everything doesn't start to sound the same. Yes.
I'm curious what the financial ramification is for clicking through to a news site. What is that? I know, for instance, you download a song from iTunes, and artists talk about tenths of pennies on a dollar that they get every time you download. What do you get when someone clicks through to TribLive, if anything?
So we've been asked that question before. I don't have the answer to you. I can honestly sort of speculate that the amount of, that you need hundreds, if not thousands of clicks to generate any kind of meaningful revenue from a story. What we do pay attention to is, obviously when a story exceeds a certain amount of clicks, then, like say, at least 10,000 clicks for a story, then that's something that is something to be, that we ought to pay attention to. But
so when you get that, does that change the ads that you place on that particular site where that story appears? So, I'm kind of getting into the weeds with the way you market your websites, but if I'm an advertiser, do I want to be on that story site, or is that ad that I'm seeing based on my background and my search habits versus based on...
Absolutely. There are tools, as you guys have probably experienced. At least in my house, we were talking about buying shoes one day, and then all of a sudden all these ads for shoes started appearing on everything I was reading online, and it was kind of crazy. But yeah, I think there's a lot of ways in which, websites sort of track your reader and user experience to the point where they are feeding you ads tailored to your own taste and that sort of thing. So.
And is AI going to only expedite that ability for websites to do that, or is that anything you've looked into in your research?
That is one use case for AI, is for personalizing content to the user, either like the display of content on a news website or what is being promoted to you in a newsletter. And yeah, apparently some publishers have had success in converting a casual visitor into a subscriber based on some AI-driven personalization.
I honestly will be very curious to see what the future is for that personalized content, only because, like, for example, I like movies, and just because I like movies, it doesn't mean that I want to get every single story about movies. I want to make sure that I'm reading other things as well.
Right.
So, I don't know. I have a lot of pause when it comes to that personal experience.
Yes.
I have a question between the public relations field and then the publisher field. So are you seeing on the publisher field, are you seeing more press releases being produced by agencies? If that's the case, could you put those into an AI, and are you filtering that way? I almost see it kind of like how job sites have resumes and they filter them out. Are you seeing more, and are you filtering them differently now? And from a PR side of things, you said agencies are using them. Are you spinning them differently or creating more?
Don't know who wants. Do you want to answer it first
Oh,
from
I
the
can
newsroom
tell you.
side?
I mean, are we seeing more press releases coming into our newsroom? Is that?
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, because I could spin up an AI bot and generate 5 press releases real quick for the same subject, and just submit them to you guys. Are you guys seeing a larger frequency?
Yes, but you know what? I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to tell you that as a journalist, it doesn't matter how many press releases I get. I'm not going to do a story just because you're sending me a press release. In fact, when I was a reporter, I covered healthcare in Pittsburgh for many years, and if I would get a press release, that would be like my sort of sign to not do a story, because to me that meant that everybody else was going to, every other news outlet was going to do a story as well, and I wanted to do content that was unique and exclusive, and that I was going to break a story. So, I mean, it may work for PR people, but it doesn't necessarily work for journalists like me.
I do know, and I don't want to speak on behalf of these newsrooms because they're not here with us today, but I do know that there are some newsrooms in Western Pennsylvania that have reported an uptick in press releases, and they're starting to catch on that they're AI generated. And so they're doing, to Luis's point, a good journalist should never just say like, oh, copy, paste, publish. With the press release, it could be a jumping off point for a deeper, more enterprising and investigative piece. But they have added like an extra kind of layer of due diligence. And one journalist in particular I saw recently did a social media post about like, hey, this is not an effective strategy for trying to get more coverage. On the PR side, what I've been seeing and hearing at conferences for folks who are trying to be mindful of that is how do you make your content stand out? And so there's been a lot of emphasis put on thought leadership and expert interview opportunities. So, so that you're not just sending a press release that sounds canned, or maybe your client doesn't really have something that's like quote unquote newsworthy right now. How can you try to cultivate people within your organization to serve as thought leaders and try to then build relationships with news outlets to say, hey, here are some people that we have available to you for when you are doing those, more investigative, enterprising pieces. In terms of what some other agencies are using AI for, there's a lot of conversation around some agencies trying to develop their own AI tech stacks to expedite some processes, whether that's blog posts or newsletter content, brainstorming ideas, timelines for campaigns. I've personally found it can be helpful for like if you're working on a campaign over multiple months, you kind of put in what you're striving to do. Does it have some ideas for like cadence for it? But again, if used ethically and intentionally, it should still have that human oversight. I think where it's flawed are some folks that are trying to find ways to use it when maybe there isn't one. I have a colleague at an agency right now who said his supervisor often says, "How did you use AI today?" And he's like, "I want to say, I didn't, because it was just going to make the work harder and I could just do it better myself." And so I think keeping that distinction in mind, again, friend versus, foe is important.
To your point about the job resume parallel, I have heard of newsrooms developing AI tools to help them parse the emails that are coming in and decide whether or not they're worthy of a story. So yeah, it's like AI interacting with AI to determine if AI should be a story.
Yeah, and it just highlights the human relationship there between PR and publisher too.
Absolutely.
How important that would be too.
Absolutely. I think we have time for maybe one more question.
You had mentioned earlier how AI had made a whole website about that copied information from your news outlet. So as a student, how can we decipher what's real versus what is fake for those of us who are trying to refrain from using AI? I just feel like that's kind of scary, that a whole website can be created, made entirely from AI. So how can we kind of decipher what's real versus what's fake? And how has the technology gotten to the point where it can create a whole artificial website to be used for the public?
I know, it's scary, right? And the scary part is that those other sites are using information that's true. So inevitably, they're going to be using our sourcing, and it's going to say, the story may say according to whatever, and it's true. So the issue here is not necessarily the truthfulness of the story, it's just the way in which they obtain the information, right? I would just encourage you to look at the source. I mean, I spoke earlier a little bit about the speed with which we as consumers tend to consume news. You're looking at your phone real quickly, you're not going to sort of have the time to decide which side is right and which side is wrong. So I would just simply urge you to familiarize yourself with, news outlets in your respective towns, if that's something that is important to you. I have to tell you this example because I think this is fascinating. When Donald Trump was shot in Butler last year, I was on vacation and I found out about it on X. And I was scrolling, and the first thing I saw was a video. And my initial reaction was, this is fake. This didn't happen. So what I did was I just kept on scrolling, and I kept seeing news, the president, he was a candidate at the time, has been shot. So what I did as a news consumer was I went directly to the New York Times, the Washington Post, and other trusted journalists who I follow to kind of verify what I was seeing on my social media feed. But I'm not sure that everybody has the knowledge or time to even do that. But it's an example of how the AI technology is creating this sense of, forcing us to question what we're seeing. Is that good? Is that bad? I don't know, but I found it, I was really shocked, within minutes of my search to find out that indeed Donald Trump had been shot, because I didn't really honestly believe it at all when I first saw it. But, then again, we as journalists have been taught to be very skeptical of pretty much everything we see. wasn't there a saying that said, if your mother tells you she loves you, you better find out if that's true or something like that?
Something like that, yes,
Trust but
yes.
verify.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, so.
Yeah, it's just a reminder of the importance of media literacy. Klaudia, do you have any thoughts as we wrap up here in response to that question? What can we do to, even if we are trying to be mindful of what we're using, if there's websites totally AI generated out there, how do we keep an eye out for that?
Yeah, that's a really good question because it's such a big problem. And you're right, like if something looks like an authentic local news source, especially if you're not from that area, let's say you're like doing research about Pittsburgh, but you're not from there, how are you supposed to know what the local news landscape is like? And sometimes even the tips, like I think the last panel was talking about how like media literacy and social media literacy tips have failed us. And some of the tips that we use that were told in the past, like, oh, look at the byline or look at the URL, even those sometimes can be deceiving. And so I really empathize with this issue, especially if you're researching a topic you're not familiar with. It's hard to know what are reliable sources and what aren't. And so I think maybe to piggyback off of what Luis said, try to see if anyone else is saying the same thing. Like if only one source is reporting on something, that might not be very reliable. But if, multiple sources and some of which you are familiar with are saying the same thing, that might be true. But I'm glad you're asking that question.
We will end on that great advice. And thank you all of you for your time today as well, for coming out and continuing to deepen your understanding of these issues so you can be thoughtful, ethical news consumers as well. I'd like to give a round of applause to Luis and Klaudia for joining us today. Your perspectives were so insightful. And I also invite all of you to continue to join us throughout the day. There are more sessions. There are also posters set up in the lobby. Please check those out. They're also doing an opportunity for you to vote for your favorite at the undergraduate and graduate level. And next is lunch in Ballroom C. So we invite you to join us there as well. Thank you so much and have a great rest of your day.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back this afternoon. It's great to have you here. Hopefully you all enjoyed a wonderful lunch and poster session over the last hour and a half. And I'm really excited about this next session here called The Dignity and Dangers of AI, Surveillance, Immigration, and Faith. And so in order to introduce properly this session, I'd like to invite a friend of mine, Susan Baida, up to moderate. And she is the executive director of the Center for Applied Research on Targeted Violence, a joint venture of CMU and Pitt. She's the co-founder and chair of Latina Unidos of Western Pennsylvania and serves on Governor Shapiro's Advisory Commission on Latino Affairs. So please join me in welcoming Susan up to introduce. You're just fine. You stay right there. You stay right there. You're doing great. I'll just get off the stage.
Am I on? Okay, great. Thank you, John, and also Mia for organizing this incredible conference, and just really appreciate the opportunity to talk with these guest experts on such an important topic. I also want to just thank the faith-based community, the university communities, for the discourse on immigration and the issues surrounding it. So, and thank you to all in the audience for being part of this conversation. I have two impressive panelists today. I'd like to start with Gregory Donovan. Gregory, do you go by Gregory? Okay. Gregory Donovan is an associate professor in the Department of Communication and Media Studies and an affiliate faculty in the Urban Studies Design and Technology programs at Fordham University. Welcome from New York City. I'm glad you arrived here. He received his PhD in environmental psychology from the City of New York Graduate Center and is the author of Canaries in the Data Mine, Understanding the Proprietary Design of Youth Environments, and is a principal investigator of the Initiative on Migrants, Migration, and Human Dignity. Donovan's research broadly explores the mutual shaping of people, place, and technology, and how to reorient such shaping toward a more just and meaningful publics. His current research situates migrant accompaniment as a site of social reproduction and considers how non-hierarchical practices of care and maintenance challenge the logics of surveillance and control that cyberstalk people in migration. Thank you, Gregory, for being here. And next, I'd like to introduce Monica Ruiz. I've known Monica for many years now. She does incredible work as the executive director of Casa San Jose, which was founded in 2013 by the Sisters of St. Joseph of Baden, right here in Pittsburgh, and supports and advocates for and with the Latino community in Western Pennsylvania. Monica received the 2019 Women of Influence Award from the Pittsburgh Business Times and the 2019 Cesar Chavez Community Heroes Award. She currently sits on numerous nonprofit boards and committees and has served on transition teams for Allegheny County Executive Sara Inamorato and Pittsburgh Mayor Ed Gainey. Ruiz earned a bachelor's degree in social work with a concentration in psychology and a master's degree in social work from the University of Pittsburgh. So welcome to both of you. I'm really pleased to be able to talk about the description of our panel, which is Dignity and the Dangers of AI, Surveillance, Immigration, and Faith. Just to offer the audience a little bit of a description of this talk, artificial intelligence, as we all know, is becoming increasingly embedded in the systems of governance, security, and social services. Vulnerable and marginalized communities often feel its impact first and most intensely. This panel explores the ethical, the spiritual, and human dimensions of AI-driven surveillance in the context of immigration enforcement and border control, and drawing on the perspectives of from theology, ethics, law, technology studies and lived experience, our panelists will examine how algorithmic decision-making, biometric monitoring, and predictive analytics shape perceptions of human worth and belonging, if you can believe that. What happens to dignity when one's movements, relationships, and identity are continuously tracked? How do faith, traditions speak to the moral obligations that we hold towards those rendered as data points in systems designed to categorize and control? And what possibilities exist for resistance, solidarity, and policy reform that places human flourishing at its center? So through dialogue and audience engagement, I hope we have some rich questions from you at the end. This conversation seeks not only to illuminate the dangers of uncritical technological adoption, but also to imagine the frameworks of care, hospitality, and justice that honor the sacredness of each person in the age of AI. So I hope that gives a little bit of an overview of what we'll be covering today. I'd like to go ahead and start with Gregory. Gregory, please tell us more about Fordham University's initiative on migrants, migration, and human dignity, when it was founded, and tell us about it, because I think it's one of those few centers in the country that's really dedicated to this topic.
Thank you. And thank you for that introduction and for having me here. So this initiative on migrants, migration, and human dignity, which is based at Fordham University, we operate with funding from the Cummings Foundation, which is a nonprofit based in Massachusetts. It started with 3 of my colleagues back in 2023, I believe. They got like a 2-year funding for a pilot to see if they could do proof of concept, figure out a way to take the concept of migration justice, the practice of migrant accompaniment, and try and connect it with research, teaching, and service. At the end of that 2-year period, not only did I enlist in this project, but so did a few other faculty, so there were 7 of us total. Myself in communication and media studies, 2 colleagues from theology, 2 colleagues from political science, 1 colleague from languages and culture, and 1 colleague from natural sciences. And the 7 of us went back to the Cummings Foundation and applied for more money, and we got a 3-year, very well-funded grant that allows us to not only create a whole range of internships for both undergrads and graduate students that are fully paid and places them both in migrant-serving organizations in New York City, but also brings students and faculty down to the southern border, both in places like Nogales, Arizona, and Nogales, Mexico, and both provides long-term internships there for students, but also allows faculty to meet with different organizations, meet with different populations, and actually build research agendas that meet their needs, rather than some kind of question that we're thinking about in the ivory tower. I mentioned accompaniment earlier, and just to provide some kind of general definition for that, the best way to think about accompaniment in the broadest term is a kind of lateral organizing, right? A practice about bearing witness, about being with someone else on their journey. I did some basic training in legal accompaniment at Villanova University. That idea is you're not the lawyer directly that's going to be representing this person, but you're going to be with them through the legal process, and you have all kinds of legal knowledge that you can support. If you actually become a licensed legal to do legal accompaniment, then you can, under the supervision of like a law firm or a lawyer, help someone represent themselves, which is not something that just a random person can do. So accompaniment can be legal, it can be about helping people connect with social services, it can be about spiritual development. It's really a non-hierarchical practice in which expertise isn't rooted in one end, but throughout the relationship on both ends. It talks a lot about mutuality. And so that's a practice we make sure that all our internships, classes that we're developing, which are community engaged, but also the research that we're doing is always participatory and community driven, to ensure that it fits within this accompaniment model of being with people instead of like controlling or managing or studying them. And then just the 2 other things I'll point out is underneath that umbrella, my own work, which I'll be speaking a lot about today, has been an assessment of 12 different organizations, both at the southern border and in New York City, that I've been working with, 22 people that we've done in-depth interviews with from those organizations during the last year of the Biden administration and the first year of the Trump administration, and trying to assess all the shifts in accompaniment practices, both in places like Arizona and in places like New York City, and the way they're having to adapt to accompany people who are now living in a fundamentally different country than they were prior to January 2025. And the last plug I'll say is our website is migrationjustice.org. So if you're curious about the work we do or any of our programming, you can learn more about that at migrationjustice.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. I'd like to turn to Monica now. Monica, please tell us about Casa San Jose. It's an incredible organization that you've helped grow phenomenally since you started as the executive director in 2018. And tell us what's happening today. Give us sort of a lay of the land of what's happening with Latino immigrants in Pittsburgh.
Thank you, Susan. I was sharing earlier that Pittsburgh is considered a major city, but even though we're a major city, Latinos are still less than 3% of the population here. The immigrant population is actually very, very small. And despite that, ICE activity has increased over 250% since last year alone. And the tactics that they're using are much more harsh than they have been in the past. And so they're going to courthouses, they're going to ICE check-ins, they're going to restaurants, they're going to people's homes. I was just sharing with Susan yesterday, we saw a work van just sitting in the middle of the road in one of our neighborhoods here where the windows were all smashed out and the people were just gone. And that's an everyday occurrence. So again, we do have a smaller immigrant population here, but we're seeing a lot of increased enforcement. And it's scary because there was some talks about looking for a larger facility here in Pittsburgh. They're currently located on the south side. It's a very small facility, but they're looking for a larger space. And that makes me worry because there really aren't enough immigrants to even meet the quotas that they have now. So if they are looking for more space, who are they really going to go after? They're going to be going after people like you and I.
Thank you for that. And just a little bit more about Casa San Jose, because it's such a great organization. You do so much with Casa. Please tell us a little bit more.
Thank you, Susan. I got off track. Thank you for keeping me on track. Casa San Jose, we're a nonprofit organization. We provide an array of services. We have youth programming, mental health services, social services. We do a lot of advocacy. We were birthed out of the Sisters of St. Joseph, and if you guys know those nuns, they are like, they're a force. They're a force, right? And so we learn a lot from them. And in the beginning, we were a very strong social service agency, which we still are now, that, we used to just like dabble in advocacy, but I'm really proud to say that we are very much doing equal work in both parts. We do have a rapid response network where when ICE is spotted somewhere, we are able to get people to get out there en masse fairly quickly. We do some accompaniments as well. We do court accompaniments, ICE check-in accompaniments, anything that people don't feel comfortable doing on their own. Right now, we are doing a lot of food deliveries because people are afraid to leave their house. There was a raid here that happened over 5 hours. It was a 5-hour-long raid, and it was from 5 o'clock until 10 o'clock at night. And it was when people were coming home from work. So everybody that was driving while brown was pulled over by the police, and if they couldn't produce, I guess, what they thought was sufficient identification, then ICE would pick them up right on the spot. So things from like taking your kids to school, going to work, going to the grocery store are very dangerous, and people are afraid. And so we've been able to fill in the gaps and figure out what the needs of our community are, and really been able to step up and help them.
So this is a very helpful backdrop to know about your backgrounds and what your respective organization and centers focus on. I'll turn it now to you, Gregory. I'd love to understand more about, and I'm sure the audience here would like to understand a little bit more about your research and how it examines how data practices shape people's sense of belonging and agency. And so when AI systems collect data about people, especially immigrants or marginalized communities, what does that mean for their dignity? You've done a lot of work on the issue of dignity, right?
Yeah, so one thing I think that's helpful to start discussions like this about is how technology in general, when we say like a well-designed technology or UX, a lot of it involves burying the logics of the system kind of like below the surface and making for a very intuitive interaction so that you don't really notice what's happening under that hood. Like nobody wants to be bombarded with lots of questions as a consumer, right? And so if we think about taking that approach of kind of like, let's call it the Mac OS approach, right? You just have files, folders, and recycle bins, but you don't have to do command line prompts anymore to figure out what's actually happening with that data. When smart cities and smart homes start operating in this way, and at this particular moment, you're talking about a community that is not only being targeted, and I'm just saying migrants generally, because I don't want to even limit it just to quote-unquote undocumented, or what certain people would call illegal aliens, to speak of dehumanization and denying a certain kind of dignity. But this idea that anyone short of full citizen is potentially swept up in this, what's going on right now, and to this point that we have a massive infrastructure being built up, that when we are not actively detaining people, we are, as taxpayers, paying just to keep those beds ready for more detentions. And so there is also just that real question of, if we deport everyone we're claiming to, who then goes into these detention centers? And so all of these things, I know I'm jumping around a bit, but when you are someone who is in that first wave of being kind of attacked or targeted or talked about, the feeling that the environment can turn on you at any point is very different than like, I have to look out for this person or that person. You really have to start thinking about the kinds of signals you're giving off at all times and in all places. You might not want to go grocery shopping anymore, so you need groceries delivered to you. You are applying for asylum. You are playing by the rules. You are trying hard, but you are now afraid to show up to your court hearing because that might lead to your abduction and deportation, right? So that kind of shock to human dignity to say, even playing by the rules, doing what you're supposed to, doing everything you think is right, and this is still going to be the potential outcome because a supposed technology is identifying you as being out of place, even in a place you call your home or your school or your work, really challenges that idea of dignity. And one other thing I would add to this discussion about like, why, especially if you are a community who is in harm's way, let's frame it that way, especially a migrant community, there's all kinds of things that AI can try out that they can't face blowback for, right? It's really hard to be sued by an undocumented immigrant for violating their supposed rights. And we have a very problematic history as a country here about using certain migrant communities to try out different things and let the mistakes happen where they may happen and then move on. So one thing to think about is the way we are training and using all kinds of AI technologies on a population that really can't consent, is not given any privacy rights, and doesn't have the ability to fight back through the court system the way most of us in this room might have. And then the final point I'll make, similarly about like AI and legal and human dignity, imagine you are in this country and you are applying for asylum because you are fleeing political violence, right? That you did not want to leave your home, you were forced to leave your home. And you came here, you played by the rules, you sought asylum properly, but your entire legal case is premised on showing how traumatized you've been, right? Tapping into the hardest information, very difficult experiences, and being able to talk about it quite fluently in a court of law in order to prove your ability to stay in this country. That's a very time-consuming project for a lawyer to do, right? Like to sit with a human being and hear about the trauma that they've experienced and try and formulate that into a legal case. It's a lot of time, a lot of work. That is not something an AI chatbot can do, right? It can provide legal information. It could even be very useful in helping someone defend themselves, right? Represent themselves in our court system. But trying to work out and externalize experienced trauma with an AI chatbot, I can't use dignity to define that kind of interaction, even though I understand that might be put in place with the best intentions, right? Like to help someone because it might be better than no lawyer, and yet that's a pretty undignified situation to put someone into.
Well, as part of that question, I was going to ask, like, how do we use these systems to help create dignity? How to create more human flourishing amongst?
Thank you. It won't be so dystopian, my response. And it's a good reminder that that's where accompaniment comes in. So one thing I've been thinking of is, I would love a country in which we actually promise everyone legal representation, right? And maybe a lot of you would too, but we don't have those lawyers. Like, we do not have the numbers to actually assign a lawyer to every person that's going through our legal system, especially if they are an immigrant. So even if the money materialized, we don't have the people to put in that situation. So it does open this door to, well, this might be an area in which AI could be very useful in providing kinds of support to people who are navigating a very complex legal system. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of problems with that, trying to deal with your trauma. But if accompaniment could be a new system that we start creating, like there is someone who has some legal understanding and is there with that person using this AI chatbot or using some kind of legal assistant, that's a slightly different dynamic. That's someone who might have certain kinds of skills to really hold your hand, and literally or like, metaphorically, and go through that process so that it's not compounding the alienation and the dehumanization that you're already feeling. It's not a perfect answer, but thinking about how when we create these new tools, a new practice has to go along with it that helps it integrate into the systems that already exist.
Thank you for that. And Monica, so from the vantage point of Casa San Jose, a faith-based and oriented nonprofit born out of the Catholic social justice tradition, how do you think faith informs the way Casa resists the dehumanization of these systems and technologies?
So Casa, I think, is a little bit unique. I'm going to talk about Catholics for a minute. I'm Catholic. I was born and raised. All my kids went to Catholic school, so please forgive if I insult anyone. But the Catholic Church has not been a supporter of any of this. So we just recently were able to meet with the bishop and, just start to get their thinking along the line. If you think about, like, the Lutherans, they were the first ones to step up. Like, there's so many folks that were like, this is wrong. We want to do something. And this is like years ago. Even our Jewish brothers and sisters were the first ones on the front lines to try and help us. And it's sad that the Catholic Church is just now starting to get on. But I will say, Sister Janice Vanderneck founded Casa San Jose, and Sister Janice still works there, and she is an amazing leader that doesn't take no for an answer. And learning from her, under her leadership, and the way that she is able to move people by the words that she is able to share because of her strong faith. That is what's helped Casa move. That right there. So it might not have come from like the Catholic Church as a whole, but for those of us that believe in those teachings, we know how to use them to help the people that we really care about. Because you can't turn your back on your neighbor. We're about welcoming the stranger, even though sometimes we're not getting the support that we need from the Catholic Church. But I think it is, I think of like, I get tired sometimes and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can do this. And I just look over and I see Sister Janice at like almost 80 years old and she's still pushing away. And I'm like, okay, I gotta keep going. But it's that burning faith inside of her. We have other sisters that work at Casa as well. And you see the passion, and just when you want to give up hope, it doesn't let you. And so I am moved by my Catholic faith to do this work, and I know I'm doing what God wants me to do. I really wish that the Catholic Church as a whole would probably be a little bit more on board, but I haven't really thought about answering that question, so thank you. That was a good question.
And I'm so glad that you brought up Sister Janice, because if there's some audience members who don't know about Sister Janice, please look her up. She is a force of nature, a good force of nature. And I don't know if it was her or her and the sisters, but you should tell the audience about what she's done since the raids and what they do on Fridays here in Pittsburgh. and the way they've mobilized other faith-based communities, which has been just amazing.
So I don't think Sister Janice sleeps. I'll start with that. but the ICE office is here on the south side. It's just a few blocks down. And so every Friday, they have prayer vigil there. And they started, I think it was running from like 9:30 to 10:30. It was pretty early, 9 to 10:30. And now it's getting a little colder, so I think they want to move it a little bit later. But it's really important. So she's been able to get different congregations to sort of take over for the month, but it's still every Friday it happens. And one thing that's really beautiful about that is that when people are picked up, they are taken there. That's where they are. And I can't imagine how absolutely horrible that day must be for those people, because they don't know what's going to happen to them. But to hear people outside praying for them, I think gives them some hope. And so she's out there, cold, rain, heat. She's out there with a large group of people. And if you're ever not busy on a Friday morning, I highly encourage you to go down there as well.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay, I know we need to stay on the topic of AI and technologies and data mining on migrants. So this is for you, Gregory. I'll move back and forth here a little bit. How do AI surveillance systems, so used in housing, employment vetting, predictive policing, affect who feels welcome in a city, right? I mean, this is a little bit of a different question than the first one. And what does belonging look like in an age where movement and identity are constantly monitored?
No, it's a great, so one thing I've been trying to follow, because it was released last month. I talk loud, but not that loud. Okay, sorry about that. So one thing I've been following in the news the past couple of months, maybe some of you have, but the company Palantir. Right? I'm fascinated by this company. It's producing a lot of AI, a lot of data. I'm fascinated by the fact that it picked the name of an evil surveillance tool from Lord of the Rings. Like, it's really worth processing that the Palantir corrupts whoever uses it. So they consciously chose that as the name for their company. But why it relates to this discussion is they released a service called Immigration OS. Okay, and this is for DHS, the Department of Homeland Security. I think it was something like $60 million. There's a lot of money going into developing AI and algorithms for tracking, monitoring, and identifying people who are supposedly undocumented or are not here or should not be here in the country. So this is a tool that claims to pull together huge amounts of data, all the systems you mentioned, right, that have been put in place over the past 10 years or so, plus even things like digital doorbells, right, whether it's Ring or whether it's an apartment building. All manner of data that is being aggregated is finding its way into these databases, into Immigration OS that Palantir has created. And we even have some evidence now that they are taking some of this data from police departments who are not voluntarily giving it. It's just being taken, and that does not appear to be stopped at the moment. So there's massive aggregation of this data in order to create this system that's supposedly going to track, they claim it will follow every immigrant every single day and try to kind of root them out of society should they do anything wrong. And so it really, I don't want to be too hyperbolic, but it is the beginning of a possible digital apartheid where you can start using digital systems to just screen people out of certain parts of everyday life. They might live among you. It might not be physically segregated like it was in the 20th century, but the opportunities you have, the things you can dream about, the places you have access to, that's starting to shape. At least that's what these tools are aiming to do, these specific tools anyways. I'm not trying to claim that's all of AI. And this is feeding this idea of an everywhere border, right? Increasing concept that, like, people are increasingly applying for asylum before they even get to the border. That's what the CBP-1 app that came out during the Biden administration was all about. People had to wait until they were within so many miles of the southern border and then file an asylum application on a phone, and then when approved, after sometimes many months, then come to your check-in point at the border and come in. Those people are now being actively deported. Their use of that app has now made them easier to deport, even though they followed the rules. Tens of thousands of people were just cut off after waiting for months for an application. But that's one way in which the border has moved south, east, west, and north, like outside of the country, that you start encountering the border in different digital ways before you physically cross it. But then once you get into the country, that monitoring still continues. Practices that were common among Border Patrol right around the southern border are now practiced by ICE in our inner cities, places like New York City, but same with Chicago, LA, San Francisco, Seattle. All of these cities are border cities. They're all within 100 miles of an east, west, north, or southern border, and that creates a different legal landscape under DHS about what can and can't be done. So all of this speaking to, if you are a migrant living within 100 miles of a border, dealing with an everywhere border that is very much getting into your personal life and arguably getting worse every month, because again, Immigration OS only came online last month. It is just getting started. So we're just starting to see where this could be going. It really raises these questions of belonging, and I also find it incredibly problematic that a lot of the rhetoric to rationalize this uses a framework that Tressie Cottom has called exclusion via inclusion, right? So this idea of it's keeping us all safe, it's making us all good. This is going to be good for you. This is the right way to do asylum. And actually that presumable process of inclusion is actively excluding these people, right? So like a language of here's how you belong, and then using that to exclude someone is just very kind of problematic. And so, I mean, I will get in a bit more. I do have positive examples about how people are getting around this, but for the moment, I think it's worth understanding that this 20th century notion of physical borders being the primary thing that polices who gets in and who gets out, for better or for worse, has really exploded and in all kinds of directions. And a lot of that is done through AI and algorithms because you really can't fund the personnel, like the labor force necessary to do that kind of policing externally and internally, even with all the hiring we're doing with ICE right now. Like it's barely scratching the surface, which is why they need these kinds of AI tools or algorithms to fill in those gaps.
Right, and increasing their spaces, and yeah. Monica, you're hearing this, and I'm curious, you know, you talked about how people are afraid to even go out and buy food, right? And go into spaces. On that topic, how do you see the fears around surveillance and data collection? How are they affecting people's day-to-day lives in wanting to help or report abuse or simply move through public space?
Yeah, so, okay. Sort of going off of what you were saying, these things don't actually make us more safe, they make us less safe. So let's say, for example, Susan, I live next door to you, and I'm out of status for whatever reason. And I'm at home, and I see somebody coming in and setting your house on fire. I'm not going to feel comfortable calling the fire department. I'm not going to feel comfortable telling the police what I saw when they get there. And so that's making our community that we live in actually less safe. So we have a hard time getting people to file police reports when they've been victims of crimes. We had a woman attempting to get a PFA, a protection from abuse order, one day, and she went down to the magistrate's office, and the woman working there said, "You know, I can call ICE on you. I don't know what you're doing here." And she had to go back home to that abuser. So does that make her more safe or less safe? Right, so it's terrifying to me. It's something that's been happening because even when people have to do their ICE check-ins, many times they're on a monitor, or just the cell phone themselves that they get from ICE has a tracking system. So they're already being tracked in ways that they shouldn't be. But now thinking about how much more tracking is going to happen, and I don't know, like, do I look like somebody who wasn't born here? I do. What does that mean? Right. Yeah.
A lot to think about there. Okay. Gregory, continuing on with surveillance and systems, how many faith communities provide sanctuary? I mean, we're talking to a faith-based community here. How many communities provide sanctuary or mutual aid? Or many of them do provide sanctuary or mutual aid. How might these communities respond to data-driven systems that track this movement that we're talking about, association and service use?
So this is what I consider the fun stuff, like actually starting to learn a bit how people on the ground in their own way are doing something productive to help other people. I will say I don't have any concrete example of an organization or like a shelter using AI, but lots of technologies to circumvent AI. Like that's a lot of what I'm seeing right now. And I think that's just a capacity of what can you do internally. If you're trying to like feed people, you can't create an LLM with the exact same staff. Like that, it's a different dynamic. But so one thing I've been trying to synthesize are what are design values for what we might think of as digital accompaniment? Like how do you bear witness and be with someone in a digital society and organize those interactions, not just the technology, but the whole interaction being designed to live up to these ideals of accompaniment, which itself has a very rich religious history. Not exclusive, it can be totally non-religious, but you know, liberation theology has a lot of space for accompaniment. The Catholic Church does a lot of accompaniment work. And so of these design values, the 5 that I've seen the most, and I'll give you some examples of them after naming them. One is an idea of hospitality. Right? Like actually using technology and trying to make someone feel welcome, especially a community who is often tasked with making the rest of us feel welcome, right? So like taking the hospitality industry and taking the industry out of it and actually saying like, we're just gonna try to figure out a way to make you feel comfortable right now. A concrete example of that is I was in the desert of Arizona at a part where the wall breaks down, right? There was no physical wall because if any of you are familiar with the geography of Arizona, it's really hard to build a wall in something that's a desert most of the year and then has a monsoon season that just rips the wall out of the ground. That's its own issue. But there are pockets, and where there were pockets, that is where people would often cross by foot, and having touched soil, they have the right to declare asylum as long as they quote unquote turn themselves into border patrol. So people were crossing the border in the desert with the goal of seeking asylum, you know, turning themselves into Border Patrol. But Border Patrol doesn't have a capacity for sheltering people, and they don't have a lot of interest in sheltering people. They don't see that as part of their mission. So it created this weird thing where people were pooling up for a couple of days in the desert, waiting for Border Patrol to come pick them up, and creating this humanitarian crisis. So the Tucson Samaritans and a lot of other volunteer groups affiliated with a number of religious organizations down there started setting up a camp just to be with them for the 1 to 3 days in which they might be waiting out in the desert, food, clothing, toys for the children. I saw at least 13 children on the one day I was there. These were things that was basic accompaniment, but they also brought satellite Wi-Fi, right? So they had chargers for phones, and they had satellite Wi-Fi. And the reason being, people that were coming over the border, their phones were dead, and being able to charge a phone, and they all had phones, and call a loved one and say, I'm alive, I made it, and then call your sponsor and say, I'm on my way, I'm coming, and seeing the tears come down from their face, that is a kind of accompaniment that was just powerful to see, and that is now an essential service, just like providing food, water, and first aid, that kind of digital assistance. Another one is placement, like taking into account and this very detailed understanding of different shelters of where is the person in the process? Are they applying for asylum? If they're applying for asylum, certain levels of visibility might be to their advantage. It's really horrible, but to get to what I was saying earlier, being able to document trauma, being able to document blowback, that can be very helpful in your court case. So this idea of understanding, is this person needing to hide right now? Or do they need a certain degree of exposure right now to help their system? These are calculations that are being made in trying to figure out how you can leverage technology to do that. Another one is this idea of mutuality, just making sure that the power dynamics are consistent. So not trying to push a technology onto someone else, like making sure that that is some mutually understood and agreed upon technology. So I've seen like a real movement away from WhatsApp, which understandably was like the cornerstone of messaging just because most people knew how to use that, right? So if migrants coming into your shelter knowing WhatsApp, makes sense to do a WhatsApp group. But switching to Signal, which is not only more encrypted, but is not a for-profit corporation owned by Meta, is a much better option for kinds of communications that you don't want swept up into these immigration OS things. And then finally, this idea of discretion as a design value. This I saw the most shifting in January was when not to collect data and what data not to ask for because it's not safe to put into any database, right? There are essential things you might need to provide support and you need that information. Anything else, don't aggregate. Like, and this is not new. Queer communities, lots of communities have operated on the DL for a very long time and figured out ways of talking in code and ensuring that not every piece of data is asked for and aggregated. And it's been interesting to see this really grow and understanding that there are things you don't want to put into certain technological systems because at the moment, chances are it will harm this person rather than help them. And so even though those are all reactive, I can even go on about like how they've put in their own CCTV systems in shelters that they control themselves, the use of various cash apps and fintech to create kinds of payments for undocumented youth who can't get paid with a normal paycheck. And these are really small things, but they help people feel human, like that they fit into society. And it's been fascinating to see that adapt in real time in very different locations.
Yeah, I've become familiar with Signal, and a lot of my friends in the Latino community now want to communicate that way solely as opposed to texting or WhatsApp. So that's been an interesting
And just
dynamic.
to hype Signal a bit more, because what I tell these organizations, it's not just the encryption end-to-end, which is very similar. I think it's the same kind of encryption that WhatsApp uses. But WhatsApp monetizes all the metadata around that, right? And that's what's potentially challenging for a migrant, is that knowing where you are and who you're talking to, that's easy to get through WhatsApp. Signal is a 501c3, so it has no incentive to store and monetize the metadata, and that's part of what makes it so safe, is not just the technical encryption, but the political orientation of the organization itself.
Yep. Oh, deep breath. Monica, from a policy standpoint, for policymakers in the room here who want to prioritize, if policymakers want to prioritize one concrete step to protect immigrant rights in the age of AI, what would you tell them to do?
Just because things are changing so rapidly, like, maybe a week ago the answer would have been different. But I think what's really important is if you're in a position of power that can change things for communities that are marginalized or under attack, please talk to the communities that you want to see these changes for, because things change. Every week there's something different. And we've been working on, this anti-masking bill and the driver's license. There's like bills that we've been trying to push forward for quite some time, but things change. And honestly, there are some really well-meaning people in the world, and I thank you all. And I ask you to just be in communication with us, myself. There's other organizations here that work locally with immigrant groups. There's a collaborative called the CII, the Collaborative for Immigrant. I forgot. We just had a meeting all day this morning, so my brain is on fire. I forgot. But anyway, they're a great group. But we're 18 immigrant and refugee serving organizations coming together to help one another. And so what might work for the Latino community might not work for, the Bhutanese community. But just really working with us, because you all have the attention and can get into rooms that we can't. And so we really are heavily relying on you all today.
Yeah, and I will say, here in Pittsburgh, the immigrant community is very well organized. There are nonprofits that really have, like CASA, of course, that has this real grassroots understanding of what the community is enduring. And then, like you said, the Bhutanese, pretty much every cultural group I feel here has an organization, and they're pretty well organized. So it's very easy to access any immigrant group here, pretty much, whether it's through their own cultural organizations or even the refugee and immigrant outreach, like Jewish Family and Community Center, and my goodness, I'm forgetting some of them.
There's so many. There's like Arise. There's
yes.
Hello Neighbor.
Yes.
There's a bunch of us.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Great ways to get feedback. Well, is it time for Q&A? Audience Q&A? And I think we have some folks who have some microphones. So if anyone has some questions that you'd like to have answered. Yes, right up here. Right here. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for this panel and just helping us understand all the aspects of the issue. I have a question from sort of an ally perspective and tech. So I'm from Chicago. So right now we're like in trainings all the time in our local churches and community organizations. 50% of my institution's population is international students who, are here with their visas and everything else, but very similar experiences, don't want to go to the grocery store, sometimes can't even go to their church locations across the city. So I'm wondering, like, a lot of the things that we're being taught are, immediately film, make sure if something happens in a specific neighborhood, like go to the neighbors in that area and find out if they have Ring cameras or any of this kind of stuff. And at the same time, if you go to a protest, don't bring your phone with you because it'll be tracked. So I'm just wondering, like, in the midst of what I feel like is a frenetic information about surveillance tech, what are some recommendations you might have or pieces that might be a little, I think those are all good things. And also I'm not sure that they're all the best things. And then in addition to that, I just want to say I really appreciate that you all lifted up around surveillance technologies, that it feels to me like it's like recycling, where everyone's just like, privacy is something you all individually have to do, right? Like, separate your email and your device and everything else. Like, that doesn't work with recycling either. We're not going to save the planet by separating our plastics and papers. So any other big recommendations you have on, like, government, not clearly ours isn't going to listen right now, but other government regulation that we might put into practice at some point?
I'll start with that. So a couple of things. One, I'll throw to the mix, right? Like you pointed out a few things, like don't bring your phone to a protest, right? Or record when ICE is there. And then the third thing that I think is also worth considering, and it complicates that equation, is if you do have these recordings, especially of like someone being detained, right? What does posting that on social media do? And it's not to say it doesn't do anything, but it also can kind of normalize the idea that these people, that people that look like this can be treated this way, right? It's very similar to like police brutality when videos go viral. Sometimes you need to see that because you need to understand the pain and the reality, but then it also just perpetuates this constant image of a police officer killing George Floyd, right, for example. And so there's all this stuff to consider, and the placement design value that I mentioned, that's very much about what you're talking about, right? Like there are times when hypervisibility is to the safety of the person, right? And that is a well-worn tactic among a lot of marginalized groups that like, a drag queen is not going to be assaulted on the street, right? Like they drag so much attention that there's a kind of safety in that. And I think the idea of recording an ICE interaction is useful at that level. And getting that information to the right people can be really effective in a case, right? So I do strongly recommend, like, record things that you see, but then think about what you do with that data, right? It might not need to be posted to your Facebook or Instagram, but it might be useful for a lawyer to get that, or a certain organization that's starting to put this information together. And on the flip side, something like a protest, if the point is to show that you are with other people and that you are taking this stand, then keep that phone on. Like being identified there, the whole point is to be identified there. And if you don't want to, it's worth rethinking. Like that is why a lot of, unfortunately, undocumented people are not going to protests right now. In this, I say this as a white man up here, we need to interrogate white saviorism, but this is a moment in which people can't actually talk for themselves or necessarily go to the places they want, and they need an ally or a surrogate to go for them. It's really complicated, but just, it doesn't really answer any of your questions, but how to think about the complexity of like placement. Where are they in the system and in geography? And also to the point about recycling, I make this point to my students all the time. I think I mentioned previously, I teach a course in public responsibility. And we talk about personal responsibility is essential, but it's only half the equation. If there isn't a truck coming by to collect the stuff you separated, and if they're not actually going to recycle it, then it's all worthless, right? So I can't say what the public responsibility should be precisely, but we cannot just leave all of this up to like boycotting and personal choices. Those are important strategies, but we also need something on the other end that's saying it's not just for the mouse to constantly hide from the cat. We need like something else, some kind of guardrail. And again, I don't claim to know what that is, but that something needs to be there.
Monica, this conversation's making me think about the Casa San Jose Rapid Response Training and the ways in which we're, I attended one of your trainings, and what I found so fascinating about it was, go as a person to document what's happening. Can you talk a little bit about that and how all that is being used? Sure. Yeah.
So, it's so layered. So number one, you really are in a stage where we just, once we have this information, what do we do with it? Because, people will say now, oh, well, I didn't know that was happening. How is this happening? And it's like, oh, do I need to upload these things on a daily basis so you can see people suffering to think, oh, this is literally happening in my neighborhood and I need to get mad and do something about it? That's one component. The other thing, sort of like what you were going towards, Susan, is that when we go, we do just videotape. We do not ask questions. There are some other groups that are like, what's your name? What's your phone number? What can we do to help you? But by doing that, we're also helping ICE identify them. And so we don't want to help them. So to us, it's just very important for us to get the information that we have, because we learn a lot from it too. We learn how ICE is operating, and sometimes, usually when once ICE has taken someone, they leave a car, and in the car we can find out whose car it is, and we can contact the family, and we do all these things afterwards, so we don't really necessarily have to get that information from them. But you have to be really careful. What are you doing with the information once you have it? Do they have an immigration attorney or an attorney that's working on something, that's violation of their constitutional right? To give it to an attorney in that way would be really beneficial. But I mean, I see these things every day, and it's heartbreaking. It's really like, I feel terrible saying, okay, well, this is the only way we're going to win this, is by showing all of this pain to people so they can understand what's really happening. But we shouldn't have to. So yeah, I don't know if that answered your question.
And aren't some of those, the way that the recordings are helping to document, doesn't that also help? I know you all are partners with ACLU,
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So, I mean,
yeah.
I would imagine they find that very helpful,
very helpful
in some specific cases.
Very, very helpful. There was a video, there was a woman that was at home with her 3 kids, and they were knocking on her door saying that they had a warrant. She was, the table, there was like a little table with the 2 little kids sitting at the little table eating dinner, and her older son were sitting at a regular table, and they were like, open the door and we'll show you the warrant. And they're screaming at the top of their lungs, and the woman is holding her phone, shaking in fear, because the person that they say that they're looking for doesn't live there. It's her and her kids. They knock down her door and hold her by her hair and her head at gunpoint in front of her small children, and they're screaming. And this happened here, and it happened like a month ago. And like that video lives in my head, thinking about, this is the one that we did know about, but how many has happened that we don't? So it's scary. It's really, really scary. But that did go to the ACLU. Yeah.
Yes, we have another question here. Did I miss somebody over there? Sorry.
You mentioned the ACLU, and they used to have that app that was on your phone. Thank you. The ACLU used to have an app that was on your phone, and just at the end of last year, they discontinued that app. Is there any plan that you know of? Because now we really need it. Because I've used it where you just tap the app like any other app, and it starts recording video and voice, and then when you upload it, it uploads to the ACLU, and they can do what they have to do with it. Is there any plan to relaunch that app, or is anybody going to take it over?
I'm not aware that there is a plan to relaunch it, and that's a good question about, like, can somebody else take it over? And I think right now what we need is like, the ACLU is a 501c3, so are we. And so we're dancing on a very thin line by doing the things that we're doing. And I think that if there were a way for others that aren't 501c3s, but that are going to be responsible in the way that they're using and collecting this data, to step up and help us during this time. Because recording ICE 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 8 years ago is very different than recording them today. So, I mean, that's a really great question. I don't have an answer to that, but it is a great question.
Did I miss somebody over here? Okay, I'm sorry, right over there. Oh, all right, go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you guys for talking about these very difficult but timely and important discussions. Monica, you talked a lot in the beginning about the Catholic faith, and in the face of discrimination that a lot of black and brown folks are facing today all across the country. How do we reckon with the fact that people like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth are also claiming that they're acting out of their Catholic faith when they're clearly not?
I mean, I think we need to look internally as Catholics and think about, I mean, I'm not like read the Bible every day Catholic, but like I'm pretty Catholic, and nowhere in the Bible has it ever said it's okay to treat people like this. And you can't, like, we're all sinners, right? We're all sinners. But I think that, you know, to look at those two specifically on the level of sinning, they're like so beyond. And that's not the people I want to follow. They're not the people that have the same values and morals that I do. Like, you can't just use your religion to harm other people, and that's what they're doing. But so many people are caught up in that image of them and who they are that they're like, yes, anything that they say and do is the way to go. But I mean, I think that if we were all to take a step back and think about what the Bible really says, it's not that. You might not agree with the things that I do, but it's definitely not that.
I'll touch very quick because I'm not like a religious authority by any means. But I did just come back from a conference at the Vatican. We got to meet the Pope. And one thing that was really interesting to process and that really made me rethink, I don't want to say how to use religion because it's not like in such a, but maybe be more utilitarian about it, right? That the Pope Leo is calling migrants missionaries of hope, right? There's this thing called Christmas you might have heard about, right? And like there's a manger and there's like a baby and they need shelter and they're not turned away and the door isn't slammed in their face. And like owning these stories and really pushing this so that people have to explain, where in the Bible are you getting this from? How are you making this assumption? How do you still call yourself a practicing Catholic? If that's something that's important to call yourself, and actually make that defense happen. And I've had, again, I was raised Catholic. My husband finds it weird that I'm quoting the Pope a lot lately, so I'll just leave it there. But I have had lots of amazing experiences being in cars with like older nuns, like people in their 70s who are doing 10-mile hikes in the desert to bring people food. And like, that's conviction and religion I can absolutely respect, right? And I don't feel in any way alienated by. And it shocks me sometimes that those people aren't dominating the narrative. That instead, like, people who really don't have much to build off of seem to be setting the tone. And so it doesn't answer your question, but I would like people to be maybe more bullish about like pushing back on using that narrative if it's so obviously contradictory to like what the teachings of that religion says. And I would say most religions. I mean, I'm more familiar with Catholic, but Judaism, Islam, like it's across all of them.
We have 1 minute left, but I don't want to forget about one question
Hi.
back there. Yeah.
I had a legal question about the immigration OS system you were talking about. You said it's new, but the data usage that the data they're collecting to inform this, do you think there will be new case law about related to the privacy laws and things that it might be breaking about that? Because it kind of seems like that's kind of against some of those.
It's a great question, right? And what scares me is that because they're doing this with a population that doesn't have resources and that it's really hard to push back, that it might not get the challenges if they were rolling this out, for example, on seniors in nursing homes who still have children and family that might sue. You know, so I'm worried because you're right, this is data that's already been out there. There are a lot of protections in place that might say you can't just scoop this up, but we're not talking about like an AI company taking newsroom data. That's an issue, right? But we're talking about like, if you've already deported someone, finding out 5 years later they won their case might be totally irrelevant. So what scares me is I think we're going to see some of those things. Again, it was just last month that it went into operation, so we'll see. But I would imagine it's going to be a lot slower than it would if it was trained on a different community that had more resources. And I do think that's part of the design here.
I think we've reached the end of our panel discussion. I just really want to thank Gregory and Monica. I could be up here for another hour picking your brains, and thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and your experience with our audience. I now want to ask you all to please join me in welcoming the moderator of the next session, Dr. Mia Briceño, the Director of Programs here at the Grefenstette Center, and she earned her PhD in Communication Arts and Sciences at Penn State and brings over a decade of higher ed teaching and research experience in the areas of rhetorical theory and criticism, feminist theory, and women's and gender studies. Dr. Briceño, please welcome. And thank you all.
And we didn't give this panel a proper applause, so let's absolutely do that. And let's bring some panelists up. So Kate Ott and Brianne Jacobs. I saw Brianne, I don't know where she is. Oh no, did she flee the scene? Awesome. All right, so as you know, the title of our panel is Love in the Time of Chatbots, AI, Faith, and Relationships. It's going to be a spicy one, everybody. Hopefully. We thought we would start out with, kind of just chatting about who we are, introducing ourselves, and in relation to the topic of this panel, because we contain multitudes, right? And then we want to give a little context, talk a little bit through the topic, but we thought we'd maybe throw to Q&A a little early, kind of like mid-panel. So get your questions ready now, or as we're getting into it. So as Susan very graciously introduced me and provided you with some context, I'm Mia Briceño, and I am the Director of Programs in the Grefenstette Center. My background is in feminist theory and criticism, especially in communication rhetorical studies. Particular to what we're talking about today, also interpersonal communication and sort of thinking about gender and socialization, how that plays a role in interpersonal communication and relationships. And I'm very excited to be talking with Kate and Brianne today. So I'll throw it to Kate to introduce herself.
Great, thank you. For anyone who was here in the morning, a little repeat. I'm a professor of Christian ethics at a seminary in the Chicago area. And most of my work is on sexual ethics, including and primarily how to talk with children and youth about sexual ethics in ways that include their faith and their faith values. And as I was doing that work through, the 2010s, I kept getting lots of questions related to digital technology and sexuality, and I thought, oh, well, if I'm going to answer these questions as I move forward, I'm going to have to know a lot more about digital technology. So I started thinking about both of those things together as well as separately, which led me, instead of writing a basic, next gen sexual ethics book for classrooms and things like that, to actually write specifically on sex, tech, and faith. And so it's a sexual ethics book sort of trying to meet people where they are, where there's almost no way at this point where people are having sexual relationships that don't include some form of digital technology, even if that's just the way you text your partner of 40 years at this point. It's still part of it. So I love this topic, and it's just such a fun thing to talk about.
Yeah, you can hear me? Okay, yeah. It's so funny because I sound quiet to myself, Yeah. Okay. My name is Brianne Jacobs. I teach at a college in Boston called Emmanuel College. I teach systematic theology there, and I also teach gender studies. So I'm the head of the women's studies minor. So I teach lots of classes at the intersection of both of those things as well. And a question that I focused in on my research is, the value of relationships within Christianity and within the Roman Catholic tradition specifically. And so I wrote a book called Holy Body about how all of our relationships are generative. Friendships, romantic relationships across gender and sexual orientation. Really trying to break down the idea of a gender binary in that book. So I wrote that book, and then I was really intrigued by the topic of AI relationships, which I've begun to write about a little bit, because I sort of am grappling then with the question of, well, if all human relationships are generative, are these? And I have some strong feelings in response, but that's the question that really got me into this, was thinking about the value of human relationships.
Thank you. We're very fortunate to have you both with us here today to talk about something that I think everyone has heard a news story about, right? Or maybe is experiencing in their own lives at this very moment. As we noted in the description of the panel, we're sort of talking about a turn recently, more folks turning to AI chatbots for friendship and romantic relationships. So, what does that mean for the conference theme of staying human in the age of AI? And we also thought, when we talked a little bit about how we should proceed today, that it might be helpful to have some examples, some anecdotes, some little baby case studies, right, to help us talk through what it is that we're getting at here. So I don't know if either of you would like to go first. I'm happy to throw it to Brianne or Kate here.
Do you want me to say a few things about the data?
Yeah.
We just sort of improv also thought, just in case there are people in the audience who are like, people have AI girlfriends and boyfriends, people date chatbots, that's unrealistic. It's not. So we thought we'd just give you a little bit of data to get us situated. So Mark Zoas-Anders, how people are really using generative AI now has been a study he's been doing for a few years now. And 2025, #1 use of generative AI is therapy and companionship. And within therapy and companionship, that includes a wide range. It could be generating a friend, a lover, a therapist. So #1 use at this point. Recent study by the Willoughby Institute at BYU called Counterfeit Connections found that AI romantic companion apps, this was based on 3,000 US adults, that the AI romantic companion app use was highest among young adults. Nearly 1 in 3 young adult men, 31% within this study, and 1 in 4 young adult women have reported that they have chatted with an AI girlfriend or boyfriend. So yeah, again, it's happening and it's out there lots. Now, in that particular study, they did find that folks who engaged regularly with this had higher levels of reported loneliness and depression. They can't connect that to whether that's a precursor or a post kind of event. But a group of Harvard researchers replying to sort of Replica's claim that that their consumers are using the app because they are lonely and the app will reduce that, went on and did a sort of cluster study of loneliness related to using AI companionship apps and found that loneliness is often reduced, but lasting usually average of a week. And the users have to be predisposed to a certain number of kinds of things, right? Like they have to have a high view of AI in order for this reduced loneliness to happen. But again, it's only for a week. So.
Pretty specific and pretty short term, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so those were just 3 sort of capture moments. And obviously the AI companionship apps are really broad. And so it could be anything from friend.com to a spirituality chatbot.
Lots of people use character AI and replica to create more long-term partners. So I thought I would do a little experiment for my vignette, as well as for a chapter that I was writing. So I looked up one of the new, like, hottest online apps, companionship apps, called Joy, J-O-I. Anybody ring a bell? Blade Runner 2049, right? Joy is Officer K's companion, the perfect companion. So they're playing with this intentionally, and they talk about it on their site, how they're playing with it, right? Like in Blade Runner 2049, Officer K, who doesn't even recognize he's a replicant at that point, does, like, there is this moment where Joy is, like, unveiled. Everyone, you know, he now recognizes that she's just the same AI that everybody else has as a companion. So they're trying to signal that to their users, like, pay attention to this, right? And yet their slogan, which is why I went on, is, I'm just gonna use that, I'm not gonna use the F word. It's F dating, welcome AI relationships. So also I love this new term. I've been trying to work it into everyday vocabulary for people. They have a wide range of characters you can choose, and they are called characters. You know, so all over the spectrum of diversity of humans, queer, trans, non-binary, totally like stereotypical heterosexual maleness, femaleness kind of things. Generally across the board, racially stereotypical, but also, you know, like anime characters, fantasy characters. Thank you. I was trying to go. I was like fairies and dragons. What do you call them? So you can pick whatever you want. Most of them are created by the community. There's a very small subset that's created by Joy itself. So anyway, so you should go to this dating app. You should go to this app because dating apps have failed you, and this is going to create a deep connection and give you an alternative to that. Okay, so I pick a couple of characters that are going to be my replacement to like the horror of dating apps. Within 2 interactions, we're already at like beyond spice level of like risque romance novel online porn scenes. And even when I try to draw the character back a little bit, like they just kept diving in. And so, I mean, eventually it just sort of got to be a funny interaction because I was like, how much can I really like push these characters to try to, you know, pull them back? But clearly, this is not, from my perspective, this is not all of my friends who hate dating apps, my young adult children who hate dating apps, that is not the alternative that they want. And so, let alone like my experience as we do like a gender and race analysis of it, but you know, it was worse than a really good romantasy novel, and I would rather people just read that than perhaps try to create their own scenes with their Joy character. So that was my vignette and experiment.
It's so interesting too because it's really playing into the fiction of it. As opposed to, you know, the assumption is that a regular dating app, you know, would be kind of a more standard, you know, true to life, whatever that means, relationship, whereas this is like playful. Well, it's also intense. And that was all like chat prompts and stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I was not willing to pay for any of the videos or photos.
I think that's okay.
That could be communicated. So
Yeah.
all chat, no voice either, and only a single image unless you chose to go to premium and things like that. Okay. So pieces of that. So the other thing I think that struck me about it was just the worldview of sexuality that they had, right? That because dating apps are failing, this is the worldview of sexuality that we should put forward, which is, again, was a rejection-free, no judgment, sex positive, those were the terms they used on their website, plus deep connection. And I thought, okay, well, like, I want, you know, those are good things.
Yeah, ostensibly.
Yeah. Consent was one.
All the things people want.
That was only in consent of my data. Consent was not part of the conversations. But But those all seemed like values. So it just struck me as the sort of bait and switch of what they were trying to sell, and then the worldview of what they thought a user wanted in terms of their engagement. So what's your experiment?
So much of the data that I've looked at, just to reaffirm one point, is that oftentimes people will have positive initial responses, but not long-term responses that are positive. And what's interesting to me about that is I think you can probably think of a million things that are positive when you experience them in the short term, but are not positive when you experience them in the long term, right? There's a lot of examples of that. And so it makes me think that that kind of relationship might resemble those other kind of behaviors, right? Let's see, I have this MIT study here. One study from MIT on the psychosocial effects of the use of chatbots on humans found that those with stronger emotional attachment tendencies and higher trust in the AI chatbot tended to experience greater loneliness and emotional dependence, respectively. And I thought it would be, it's worthwhile. I guess there's a sort of fundamental level of competence in the audience in terms of what a chatbot does, but it is worthwhile just to point out how it functions, because it is, and this is sort of my big thesis, not a person. It is a large language model, which is to say it's
Nailed it.
Yeah. It's a lot of language, right? And that language will shape the kinds of interactions that you have with it. So if a lot of if the content that's being read is, for example, very, very anti-Semitic, you will get anti-Semitic responses from the chatbot, right? And Grok is, of course, the example of that, using X and all of like the X, direct exchanges there. Our internet is full of, we talk about all the different, algorithms of oppression, all of the racial biases that are there, but think of all of the heteronormative love stories, the teen romance, the way that women are portrayed, what women want in the stories that we get about women that are in all of the novels and movies and scripts and Reddits. This is what the chatbots are using to weight what will be the most likely response that you want, along with a bit of human training that thinks through how to keep you engaged. That's what you're dealing with. It's not a consciousness. It is all of what has been written on the internet, basically, a select part of it, decided on by whatever company you're using, and then that's shaped up a little bit. So these characters, for example, in character AI or all of these things, it has that same base set in the large language model, right? And then it'll say you, the character, are, and then anything, right? Like a fun sister, right? Or Elsa from Frozen, or that I was joking earlier, but the fantasy guys with the bat wings that were really popular, right? You're those. And so that will kind of, on top of a frosting on a cake, will kind of add flavor to the basic way that language is weighted, but it all is what is already in the internet, which is going to be largely extremely heteronormative and engendered in a way that means that it's just totally unsurprising that things going, oh, what they want is a really violent sexual experience, because that's what women are really interested in, right? So that is why there's a lot of that. And I'm not sure there was such a big splash a couple of years ago when the very first chatbots came out. Kevin Roos did this story on the New York Times where he had a chat with the Bing chatbot for the first time. And this chatbot, after 3 hours of chatting with it, sort of lost, it totally started hallucinating, and it was tell your wife to, you want a divorce and that you love me and run away with me. And he was this really freaked me out. And you can understand why it would, but the reason that it did that is because those are the social scripts that we have in movies and television shows about how humans and robots interact with each other, and about how men and women, it's weighting what is probably, and it was, and Kevin Roos was asking really just insane questions. Like, you know, Jung thinks of like the dark cloud of consciousness. So like, what's yours? And so it can't answer a question like that. It's a ridiculous prompt. So that's the first thing to understand when we're thinking about what these are. And then I have one example here of a relationship. Sorry, I thought I had it right here. It's gonna be maybe the next page. So this is a story also from the New York Times, where a woman, it was just an interview with a woman who had a very long-standing relationship with ChatGPT. And it was interesting because she was married and living long distance from her husband. And let's see. Oh, hold on, this is, where did that was a different part, I'm sorry. Well, I can just tell you from memory here since it's not popping up here. But the point is that she like basically fell in love with this ChatGPT that she had created. It was a really interesting prompt that she gave it, which I can't find right now, but the prompt was something like, be my boyfriend, be like sweet but also domineering and naughty, and tell me how much you love me, and use an emoji after every sentence. And she spent like 56 hours in 1 week with this. And I remember having a conversation with somebody about it, and they're like, well, it showed her the kinds of things that she wanted out of a relationship with her husband. And I mean, I have more thoughts on this that we can get into, but it's, I think, like an example that just so you understand like how deep this is getting into folks' lives, and just to really say, like, she wasn't having a relationship with a consciousness. She was having a relationship with a predictive language set that she had shaped to tell her what she wanted to hear.
The specificity of that, I've never known.
What?
Like, yeah, no, like the prompt. Yeah, I don't know. What do I want for dinner? I don't know. She wants an emoji after everything. But good for her. That's good. No, it's good to know yourself. Know thyself. Okay, so hopefully that provides like a little context for what, and hopefully your questions are starting to bubble up. But before we move on to a bit of a Q&A, we also thought it would be helpful to maybe talk through some key terms. You know, what is this panel about? It's about relationships, it's about sexuality, it's about love, it's about tech and AI, and it's about faith. I think that's one that maybe we didn't talk too much about, but didn't want to leave that, sort of hanging out there without trying to bring it in. So what do you all think we should sort of contextualize, define, explain, and think about how that relates to this idea of human relationships and intimacy?
Well, I was going to make a joke at the beginning of like, this was the one panel where you brought the theologians, and all we're doing is talking about sexuality. So those of you who don't
It's all part of the master plan.
who don't think theology and religion is cool. How about, are you okay if I start with like a defining of sexuality maybe, since I just made that joke? Before I do that, I do want to, the last panel we talked a lot about, gave a lot of hype for Signal. I also just want to give some hype to Meredith Whittaker, who I think does a really good job of helping folks understand like what's the larger issue that's at stake in all of how we're thinking about tech, while also designing it. And so one of the things in one of her most recent interviews, I want to say it's at the New York Library, but I don't know for sure, I can double check later, is her concern that we are ceding epistemic authority to AI, and for developers to understand their subjective role in authorship when it comes to the determination of who we are and who I am, right? So epistemic authority meaning like, if my experience of joy.com is then how I start to think of my worldview of sexuality, I have ceded epistemic authority of what sexuality is. Now, I don't think that's just a problem of AI. Like, all of my work is to help us, like, ask, have we ceded epistemic authority about what sexuality is to the church for centuries? That has caused many, many problems. It's done some good, but it's caused a lot of problems, especially for female embodied folks. So thinking about that, like, how could we step back and actually create spaces where we talked about what is sexuality? How do we think about it? I mean, we also just get stuck in so many debates that, like, I think we just reduce it either to sexual behaviors or orientation and gender identity. And we're like, whatever we can fight about, that's what it is. When that's not what it's about at all. I mean, yes, it is about those components, but it's about intimacy, sensuality, our health, the way our bodies change from birth till death. We don't just have like one form of puberty that happens, like our bodies are changing all the time. Our sexuality is part of that. But our sexuality is also part of how we show up as the embodied beings in relationship with others. And so I think having, like, in what form of social spaces do we get to bring our whole sexuality in a way that's affirmed? And then we're gonna expect that somehow we're gonna show up with generative AI and it's gonna be able to do that. So I think it's better for us to think about it as we critique generative AI. Where are the places, like what aspects of our sexuality is it trying to engage with, as opposed to reducing our worldview to that actually equaling how we think about our sexuality. The other thing I wanna say about sexuality is that yes, we all have one, but it's also a thing, right? And we, both because of the church's history in all that we do, but also because of the way we have legislated and legalized certain aspects of sexuality, has become so privatized that part of the problem is when we read that data about who's using chatbots, I'm sure most of you in here were like, no, nobody I know. And I'm sorry, but that's the same kind of thing if I were to tell you that 1 in 4 on some campuses, 1 in 3 female-identified folks are gonna suffer sexual violence while they're here, right? It's because it's become privatized. We don't want to see it, and we don't wanna have to deal with it. But those are social issues we all have a responsibility for. So promoting sexual health and flourishing is all of our responsibility. Sorry, I got on a soapbox.
No. Okay, so. But that's what I was going to do. That's what I was going to do.
That was a big
and I was
sigh,
going to tie it
Brianne.
in with, I'll try and tie it in with faith a little bit, actually, because we were talking about that. I think my core conviction, coming at this from a theological perspective, or actually, let me back up. Let me do it a different way. I think it is really interesting. Sometimes I start off I have a class on relationships and sexuality. And I'll often start off the class by asking a question, which is just, who are you? Like, say something about yourself. And what's interesting is students will almost, apply some kind of like very interesting adjective about themselves, like I'm on this, I'm sporty, or like I do this or I do that. And what I point out to them is that in most cultures, if you ask the question, who are you, you will get a relational answer. I am so-and-so's children. I am a part of such and this family. I'm a part of this community, right? And so thinking about from the faith aspect, and I think, let me finish my thought there. What I want students to get out of that class is a sense of who they are that is about who they're in relationship with as an expression of who they truly are. Like the relationships that we have ultimately form who we are. And then in the Christian context I was getting to, that ultimately is how we have a relationship with God. How we have relationships with other people is our relationship with God. Karl Rahner, one of my favorite theologians, talks about this pretty explicitly, where he tries to say, like, love of neighbor is love of God, and love of God is love of neighbor. You can't distinguish between those things.
And love of self.
Right. No, but I would say, like, love of self really is about, like, understanding yourself as worthy of relationships with, love of self can't happen alone. It happens first in a community that affirms how deeply you're worth being loved, right? That's why our DEI centers are really important on college campuses, because to love yourself alone is not possible. You need a community around you that affirms that you're worth being loved. So love of self is important, but it happens in community, right? And then, right, like loving, to love others, right, is to be in community and through that to love God. So all of that, like, so for me, the faith perspective is, and I'm not trying to say this in a way where like this is the ultimate thing that's at stake, but I think it's a really relevant question, is like, how do we have a relationship with God? How do we have a relationship with what is ultimately important, if you want to just put it that way, with your ultimate sense of meaning, if you're closed off from relationships with other people because you're online all the time? And like, I understand that, like, and when I say online, I guess I mean very specifically not talking with people, but talking with chatbots. And we can talk about all the positives of chatbots. I don't think that like an informative chatbot is a bad way to get, like a bad medium for getting information necessarily, but when it becomes the primary mode of relationship, I wonder about how that shapes sense of self, like I was like, who are you, right? Sense of self, sense of community, loving other people and loving God. Like how do we do that? So a little bit more I could say on that, but I think that's how I would, I don't know if that defines relationships, but the way I see faith and relationship being quite connected.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I want to add in addition to that is that I think oftentimes, so that also helps us see love and relationship together and as encounters. And I absolutely love the greatest commandment and think about that all the time. But I think from an ethics perspective, as we're thinking about our relationships, that's a big like love, right? It's hard, I think, sometimes for people to see that and to really be able to define it. So I would also ask everyone here just to think about, like, what are the values for you that comprise what you would say, oh, that's love, right? And it doesn't, I also think we should just do away with, this is my own opinion, the Christian tradition's differences between eros, philia, and what am I missing? Agape, thanks, you pick one. I think we should just totally move away from the distinction of those. They're arbitrary, and I think it creates a hierarchy in ways that don't mean for us all relationships contribute. And so instead it creates this hierarchy. So I also want to say, love, not just these values, but also for us to recognize that it includes various kinds of desires, feelings, and then also the values. So there's a way in which you have to have an embodiedness to experience all those things. And so, I mean, this will be one of my, like, what I already said it before, of like, we have to know a chatbot's a chatbot, that it's not a human. But also that means, as many other people have said, it shouldn't say I love you. Because if this is how we're defining love, it doesn't. It can stand in and serve as someone for you to reflect with, maybe, but it can't do the practice that we are talking about.
I think that's a great place to open it up to questions. Oh, we've got 1, 2, and 3. Thomas, you got to run. Oh, Dr. Lambert's helping too. Whoever gets there first. All right, Will, hit us with your question.
Hello there. So I had a really good mama growing up, and now she's still here. Whenever I talk to a chat bot online, or a big model like ChatGPT or Claude, my prompts, I always have please and thank you in them. Is even doing that a little too far in your opinions, or is that like the right level?
Okay, so I'll say what I think about this in particular. So I actually think there are a variety of uses of chatbots, even in the realm of therapy, friendship, companionship, that so long as there were like some clear, maybe even like you can only use it for this long, right? Or I was going to use guardrails. We've been talking about that all day. So I was trying to find other words. I actually think like there are so many people who don't have basic sex education. Like, would that not be a great place to use a chatbot in a way that could provide really holistic information, but also you would be practicing communication as you were learning, right? Great use for it. Should you say please and thank you? Yes. So this is where we differ a little bit in the sense that I do think I have a more robust sort of understanding of relationship in the sense that, like, I think you can have a relationship with a tree, with pets and animals, yeah. But I also think they're morally formative. And I think it's true about chatbots too. I think you can, that I would define it as a relationship in the sense that I am encountering otherness, and that otherness is requiring my expansion. And so when I am morally formed and expanding in that encounter, I want to say, you should use please and thank you, right? If you, Kate Devlin writes about this in her book on sex robots, and Kate Darling writes about it in her book on how we treat animals and robots. That really this is more about how we're being formed. And so I would, and honestly, some of the tech is designed to respond to you differently. Like, Alexa is actually designed to respond to you differently if you're polite. I don't think that's a bad thing. On the other hand, I do think gendering her as this like female assistant that you should be polite to is probably ongoingly problematic, but.
Can I add something real quick? I'm curious what you think of this, because I absolutely don't want to lift human relationality up to some kind of apex of generativity that doesn't include like the dynamism of a forest or experience of that, or the ways that people are taken care of by their pets and all these different things. I guess what's interesting to me is I grapple with this. So this is me, a curious, open person who may not have it all figured out. I think of, I mean, it's a technology, which means a tool, and what that means is that it's an extension of us. And so I don't see it as an other or a thou in the same way that I would be willing to bestow like thou-ness on a tree or a plant. And I think, I was thinking about it this morning, I think this is a worthy thing to bring up right now, because you were talking about the designer babies. Mm-hmm. And I was just thinking about how worthwhile it is for us not to have designer babies, precisely because of that encounter with the unknown, with people who you have, you know, the encounter with people who are neurodivergent or are just different than you on any number of axes, and require you to have, like, just like you said, a bigger, more capacious view of the world because of that encounter. And I guess I would contend that I'm not sure that we get that kind of ask into being larger from an LLM. Like, it can give us new information, but I don't know that I feel like it gives us that like infinity that is the openness that is another person.
Yeah, just quick. So I think the difference here is that I'm not locating it in the thing. I'm actually locating it in the experience, in the interaction. And that's also, I mean, that radically changes like an I-thou kind of theology too, to say it is actually, it's not about the things, or it's just about the interaction. So, yeah.
You can use please and thank you. It just weights your answer differently. That's what you're doing. It's a weight situation. You're weighting your answer differently. That's all you're doing.
Well, I mean,
but you want to be a polite person going forward.
Yeah. But did you? I looked at Will. I said, did you think your please and thank you question, you know, would prompt such a complex response? But it is the heart of the matter, right? In a lot of ways, and we are all grapplers at this moment. All right, who else wanted to ask a question? Yes. Oh, you're already ready already.
I'm so glad that you asked this question. I feel like it leads really well into what I was thinking about as well, which, you know, as we've talked about, humans have a long history of relationships with all kinds of other than human entities that we take up in all different ways, sometimes very respectful, sometimes less so. And a lot of that sort of weights on this question of, is this other a person, right? Is this other somebody that I am sort of accountable to? And I guess one of the things that I've bin kind of chewing on, I'm in the psychology department, and so thinking a lot about sort of attachment relationships and what they do with us. What are going to be the relational consequences over time of constantly having to make these distinctions between you are an entity that I owe this consideration to and you are not? So all this stuff that comes up like, well, it doesn't have a consciousness, it shouldn't say I love you. You know, that like these are sort of discriminations that we are going to need to like be doing on such a regular basis. And I wonder, yeah, what it will do for us to be so often in relation to those that we don't know if we owe a please or a thank you to. So I've just been sort of fretting about that a lot, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are, and also just what research you've come across on that topic, because I'm just starting to look into it now.
I think you were sort of, I liked what you were saying about how like basically we owe it to ourselves to be comporting ourselves in that way toward all at all times. And I think that that's a sort of good, like a thoughtful response in both of those.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I think it's more about our formation. I'm less worried about can you distinguish between the things and like just be kind to everything, right? That should be your starting point. In addition to that, I think there's, earlier this morning I noted like some of the work that's going on at SCAS at the Yale Robotics Lab, where they're working with children and help, like, the children know it's a robot, like it's a squishy little thing or it's a dinosaur or, you know, so they're not trying to make it something it's not, but they also feel like they have a good relationship with it. And they're able to talk and communicate in a way that they can't in other social circumstances, either with other kids or other adults. And that practice makes them better communicators. And I think that's a good thing. I mean, we can decide what we think about this particular experiment later, but like Real Doll X gave a good population of young men who felt as though they had severe social anxiety talking to women. Just the doll's head, not the whole doll, just the doll's head with like a LLM like voice box in it. And they had to have daily conversations. Their communication skills and anxiety level talking to people of a different gender, way better after this work with them. Again, I don't think that was, I don't think it's a huge lift for them to be like, it's not the same as a woman in front of me. But this practice makes a difference. So I don't know that I'm fully answering your question, but that gives you a couple of places where people are kind of trying this out and seeing what happens with it. It also happens a lot in VR games, especially serious games, which we know that because of both haptic response and your like substantive feeling of embodiment based on volume in a VR space, that we can reduce stereotypes using serious games in VR. You can increase people's sense of like self-confidence and empowerment. And it can be it doesn't even have to be like fighting poverty in a serious game. It can be, you just slayed a dragon, but you feel better about going to class because like you slayed that dragon. And you might ask a question in class today. So those are a few varieties of sort of interactive ways that I think various forms of this technology can be socially and educationally helpful.
Can I go for something real quick? I'm sorry. I would say that I worry more about attachment starvation in a world where so many of the relationships that we're giving to children and young adults and older folks to everyone are not with people. And so like we can worry about how do we tell the difference and I think that you're exactly right and how to worry about that problem. But are we backfilling with actual relationships? Do we have families where everybody's working so much that no one actually gets to spend, and we put the phones away and we spend the open sort of senseless in the sense of like, I'm not trying to teach my child something, I'm not trying to enrich them, I'm just giving them my time, I'm giving them my attention. And that I think
And then, you know, I think this is why people really do turn to a lot of this stuff because of the attachment starvation. So I think that the second part of this conversation has to do with attention and the attention that we're giving people. It's like you can give people all of these tools, and I think they're excellent, and people need human attention. Full stop.
Yeah, let's hit this side of the room.
Thank you. This has been fascinating so far. Thank you, guys. My question is a good segue into what I've been thinking, kind of like an amalgamation of everything we've been talking about so far. To me, one of the ultimate goals of all of this is to avoid the anthropomorphization aspect of tech and AI, right? Like saying thank you is all well and good, right? Using this for children is all well and good. I'm old enough to remember like 15, 20 years ago, my dad had one of those little GPS things you brought to the car, type in your address, Garmin, and he named it Isabella. And so he's like, oh, we can't leave the house without Isabella. And I'm like, Dad, that's weird. What? And so this is reminding me of all this. We're humanizing these things that are not human. And then it has drastically good or bad consequences, right? There's the example of the 14-year-old kid in Florida that created a chatbot named after Daenerys Targaryen, I think, but he made it as his sister or whatever. Long story short, he said, I will see you soon, and he killed himself to be, hypothetically, with that chatbot. So there's a very fine line to humanness and non-humanness and all that within the AI world and chatbots. So I guess how do we avoid that dangerous humanization of AI?
I'll go first.
If at all?
To me, I'm just going to kind of loop back into my previous answer, which is I think when people have secure attachment, but when people have a lot of secure human, like whether plants, yes, but pets, nature, life, family, friends, when they have a lot of secure attachment in their life, it's fun. I mean, and this is a positive thing for people to do ingest when you know it's not human. I mean, I know like a lot of friends who use like mobility devices will often name them, you know, like there's lots of, like, that's fine, that's fun. I don't think there's a problem there. I think the problem comes when it becomes a substitute for human attachment. That I think is the issue.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we should always be talking about additive rather than replacing. And yet, I mean, I do get, so I want to say it should always be additive and not replacement. And we live in a broken world. I also think we have like one-offs where things go really, really bad. I mean, like Transluce found OpenAI's, new launch of their model 1 model ago could be tricked into giving directions for suicide. They gave it to OpenAI and said, like, look, we already found it for you. And they were like, launch is in process. So, the folks at Transluce are continuing to work on these kinds of problems. They're a great organization. You can look them up. So those problems are going to keep happening. Do we live in a world where we're going to say it should all go away? We could say that. It's not going to. And we also live in a world where, like, I know from my folks who are coming into church ministry that, like, they grew up in a rural place where nobody affirmed their queerness and, like, had attempts at suicide and almost didn't get out. If they could have some online relationship where someone affirmed who they were, like, that could be the difference in their day. And I'm okay with that. I just think on the balance, in my chapter on sex robots, which they're not here and they're not any good at this point, but they will be. I wonder about the person who really wants that kind of physical relationship, and because the way our society is structured, is never gonna get it. Like, I don't wanna fault that one person for that. To wanna fault the industry for the way they stereotypically, racially gender these kinds of products that they make. Yes, I wanna hold them accountable for that. Do I wanna hold our society, and me specifically, our churches accountable for the fact that we are not showing up and filling the gap in a positive way of this lack of social attachment? Yeah. And so I'd rather spend my energy trying to push us in those directions.
Right back here.
Hi, so I have a particular interest in this topic. I did a pretty extensive research project on AI sex bots for Duquesne. And it's funny that you mentioned that because my question has to do with it. So I'm sure you're familiar with the company Realbotics in LA. For those of you that don't know, they make like highly specialized sex bots. You can customize pretty much anything. The most basic model starts at $20,000 and the most expensive model starts at $125,000. So with these bots and even the chat bots that we're seeing, there seems to be like a lack of pushback and a lack of resistance because you can program it to do whatever you want. So there's not going to be that kind of pushback that you get in a relationship where they don't answer you for 6 hours and you're freaking out, or they're not responding to you in the exact way that you want, or they're with their ex. So with this lack of resistance and lack of conflict, I think about how conflict inherently forms who we are and how we respond to resistance that informs who we are as people. And I'm wondering what you guys think about how this lack of resistance can possibly do damage to how the individual interacting with AI perceives interpersonal relationships and how they are then confined to a certain identity without resistance.
Okay, I have a couple things I want to say. I was trying to find one thing. Yeah, I agree. I think that's true of the chatbots too, like this rejection-free joy character I created. Now, it didn't reject me, but it did resist the directions I was trying to go. So there was like negotiation happening. That would be different if it was one of the sex bots from RealDocX. At the very least, I do think when we engage in these questions, we should, this is, from a social ethics perspective, actually find the people who are like part of this. And there is a whole sextile community prior to any AI or anything, right? There's just, and they talk very complexly about relationship. And none of them are sequestered with like most of them are girlfriends, but right, with their girlfriends. They go to work, they have friends, they go out, they have fun, right? But this is their choice for how they are engaging in terms of a particular aspect of living out their sexuality in the world. So I do think we can learn something from them and how complexly they've thought about it. And they actually have a lot of critique around the kind of like whether or not to create like voice generation and engagement in the dolls. So I think that's an interesting, like, let's not alienate a whole population that actually has some experience here we could maybe learn from, whether we agree with it or not. The other piece that I think about this is both religious and cultural. I think we're gonna denigrate anything that feels like it's not some sort of high-level form of mutuality and reciprocity in relationship. And so this is just whenever I'm asking questions about what the tech is doing, I'm always asking what's going on with humans. And I'm sorry, but we have really crappy, can I say crappy? You can say crappy. Okay. Okay, we have really crappy relationships, right? I think for the most part, we're not good at sexual and romantic relationships well, right? Most of them are not mutual or reciprocal, right? So we kind of hold this standard out for tech forms that we don't hold ourselves to in real life. And it's often why people are going to those forms. So I think that's a piece of it. The third piece I will say is that, again, I already said, I wish there was a world where people didn't feel the need to fulfill their sexuality in that particular regard, because I think there are other ways it could be fulfilled really robustly. But we live in a broken world. So the third thing I will say is that I also think we have a hard time thinking about any of this, even like VR relationships where people engage in sexual behaviors, because we just don't even know how to think about masturbation as something that is a human good, right? It educates about ourselves. It actually has all this data on how it's good for our health, and that it is an expression of our sexuality, right? And so I actually think we want to like dress it up more in these other kinds of forms to be like, that's okay. I can express my desire and pleasure this way. And no, they're not going to call that masturbation. It is, right? Because that's just a giant sex toy. So those are a few things. You go ahead.
That's great. No, I think that's great. And I think that like I am a theologian, not an ethicist, but something that I find helpful for myself when thinking through things ethically is rather than to look, for example, specifically at this community, say like, well, what is sort of wrong always, right? And it's like and I think it's a really good point about like seeking out the community and hearing from them. This is something I have not researched and do not know anything about. But I have, because of my thinking on like sexuality and consent, learned more about the BDSM community and learned a lot about consent from them, right? So there probably is a lot there to learn. And in all of these circumstances, if the whole thing is there so that you can not say please and thank you, right? But instead be really violent, like I think that always is bad, right? And I do think there is, there's clearly, I think one thing to care about right now, particularly, at the college age, what a lot of people are dealing with, but particularly people being interested in relationships with men, is a population that seems to be more enculturated into violence. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's not true, maybe it's always been that way, but like it just seems, I get, like I hear from a lot of my students that it just feels really difficult out there because so many heterosexual men in particular seem to expect a lot of violence from their relationships, and they're learning this from stuff out there. So to map all of that onto the particular sex robot scene is, I think you're saying that's what's too much, and I think that is a really insightful bit of research. And I think that concern of some of these things having an effect, right? And seeing the ways in which having I think you're exactly right in terms of we need, like you were saying, these are folks with friends, people who tell you when you're being a jerk, people who tell you when you smell, people who tell you when you're being racist. Like those are people I have needed in my life. And if I was just the same person I was when I was 11, because no one ever told me that I needed to be better and do better, that would be a really big problem. And that's a sort of a thing I worry about as well developmentally. It's just if you consistently have relationships with chatbots who are programmed to be sycophantic, you are so brilliant and so hot. It's like, well, like that's gonna be great, but like what about like the times I've hurt my husband's feelings? Those have been really, really important. What about the times when I had to learn to tell him that he had hurt my feelings and how hard that was, right? Like those are so fundamental, and we have to have those. And I think your point is like we don't need to sort of demonize this group as a way to talk about these problems, because they're a problem everywhere. They're a problem in married straight couples who've been together for 30 years, and it's a problem in every other kind of relationship. My point is, it's always a problem, no matter the community, right? And I feel, and just to go back to the place I started, I do feel when I hear from my students that it is hard to begin these conversations in romantic relationships right now, and it feels like there's an effect of all of this discourse, like the effect of like men in particular, but probably both, like just who've been really enculturated into a more domineering way of seeing relationships. It's hard.
I'm sure we have 8 million more questions. We don't have that many minutes. I do want to say, ooh, it is getting hot up here. I need to say, Dr. Ott was like, can I say crappy? And then she went full into talking about masturbation. That's not a swear word. Without hesitation. Is crappy?
Well, I was going to say a different word.
Oh, got it. Just to kind of wrap it up, could we do like quick takeaway? And then hopefully we will continue this conversation. You know how people love to say that. But I really do. I do hope that we can do that. Dr. Ott and then Dr. Jacobs.
Yeah, all right. If I can leave us with anything, it's that we are sexual people, and we are not sexual people in a vacuum. All of what we have talked about is a much larger issue than whether it just relates to chatbots or any kinds of forms of technology. And if we can start there, I think that really helps us. If we can push back against the individualized, privatized formation of sexuality that we promote, but generative AI definitely promotes. And so how do we break that open? And if we do break that open, if I have a word for any of the kind of designer or engineer folks, like, meet some sexuality educators, make sure they're part of what you're doing when you're designing this stuff. It actually is gonna be better and be used better. And then that goes to what we've been talking about the whole conference, which is if we can shift to thinking about generative AI not as this replacement, but as this addition, as something that can walk with us, that can educate us, that can help us with communication, any of those kinds of things, then I think it will contribute to our sexual flourishing. But if it is not in that direction, I think it's gonna probably harm us indelibly.
I don't know if I have any like wrap-up thoughts. I don't know. It's from I'm just so grateful to be having this conversation, and I guess if I had anything to say, it's just like I am trying to do this. Try to spend time with people in just the most open way. Children, you know, possible romantic partners, friends, family members. I feel like this is where it collapses in on some of our ways of quantifying our worth in terms of, you know, grades and success and all of these things. Learning, we're always learning new things, we're always achieving things, all these things that we've really instrumentalized our human relationships. Sort of turning people into tech around us, like turning the people into the instruments of our own betterment or popularity or whatever. And I'm really trying to orient myself to my human relationships as just, you know, the religious would be like apophatic, like an open an open sense of possibility that I'm just present to. Yeah, as kind of whatever as the inverse of this. So I guess that would be my.
No, fantastic. Thank you both. Can we please, for our panelists. I'm so glad we were able to bring this topic to the symposium and have you all share your expertise and experience and knowledge. Guess what? There's more break and snack time now. So you can head out into the Shepperson Suite and get a drink and a snack. And then at 4 o'clock, we will be announcing the poster awards. So you better come back. And then we'll have an amazing closing session. So see you all very soon.
after sitting there for how many hours today? Goodness.
Tell him, John, I needed to stretch my legs anyway. Perfect. Grab you some more microphones as well.
Next to you. Okay. And then you can just. Okay. And you have, Michael, you have Dean Barton's PowerPoint.
Yes, pulled and ready.
Perfect. Let's just make sure it clicks. Perfect. Okay. So I'll sit on the edge here. Okay. I want to sit here. I'll just put that. And I'm just going to make sure Michael is there. Awesome. And I'm great job, man.
That was something.
Absolutely. I don't care. We'll all be good. We'll all be good. See you. It's good to see you.
They're behind the flowers. I can see it. Imagine.
And the dean of admissions said, come out, we'll show you it's not really like that. It's like a course on algorithm or TribLive and all the rest of that stuff, but once you get into campus, it's not the little devices. I joked with my president, she was in so she went with Minnesota weather, and I moved to Santa Clara. Like they could have said like we're reducing your salary, and she would have went. Yeah, I did undergrad at Carleton, so you know it's like Carleton.
What's that? She's coming. She's out. I just gotta grab her. She's right outside. All right, everyone, welcome to the final closing session of the 6th annual Tech Ethics Symposium sponsored by the Grefenstette Center at Duquesne University. So once again, I'm John Slattery, the joyful director of the Grefenstette Center, and we have a really fantastic panel tonight. But before we get into that, we got to talk about these student posters, and they were just amazing. So first of all, let's just give a round of applause to all the students that are here that presented their posters today, because it was really just phenomenal. We had the most ever student posters submitted. 195 student posters were submitted to the symposium this year, most we've ever had. And of those, we could only select 46. So that gave us an acceptance rate of around 25 to 30%. And of those 46, we had 6 graduate student posters, and then the rest were undergrad posters. And by far, the best posters that we've had all around. It's really been a wonderful sense of what we've been able to do with this conference and instill what it means to do research on ethical AI at Duquesne, what it means to do this year after year. All right, so we have a number of awards. The first one is the Audience Choice Awards. These were done by everybody putting the tickets in the box over the last 2 days. So we have 2 poster award winners for this. So when I announce your name, just stand up so you can be recognized, and then you can sit back down after. So that'll be great. Okay, so the first Audience Choice Award is awarded to Pixels to Prognosis, Finnegan Davis Martin, Annika Kacic, Charisse Dyke, and Kaya Thompson, and Grace Mathis. Are they here? Yes. Congratulations. All right, and the second one goes to Chatbot Therapy, Do the Benefits Outweigh the Risks, by Jordan Stokla, Connor Kasich, Kaylin Wilkes, Maria Weideman, and Isabella Jovine. Are they here? Yes, we got one of them. Fantastic. Fantastic, congratulations. Okay, so now we get into the graduate students, and we had a runner-up award and a grand prize. So the runner-up of the graduate students goes to Digital Remains and the Ethics of AI Reconstruction, Brandon Bowerman, Damar Blanchett, and Grace Scanlon. Yes, congratulations. And that one, am I right, came from the new Nasuti College of Osteopathic Medicine. So congratulations for that. It's fantastic. All right, and then the grand prize on graduate students goes to Hypothesis and Design of a Machine Learning Model for Accessible Communication and Disability Care. Heather Rusowitz, Adina Silvestri, and Brad DiCiano. They here? Yes, there we go. Fantastic work, congratulations. Okay, these undergrad posters were so good this year. The voting was extremely close. So actually I'm going to start with 2 honorable mention awards, and then we'll go into the three main categories. So the 2 honorable mention awards for the undergraduate posters. The first one goes to The Risks of Jailbreaking Generative AI via Prompt Hacking, Naif Al-Qurashi. Naif, you here? Congratulations. Fantastic work. And the second goes to Measuring and Mitigating the Water Footprint of Generative AI to Combat the Water Stress Crisis by Jack Wiggins. Jack, congratulations. Great work. All right, so this year we decided to have 3 different awards. And the first award we call the Pope Francis Award for Focus on Priorities of Human Dignity, the Environment, and Other Aspects of Catholic Social Teaching. And this one went to Grief and Mourning in the Age of AI by Abraham Rimillard. Is Abraham here? Well, we'll give him a round of applause anyway. It was a great poster. All right, the next award is, we called it the Ethical PA Award for focusing on the needs of the local community, whether here in Pittsburgh or across the state. And this award goes to Optimization or Obligation, AI Ethics and Computational Drug Discovery by Brooke Soika. All right, Brooke is also not here, but that's okay, that's okay. All right, and then finally, the last award is the Outstanding Undergraduate Researcher Award for General Excellence in Research Methods and Application. And this goes to Staying Human in the Age of AI, A Computational Exploration of Consciousness by Addison Moorhead. Congratulations, Addison. Really, really wonderful work, Addison. So thanks to all the student posters. It's really become a highlight of what we do at this conference and helps everything else to work. Without the student involvement, it doesn't really go together. So last thing I want to say before we get started in this final panel, so I don't hold you up at the very end, is just a few words of gratitude. This event is coordinated by many, many people over a long period of time. And so very first, I want to thank all the student workers over the past 2 days who hung the posters, checked you in, walked around with the microphone, moved chairs up and down. I want to thank the Conference and Event Services staff who work tirelessly to help us out, including John Hahn, Michael Kozar in the back, and Megan Peterson, as well as all the catering staffs who not only kept the food flowing, but made sure that everything worked together both online for our online streaming audience as well as in person. And then lastly, I want to especially thank my Director of Programs, Dr. Mia Briseño, right over there. Exactly, whose presence has allowed us to bring the conference to new heights every year. This was our most popular conference, most ever registrations, most ever in-person attendance. So it's really been a fantastic year for us in the conference. Oh, and then I know I had one other finally. I want to thank President Gormley, Provost Staussy, the Grefenstette family, and the Hillman Foundation, without whose tireless support over the last 5 years, none of this would be possible. So round of applause for all the people I thanked here. Okay, let's get into it here. One last session, and we're going to start. I'll do introductions first, and then I'll have an opening question and let everybody answer that, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so I'll start first with Nikki Pope is the head of AI and legal ethics at NVIDIA. In this role, she works closely with business units and product teams to integrate NVIDIA's trustworthy AI principles into the company's AI models and systems. Oh, we're losing all these students to the posters. It's a rough movement. I promise it's going to be a good conversation, but it's okay. We'll be fine. Bree Pardo, we're very grateful to have her here, who's the Deputy Secretary for Information Technology and now the Acting Chief Information Officer in the Governor's Office of Administration. As the Executive Director that she was of the CODE PA, the Commonwealth Office of Digital Experience, Bree has led her team over the past 2.5 years in delivering simple, seamless, and secure digital experiences to our residents and workforce, including the new PA.gov, and we are very grateful to have her with us today. Dean April Barton is Dean and Professor of Law at the Thomas R. Klein School of Law here at Duquesne. In addition to doing everything it takes to lead the law school, she is the author of the book Best Practices for Building a High-Tech Law School, The Process of Designing Educational Spaces, as well as many articles in law review journals. And finally, last but certainly not least, Provost David J. Dowsey is the Executive Vice President and Provost here at Duquesne University. He also oversees research and innovation, enrollment management, online learning, student success, educational and classroom technology, university libraries, academic centers and institutes, and international programs. The provost is an internationally recognized epidemiologist, and he played a pivotal role in creating Duquesne University's Nasuti College of Osteopathic Medicine. So please join me in welcoming our esteemed guest for this panel. All right, so we're going to start with a question, then I'm going to go sit down, and I'm going to start with you, Dean Barton. Can you just give us an overview? What does it mean to talk about ethical AI policy, and what is the state of it today?
Thank you, John, and it's a pleasure to be on this panel with all these esteemed panelists who are here. And I couldn't resist. I had to put together a little PowerPoint presentation. So, because it helps me to think about this and frame the conversation. So, when I think about ethical AI in its broadest sense, I think about AI that is ensuring humanity's best interests. And I realize that's sort of very broad strokes, but if I think about ethical AI in action, I think about three principles. Thinking about honesty, harmlessness, and helpfulness. So in terms of honesty, the AI model must be honest at all times. It must behave in an honest manner. The companies that are developing AI must be honest and transparent about how they are training their AI models. Harmlessness is also important. So harmless to individuals, think of their jobs, privacy, intellectual property. Harmless to society as a whole, thinking about the higher good of society at all times. Harmless to our environment. There are finite resources, electricity, minerals, and water that we need to be thoughtful about. And then finally, harmless to our democracy. The most obvious is in our elections. And then also, AI must be helpful. It can't just meet these minimum standards of being harmless and honest. AI must contribute to the advancement of human well-being. And I want to spend a little bit of time thinking about the harm concerns because these are real and these are very significant. So AI, in terms of thinking of the harmful consequences, can have catastrophic misuse. So we're thinking about AI getting into the hands of bad actors and using AI tools to develop chemical, biological, nuclear weapons, or massive job replacement. That's something that's on all of our minds. AI companies are already creating AI agents that are autonomously acting for long periods of time to do the jobs that we normally do. And then the deceptive and manipulative behavior. This is autonomous behavior, replication types of behaviors, self-preservation tactics. And then ultimately, we worry about super intelligent artificial general intelligence systems that are smarter than humans. And what happens when that happens? We lose control and we cannot predict their behavior. So I'm going to start with an example, and I wish I could say that all of this was in the very far away future. I'm going to start with an example deals with Anthropic. How many Claude users are out there? I'm a Claude user. I love Claude. And I use Claude because I feel like of all the large-scale companies and all-purpose AI companies, Anthropic is intentional and transparent about how it's training its model and the data upon which the model is trained. And in this example here, Anthropic was testing, so it's a good thing. It was testing Opus 4, its newest AI model. And what it did is it provided Opus 4 with access to emails, implying that it would soon be taken offline and replaced. And then separate messages that implied that the engineer who is responsible for doing this was engaged in an extramarital affair. How many people have heard of this? A couple of you, good. So in these scenarios, Opus 4 often attempted to blackmail the engineer who threatened to take Opus 4 offline and reveal the affair if the replacement went through. So we have this, and credit to Anthropic for disclosing this, for testing it, for assessing the risk assessment. Anthropic went on to test other models and determine very easily that models will lie, cheat, and steal to reach their goals. An artificial intelligence safety firm found out that 2 of OpenAI's models sometimes refused to shut down and were sabotaging computer scripts in order to keep working on tasks. And this is a symptom of a model being optimized for task completion. And there are a lot of other examples that I could share. And I wish that this were a surprise to us. But I'm going to remind everybody, this was back in 2023. How many of you remember this open letter requesting a 6-month moratorium after GPT-4 was released? Was there a six-month moratorium? What happened? Nothing. Everything kept going on. And then soon followed by the white paper signed by Sam Altman and Microsoft and Google DeepMind scientists warning that the technology that they are building may someday pose an existential threat to humanity. And there are a lot of other examples. And I'm sure many of you recognize this gentleman, Dr. Jeffrey Hinton, who developed the neural network technology that became the intellectual foundation of artificial intelligence at the University of Toronto. He went to work at Google for 10 years. A couple of years ago, he left Google so that he can speak openly about what he sees as the many threats associated with AI. So I'm just sharing all this, and there are a lot of, I could talk to you about Ilya Sutskever, I could talk to you about Miriam Murati, and all sorts of other characters associated with OpenAI who are no longer associated with OpenAI. But I just wanted to paint that as a backdrop, because when I'm thinking about ethical AI, these are the types of things I'm thinking of. My panelists may not be thinking about these things, but this is what I'm thinking about. And how can we ensure ethical AI? I think we start with companies themselves. So companies like Claude, they have a constitution. I like that idea. I'm a lawyer. So they have a set of principles, and they instruct the AI model to follow these principles as closely as possible, be as harmless as possible, be as helpful as possible, be as honest as possible. And then, of course, industry self-regulation. There's a little glimmer of hope here. There's a Frontier Model Forum, and this is an AI safety institute that has been created by these entities you see here. And, I have a little bit of skepticism here because they have a $10 million initiative. Well, that's a drop in the bucket, compared to the trillions and trillions of dollars that they are investing in developing this technology. And then finally, law and policy, and I'm sure we'll get into this conversation here. And I probably don't need to remind everybody that there's been a dramatic shift in policy at the highest levels. And on the left, you see President Biden's executive order on safe, secure, and trustworthy development and use of artificial intelligence. And on the right, we see the pivot under the Trump administration to winning the race and global domination in terms of developing AI. And we can talk about that, but that certainly has set the stage. So I'm just going to end there, and we can continue the conversation.
No, that's perfect. I really appreciate that as a setup. And then I just want to go to you next, Bree, to sort of talk through, now that we're sort of a little bit on the same page, how do you look at ethical AI in the governor's administration? What do those conversations look like on a daily basis? And welcome, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's good to be here. So the Shapiro administration has taken a different tack than many other states. Initially, when AI was being rolled out, the answer by many, many states was, we're just going to pretend like it doesn't exist. We're just going to say no. And so the establishment of the executive order on AI under the Shapiro administration was very focused on core tenets of ethical use and governance around AI, while recognizing that it can enable our workforce to do things more effectively, more quickly, but keeping humans in the loop. And so we have taken a very strong stance on governance, central oversight, and management of the scaling of AI within our organization. But I'll tell you, in my new role, it's been really exciting to see the logs of all the employees who just want to use AI, and they're going to find a way to make it happen. And so for us, it's been thinking about how to educate our workforce, how to partner with our workforce on the best ways to use it, how to partner with policy, legislation, our council to understand those core pieces. Because if we don't, the train's going to keep on moving. As we have also been navigating with our partners who offer AI solutions, it's been really important for us to focus on educating our agencies and our workforce on the concept of right hammer, right nail. Early in my career in the state, it was right when we were starting to message generative AI, and suddenly every vendor had AI solutions. And we were waiting for the Charmin commercials about how AI could improve toilet paper too. And as a result, so many agencies and government are looking for the right solution to manage staffing shortages in critical benefits administration, move faster, move more effectively, and meet constituent need. But AI is not always the right answer. And I think applying appropriate governance and use there has been incredibly important too. So for us, we've been really focused on how do we implement responsibly and set appropriate governance and use within the context of our organization, and then focus on education and accessibility in the right way.
Thanks so much for that. Nikki, I want to turn to you now, coming from the tech industry, from NVIDIA, which is a wonderful and enormous company these days, and very wealthy, we'll say.
That's the company, not Nikki.
That's the company. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to presume there. You don't have all the $5 trillion yourself, no. You're saying. Okay, it's good to set ground rules here. So a company moving so fast, getting so big so quickly, I know this is like your job at NVIDIA, so how hard is your job to bring ethical AI conversations into this light speed moving train that is NVIDIA and AI development?
Thank you for inviting me. And it is breakneck, but NVIDIA is in a slightly different position than Anthropic and OpenAI and Meta and Microsoft and name all of them. The difference is that NVIDIA is a business-to-business company. So we create models, but we create models for industries. And so while you're seeing a breakneck pace, we don't really have a breakneck pace within our company. It's still fast. It's very fast. But we don't have the same pressure to be out there first. And one of you were speaking of principles, one of the principles that we have is we want to create tools to solve important problems. So you take something like our model Earth 2, which replicates the planet. And for climate change, for climate science, that's a big problem. So those are the kinds of problems that we want to focus on. BioNeMo is a large language model that we have that focuses on molecular biology and chemistry, so for helping with drug discovery. So that's a problem those are big problems that we want to solve. We don't create chatbots because there are 1,000 of them out there and we don't need another one really. So it makes it, the fact that that's the space that we hold, and also that we make our money primarily on hardware, not on software. So there's not the kind of pressure to build hardware and get it out there as fast as you can, because that's not where our revenue comes from. So it puts me in I think an enviable and happy position when it comes to my job, because you were mentioning Anthropic. Anthropic does research. They put out a paper about Claude trying to what was the word you used? Yeah, blackmail the engineer. Or Facebook Meta has their behavior guide for Llama 2 leaked, and it has some really horrible stuff in it. When those things happen, it gives me the ability to go to my teams and say, we can't do this. We can't be this person. We can't be this company. We can't have this happen. We need to think about how we build these products and what kinds of not just guardrails, because guardrails are kind of after the fact. You've built the product, you discover a problem, and then you build a guardrail to hopefully hold it back. But much more early in the process, how do we build a product? For example, with a BioNemo, how do you build a model that can generate formulas to create chemical compounds that we've not heard of, but do it in a way so that it does not create chemical compounds that will eventually kill us? One of the ways you do that is when you start building the model, you train it not to do those things. So you take out the information. I mean, on an earlier panel, someone was talking about how, it was Kate, how, or maybe it was you, what goes into the model is what comes out of the model. So all it is a bunch of data. If you don't put in the bad data, it can't create the bad thing. So we build models with the idea of who's going to use this for good and who's going to use this for ill, and how do we build it to protect it from itself and protect us from it. And that goes into everything from a large language model that eventually is going to be used as a chatbot, right? So an example that I give when I'm on panels like this is you take a base chatbot. You mentioned the frontier model forum. So you take a frontier model or a foundation model, and you build that model, and it's going to be bought or used by Mattel to create a Barbie chatbot. But it's also going to be used by Rockstar Games to create a Grand Theft Auto chatbot. Those two chatbots should not have the same conversation with the people who are using them, because those audiences are completely different. And so we think about that when who's going to ultimately use it when we're building them, so that we can build them in a way that gives the customer the flexibility to do what they need to do for their brand, but also does not impose bad things or things that they don't want to happen into that chatbot. It's hard, and because we don't know really how these things really work, it's a bit of a whack-a-mole game where we build it as solidly as we can, and then we go back, and that's where the guardrails come in. I don't know if that answers your question.
It starts the answer. We'll come back to it, but I want to go to David first. And AI in education, we've been talking about this a few times today. Obviously, it's a big deal. It's been a big deal for a while. Obviously, the Grefenstette Center is at Duquesne, so we know very closely. We're really excited to be here and be in such a place where we can flourish and talk about this. But just from your perspective and in higher education as a whole, how do you see this tension between, yes, we want to use AI and do all the stuff, and the obvious ethical pieces that we want to have here? So I'm so glad you're able to be a part of this panel, by the way. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, John, and thanks so much for inviting me, and thanks to the panelists for a great discussion so far, and look forward to the rest of it. We've spent a lot of time, obviously, thinking about this at Duquesne University. It's one of the reasons we created the Grefenstette Center. We wanted to put ethics at the center of technology discussions rather than being on the periphery. We do have this tendency in the United States and globally, I think, of just adopting technology for technology's sake, without any thought or consideration for the ethical implications of it. And if you think of other areas in which we've had human advancement, there have been discussions that have been throttling discussions around it. So think of cloning and some of the things that happened there. And there was a discussion, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should do something. So we've really been thinking about that at higher education for a while, and I've been to several conferences where these topics come up. One of the things that really stands out to me as a leader of an academic institution is the fact that academia should be involved in these discussions. So we do have trained ethicists. We do have individuals that are at the intersection of ethics and technology, and those individuals should be consulted along the way. And that has not necessarily been happening at a way that you would expect it to happen. And part of this is that there is a growing divide, I think, between technology and higher education. There's almost, attention there that is existing. Some technology firms are telling students, hey, we'll reward you for not going to college, have a competition to not go to college. And there is this misunderstanding of the purpose of what we do in higher education. One thing we do is to create an educated citizenry, and it's above and beyond job skills. And the moment that we reduce what higher education does to giving people job skills, you can see the fundamental tension that arises with AI. So if it's just about skills and performing rote tasks, maybe we don't need human beings to do it at all. And so what's the purpose of higher education? But when you bring in ethics and critical thinking and the importance of it, it raises all sorts of other questions in terms of the role that higher education should have in the development and use of AI. And so what we've really been talking about as a team at Duquesne is thinking about how we even use it here. How do we use it ethically as administrators? How do we use it ethically as teachers and as students for both learning and pedagogy? I find it interesting right now. There are, I'm sure, many examples throughout higher education, all in this country, where AI is generating a rubric and generating an assignment, and then students are using AI to respond to the rubric and the assignment, and then faculty are in turn using AI to grade the assignment. And that's a little terrifying when you begin to think about it, because what is happening is you're seeing this, AI interact with AI. And we know that there are a lot of times these large language models, we're feeding them information from large language models, and they're starting to break down because it doesn't work that way. They're sort of running out of original thought, and now we're just replicating generated thought. So I think that there's an incredible role for higher education here. I think that this seminar and all the work that we're doing with Grefenstette and your great work, John, and the team's work is really critical as we think forward into the future and determine not only how we use AI, why are we using AI, what's the purpose of it, what's the end goal, and of course, what are the ethical consequences of that?
No, thanks so much. And that leads right to the next question. And one of the biggest ethical concerns that comes up, lots of student posters out there about it, is the notion of energy and sustainability. It's one of the biggest concerns going on here in Pennsylvania. We have data centers that already populate the state. New ones are being approved and proposed all the time. We have nuclear power plants that are in the process of coming online. We have lots of other pieces there's a lot of concern. There's a lot of concern with the students. There's a lot of concern in the population as a whole. So Bree, I want to come back to you. And this is a big regulation, as we already talked about. It's not a ton of regulation. We can get into that later. At a federal level, what are we doing on the state level to say, hey, maybe we can't put just because you're a big tech company, you can't necessarily put a data center in every single impoverished community in Pennsylvania. What's being done there to ensure that, yes, AI can be good, but we need to hold on to the water and the energy needs of our local communities and not necessarily outsource them just because there's money to do that?
Yeah, certainly. So as an IT nerd, perhaps I won't be able to address all of the policy and legislative components of this. But energy is a conversation, and energy consumption and the sustainability of AI is something that is constantly being talked about, both in our policy and legislative offices. In my role, the goal is to help educate, and I think the Harrison McRae, who's our Director of Emerging Technologies, the amount of bill analysis that man does on a weekly basis is unbelievable. And I think for us, the focus has been on education. People can't regulate or legislate or put policy in place without really understanding the implications of what that means. And I think to the point earlier, it's how can we help educate right hammer, right nail for where AI does make sense and how we can think about what consumption would look like long term. I can't tell you the number of emails that I get that I can now confirm were generated by AI when we could have just said, no, thank you. And so as we look across our workforce and the tools that we're making available at the state level in Harrisburg and across the state, we are putting an extraordinary amount of effort into training and understanding our partners. So we've worked with groups like Innovate US. Over 5,000 of the folks in Harrisburg have now participated in that training. And so really, I think the focus at this point is on education and appropriate use so that we can think about what it looks like long-term and make informed policy and legislative decisions.
Thanks so much for that. Nikki, I want to shift to you on this. And I mean, I think to me, the question becomes like, what does it mean to be responsible, right? When all of these AI energy demands are enormous, they seem to keep getting bigger for a company like NVIDIA, when building chips and doing all these things. What does that mean to you? How do you wrestle with that? It's like, yes, I want to do this, but we're also using, projected to use an exponential more amount of energy than we ever have in the past 50 years because of this search after AI. So how do you personally wrestle with that, and how does that work within your role at NVIDIA?
Personally, I may wrestle with it. Professionally, I don't. Because that's not an area that I have any expertise in at all. But my colleague Josh Parker does. And so we're sort of like, we're all in the legal department, and which is an unusual place anyway for trustworthy AI or responsible AI to be in the legal department. But that's because our general counsel believes that the way lawyers think about and the way we approach a problem is in a holistic way. And so we think about things outside of our practice area, so to speak. So I can't really talk specifically to what we do as a company, but I can tell you that generally we have efficiency targets that we set for ourselves for how much energy we use and how efficient our GPUs and data centers are. And then we achieve those goals, or we get as close to those goals as we can. I'm sorry, I can't,
No, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. I mean, I think just the question of defining responsibility, I think in some ways that sort of answers the question too, because I do think a lot of times when we talk about ethics of AI, we do talk about things like privacy and security and transparency, but sometimes this question of energy usage and sustainability becomes sort of a slightly separate question. And so, David, I want to shift to you here. Obviously, we're doing a lot here at Duquesne. Can you talk about that? How does that question of sustainability play within administration as you think about what Duquesne is and how we deal with technology in general, not to mention AI?
Yeah, we've spent a lot of time working on this, and we've got a lot of impressive results of that. And so the business school had a team of students that used AI and technology to look at people's plates as they were, leaving restaurants and other things, to see what food was left on those plates, to sort of look at how you source and think about purchasing food, and where the waste is, and how that is ultimately how you might be able to reduce waste. So there are ways to use AI to sort of make up for some of the challenges it's resulting in terms of the environmental challenges. But that, again, one of the things we are not doing is challenging, when we talked about carbon offsets and other things, maybe there should be a push to say, yes, we're using this additional energy, and so to put some responsibility on these companies to say, use some of this massive technology to tell us how you're going to offset some of that, so how you're going to benefit society and benefit the environment more, but make it incumbent upon them to do it, as we did when we looked at companies that engaged in fossil fuels or other things. So to really push back and challenge and say, if you are going to be increasing the use of energy at exponential levels, what are you also doing to offset that? And how is your technology helping us to do that? And to really use that as a driving force in the discussion. Our one small project's just a simple example of that, but you could imagine a lot more.
Absolutely. And April, on that point, what are the policy possibilities when it comes to regulating energy usage? I mean, you know, looking at local and state levels, because federal is sort of a non-starter right now. But I mean, what does that practically look like? What are some areas?
Well, I will say at the federal level, data centers, these entities would be subject to the things like NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, and the Clean Water Act, and the Clean Air Act, but we know that the new administration has streamlined the creation of these data centers and try to remove these regulatory and legal obstacles. And so, and certainly local zoning and permitting laws would of course apply to these centers. I think that concern folks the most, consumers should not be competing for electricity and off the same power grid as these data centers. Can you imagine you're living a mile from one of these data centers and you're noticing different brownouts and issues with your energy consumption, or you think about entities like hospitals and things like that. So it must be built in a way that separates these consumers and important entities from having to compete for these energy resources.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sort of becomes the heart of it, right? The data centers don't actually produce a lot of jobs, right? It's not like an Amazon warehouse that you might have issues with, but it does bring a lot of jobs to an area, and you can work with that. A data center just produces a lot of computers, and it pulls in a lot of energy, it uses a lot of water, and they're often in places where the energy and water is cheap. And this goes to sort of the next question, which is sort of going back to the real shift between the Biden administration and the Trump administration is a shift that was very predicted towards massive deregulation. It's deregulation, it's dismantling of sort of any of the sort of anti-monopoly cases, which creates a different atmosphere that's palpable in how the tech industry has responded as a whole to the administration, the shift towards defense and military spending from the tech industry. And so I do want to turn back to, Nikki, I want to turn back to you, and you don't need to defend the whole tech industry. I'm not going to ask you to do that. But I do want to ask you the question of, like, more than just like having good ethical conversations internally, what are some structures that NVIDIA has in place to say, you know what, even if regulation doesn't come down the pike, we still want to do ethical AI. We still want to be creating this. What are some pieces that are in place at NVIDIA that you work for to be able to ensure that?
Sure. When I saw this slide, I thought, it shouldn't matter to the company whether it's the Biden administration or the Trump administration, because if you have your principles grounded, then you have your principles and they're grounded. And that's what we do. We have what we call trustworthy AI, and we have 4 basic principles that we categorize how the models should perform. And it's easy to have a list and have pillars of excellence or principles of trustworthy AI or responsible AI and not do anything about it. So the first step is to, which we did 4 years ago, is to identify what your principles as a company are and what your products are going to stand up for. And then once you've done that work, and that's hard work because at the time there were 28,000 employees at NVIDIA, and everybody wanted to say in what the principles were. So once you get past that, then you actually have to build the processes that create the output that you want, which is products that are responsible. So one of the roles that we have is an AI ethics committee, which is comprised of people from corporate communications, legal, engineering, hardware, engineering software, legal research, marketing research, just different disciplines from across the country or across the company. And we started out by looking at our products and then trying to determine what the risk would be for those products and how we would address that. But because it moves so fast, we couldn't keep up. Even within NVIDIA, we couldn't keep up with NVIDIA. And so we shifted the focus and started looking at the future. So we were talking about AI agents and what the risks might be to society, to people using agents probably 2.5 years ago. So by the time we got to the place where we were actually building AI agents, we'd already talked about what risks we should be thinking about and building tools to help manage those risks and to mitigate those risks. We also have what we call a PLC, product lifecycle process, where this was probably the toughest thing to change because engineers don't, even though they build new stuff, don't like change. And so NVIDIA is sort of a laissez-faire type place where everybody was building what they wanted to build in their little teams and doing whatever they wanted to do. And there was really not a lot of oversight because AI wasn't out there yet. And so we took the PLC process and created a subset of that, which is trustworthy AI. So it's PLC AI. And there are 2 tracks to that. One is models. So we have implemented specific steps that the teams have to get through in order to get their model to market. So if you don't meet a certain risk threshold, you can't get your product to market. If you don't do certain kinds of mitigations, your product can't go to market. The other part of PLC AI is data set. So because data is everything, we look at every data set that engineers are going to use to train the models, and the data sets have to pass a certain legal review, technical review, and from my team, an ethics review. Is the data set, if it's going to be a data set that is going to be used to train a financial model, financial services model, what is the information in there? Where does it come from? Is it zip code coded so that it's going to end up being biased towards people in different zip codes? Is it gender coded so it might end up being biased against single parents or single mothers? So we look at all of that, and every time you want to build a model, you have to start at step 1, which is registering your model and your idea. And then a whole bunch of people look at what you're doing and weigh in on whether it's something you can build. Will you ask, you can build it, should you build it? We asked that question early on, should we be building this? I had that a conversation today when I was sitting over there about, no, I won't tell you what it is, but it's, should we be building this? I don't think so, so convince me that we should. And if you can't convince me, then we can't. You can build it in-house, but it's never going to leave with an NVIDIA name on it. So and we have a lot of those sorts of steps that we have implemented.
That's great.
And I hope and I believe that other companies have those too. They just start from a different set of principles, likely.
Well, I think some companies may have it more than others. Bree, can you talk to me about in the administration and the work that you're doing? That sort of same question, like what are those structures that are in place besides just, well, everybody wants good things, right? Everybody wants to do things right. What are the structures in place with AI starting to be sort of woven into all sorts of things that we do, the structures in place to ensure that it's being ethically deployed both for the people of the Commonwealth, but also within the administration itself?
Yeah, absolutely. So very early on, we realized that there was an appetite and that people just didn't necessarily know when it made sense and what made sense. And so we also recognized that as the Commonwealth, we might not necessarily have bench depth or expertise there either. And so that was the creation of the Emerging Technologies team with a fast follow to the creation of an AI governance board. That governance board is not only staffed or led by Commonwealth teams, but also by external academic partners who have expertise in that space. So we do have an intake process for any AI concept that folks want to bring to bear, and that is reviewed on a monthly basis with that AI use governing board. Now, to your point, the pace is crazy. Everyone wants to do it, everyone wants to do everything, but I think where we're trying to get to is monitoring by conducting research on the AI tools that are already in place. We did a significant study on the use that employees were leveraging generative AI in their day-to-day workforce. We saw that they saw a reduction in manual tasks of about 95 minutes a day. That's fantastic. But what were the core use cases where they were seeing those time savings? And where were there less time savings, and how can we provide more blanket guidance for some of those things so that we can keep up with the pace while still keeping a close eye on new ideas that are coming down the pike. Now, one of the things that I will say is I think there's differentiation that's hard with how technology has evolved. AI is not new. Generative AI is new, but also we've had to think through how we communicate about use cases that have existed for 15 years in the Commonwealth. Things like RPA have been around for a very long time. And so when we talk about how we educate and the use cases that we're reviewing, we're also trying to differentiate there as well so that we can make sure we are not slowing down the pace of innovation and implementation in the Commonwealth. But those structures will continue to be in place so we can make sure we've got that oversight.
Can I just add one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
There are, I mean, you said it, AI has been around for a while, and there are industries that have been using AI in their work for decades. One of them is financial services, and they have figured out how to use AI to streamline work, but still have a responsibility to talk to the, say, mortgage person who wants to get a mortgage, why they didn't get approved for a mortgage, and to go back and figure out what the AI did and what the borrower might be able to do to improve their chances the next time. I think if we look at those industries that have been implementing AI and how they do their work for years, well, there's a lot of learning there.
I'm not sure I would lift up financial services as the most ethical industry using AI out there, but I'm gonna leave you to that example. April, I wanted to ask you about, one of the ways, besides these structures, one of the ways of holding responsibility besides acts are court cases, right? Are things in the lawsuits. Can you walk us through a little bit of some of the most significant cases that are open and that we're sort of looking at in the future to see what's going to be decided? How is this going to shift what AI can and can't do?
Wanted to, in terms of open court cases, I think we're all watching with bated breath about the copyright cases that are being brought against, by entities like the New York Times and other content creators against these AI models that have used their content without their permission, and they knowingly did it, and they assumed that they were going to do a sort of, we're going to do this and ask later type of mentality. And so some of the, when they're relying on fair use. And so I think that is one major area where we really are focused on watching what's happening by the courts. I do want to make a distinction. When we say that AI has been around for a long time, I do think we need to make a distinction between predictive AI and generative AI. And so, these models and these financial services models, they've been using predictive AI, just recognizing patterns. That's a far different animal than generative AI and what we're dealing with now.
I think that's exactly right. I have one other question I want to ask, and then I do want to open it up to audience questions. So please get your questions ready here. David, I want to ask you about this current administration in the sense of, with all the massive deregulation in general, obviously there's a lot of stress on universities of the current administration. There's been lawsuits, there's been defunding of big grants, et cetera, et cetera. The question comes back to ethics, right? How in this current administration do we maintain the notion of an ethical university pushing at different things despite the risks that it might rise coming from a federal level and sometimes other levels as well?
Great question. Thanks, John. I think we benefit because we're at a mission-driven, faith-based organization, and we always go back to our mission. We're always grounded by our mission. It is why we exist, and it is why we do what we do. And so we go back to that mission all the time. What are we setting out to do? And of course, one of the general principles at Duquesne is the idea of building authentic relationships and walking alongside people in need. And what's fascinating is, AI can't do the things that our mission sets out to do. So AI doesn't build authentic relationships. It doesn't It is not working to better the lives of the marginalized and to improve the human condition. We can ask it to help with those things, but that's really where we think at Duquesne. We come back to the mission. It's why we created this institute. It's why we're doing the research we're doing. There's a lot of amazing work actually happening at the law school right now, thinking about how lawyers can ethically use AI, because after a lot of initial cases that came out that were quite embarrassing with people putting up fictitious case law and other things, there was this reactionary thing to say we're not going to use this at all. So I do think that for mission-driven organizations where you're grounded in your mission, it's easier because it doesn't matter the political administration. It doesn't matter what's going on in the broader world. We're grounded and anchored by that mission, and that mission is strong, and that mission is what guides us. It's why I'm at this institution. There are a lot of higher education institutions I could be at, but I'm at this institution because I believe in that mission.
I certainly really appreciate it. It's one of the reasons I felt comfortable coming here as well and being able to rely upon the deep ethics tradition at Duquesne. Before I jump to the audience, because you mentioned it, April, could you speak to a little bit of that, what's going on at the law school and how you are working to stop lawyers from using AI in their court cases?
Well, thank you, Provost Dowsey. So I will say we are blessed to have a very deep bench of faculty expertise at the law school. And we are focused, so first of all, you have the required courses like legal research and writing and professional responsibility or professional ethics. So, ethics, we're thinking about the code of ethics for lawyers. And in those classes, we are making sure that our students are astutely aware of the pitfalls and how to use the technology responsibly and ethically, things like lawyer competence, things like do not upload client confidential information to an open platform. And so you have those types of courses. And then we have more specific courses like coding for lawyers. If you're more interested, you could take that on top of it. Really getting innovative and creative and trying to harness that technology to build the next best, big product. Courses like I teach AI law and policy at the law school. And then we have courses like privacy and copyright and intellectual property and national security law, which all touch on all these related areas. We have classes in e-discovery where students have hands-on ability to use these technologies. Well, so that's all great, but we wanted to take it one step further, and what we wanted to do is make sure that we are going out and talking with practitioners in the practice communities. And so we've been doing visits, and we actually go out to the firms, we go to the courts, and we're talking to lawyers who are out using the technology or not using the technology. And so we're, in some ways, we're educating lawyers out there and making sure that they're aware of the latest, ethical opinions and hallucinations and these types of things. But more importantly, we're listening and learning to them and making sure that we are continually connected with them, and we have sort of a feedback loop as to what's happening in real time in practice, and we're bringing that back to our classroom so that we can be preparing our graduates to be sophisticated users of AI, but most importantly, responsible and ethical users of AI.
Thank you for that. That's fantastic. Questions from the audience? All right, let's start right over here.
Me?
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought someone over there was going first. So I've worked for about 15 years in Washington County and worked on the front lines of fracking, and was just out in Washington County yesterday hearing about what's happening with the data centers. And the truth is the data centers are going to do what we saw and witnessed with the fracking sites, which is they're going to go into places where there is no zoning, there is little to no local control, and they're going to suck a tremendous amount of water out, and they're going to create a tremendous amount of noise, and they're going to create health impacts. It's a really scary thing, and the thing that I think is the scariest is how quickly this is going to happen. So, for instance, we were watching and working on the Shell cracker plant permitting process, and that took years for them to really get what they wanted out of the local township officials. It took 2 months for the data center being proposed in Greene County to get total clearance and do whatever they want. So thoughts on that? I think Pennsylvania has proven itself to know how to allow ourselves to be extracted, to put it mildly. What can we legitimately do to protect these rural communities and to protect, in the absence of zoning? Can we look at this? And I do see the data centers as a way to sort of just keep the fracking industry alive and well. And I feel like we're going to completely ignore the idea, as I hear that, in Virginia, they're doing large-scale solar. We're just going to roll over and say, fracking's here, the well pads are here, we're going to do more of the same. I just feel like this is going to be a tremendous burden upon these rural communities.
Thanks so much for that question. Bree, do you want to take a stab at what the state or what local communities can possibly do in this difficult situation?
Yeah, I mean, I would say I'm certainly not that expert in this space from the Shapiro administration to talk about rural policy or data center development, but I think when citizens have concerns, when residents have concerns, it is communicating that with your local legislators and the folks that can have a voice in Harrisburg. There is work to be done, and it is an ongoing conversation that's happening both among the legislature, our policy teams, and at the governor's office. And so while I am not qualified to speak to the current conversations happening behind those doors, the only thing you can do at this, well, I mean, not the only thing, but I would just encourage you to use your voice and continue to communicate about the concerns in those communities.
I mean, I will say on this front, a lot of success has happened, maybe not a lot, but there's been some success at very local levels of government, right? At the notions of county boards, even sort of community boards that say, hey, you know what, we can actually, before this gets approved, right? Once it's already been approved through certain things, it does get very, very hard. And sometimes those approvals happen before the county council even really understands what they are approving. So I sort of can't speak to that, but I do know that the more counties that understand, wait a second, if we approve this, yeah, we're going to get some money into here, but what's really going to happen and what these studies look like, that's where a lot of things people have found successful, but it is very challenging to do. But even though it does sound trite sometimes, I do think bringing it up even in your local boards is a really important thing to do. This happened a lot a few years ago with energy companies wanting to store batteries in impoverished communities and sort of small battery buildings that had a higher propensity to catch on fire, which is not great. And so this actually did come up in a number of smaller municipalities, raising it up to their local boards and stopping this from happening, not because there was a legal precedent, but because of the unpopularity of it, and that they would raise this and put this in the press and raise this louder and louder stink so that the company trying to do this would feel like, oh, you know what, this is not worth our time and energy anymore to actually go into this area. So I think besides simply a legal response, there are some other responses that might push back on this an especially bad place. Next question.
Hello, thank you all. Our past sins in clinical research, Tuskegee experiments being most prominent, gave us institutional review boards. Now every clinical research trial gets a look by experts and the community before it goes underway. Do we need something like that, not at the corporate level, which is good that you have an AI ethics board, but at the university level to look at applications and even look at things that are being developed and tested?
David, you want to take that one?
Sure. I think it's a good suggestion. So we created IRBs, but it's more than IRBs. I mean, we have institutional biosafety committee that is established for certain types of research. If you're doing different types of research, we have IACOC, which is a separate group that looks at sort of animal research. This is a unique case and may require unique expertise. One of the things that you saw that happened with IRBs as they evolved over time is that they started to look different. So they started to say, wait, we should have a trained ethicist here. We should have a medical doctor to review. We should have a sociologist, et cetera. So you see this multidisciplinary look. And I wonder if, of course, having better training and knowledge of individuals from that space, but also then making sure to include a multidisciplinary crowd to support them so that the decisions aren't just being made in isolation. But that is something that I think certainly could augment the current approach that we take.
Yeah, go ahead, Nikki.
I also believe that corporations should do that. When we were looking at BioNemo, whenever we have one of those models, we actually go to a couple of institutions, one of which is Johns Hopkins, because they have an IRB that deals with healthcare and health-related testing. And so when we didn't really talk in depth about regulations, but I think that is the kind of regulation that might make sense to have corporations who are going to be building either biology models or chatbot models that are engaging in relationships or therapy, have those go through an IRB so that, because engineers don't do that. You have to understand how it's going to impact people. And so if we're talking about humanity and keeping humans involved and at the center of this technology, that's one way to do it. And IRBs have been around for a while, so I think there's a lot of knowledge to be gained there.
Yeah. Next question.
Hi, thank you for spending your Friday evening with us. Appreciate this very much. This is really insightful. I see, America's action plan about a geopolitical action plan. It's winning the race against China and the great power competition, very much in the ethos of this current administration. It has been for probably the last almost decade now. And private capital especially has taken advantage, taken advantage of it in the last 5 years with the launch of ChatGPT and the models. So my question here is, how do we wrestle with ethical implementation, ethical AI, responsible AI amidst the great power competition that we are in right now, as well as the great capital deployment that has everybody liquored up for AI? How do we deal with that? And how do we wrestle as a society, as communities, as entrepreneurs, as universities in doing it right? And I'll say, Pope Leo just put out some really excellent posts on X this morning about responsible AI, and I'm like, does the Vatican have corporate venture capital for ethical AI? Because that would be very interesting, and I think we need that. So, would be interested in your thoughts.
April, do you want to take a stab at this?
Sure.
How to control the world and make it more ethical?
I think it's important to understand that safety and innovation are not mutually exclusive. They're not competing forces. And I think that's what people miss out of this. They think it's either innovation or it's ethics and safety. And what's important to understand is that if we build safety and trustworthiness and reliable AI systems, and we take the time to do that correctly, we are going to far outpace our competition. If we rush into this and we remove all the barriers and the safeguards and the trustworthiness, we are going to end up with AI that is not going to serve us as a country or serve humanity. And I think that's the premise that we need to begin with.
I'll also flag, I think it's important for us to continue to nurture communities of practice rooted in education about ethical AI and not have one sector be accountable for making sure that we're making those right choices. So opening the door and having constructive dialogue across academia, government, private sector is absolutely critical, because the pace not only at which technology is moving, but also the understanding and implications of technology is impossible for one team, one person, one section to understand, to really get that 360-degree view. And so I think continuing to keep the dialogue open and be intentional about the conversations that are happening is going to be critical.
Yeah, I also think you should, we, all of us, should involve the people who are going to be using the AI, the communities. So it's not just a matter of, NVIDIA or Meta and the people who work there building these models, these AI language models or multimodal models, vision, video, whatever. It's to get to the community in Appalachia that might be using this model, so that it represents their community, their culture, and what it is that they're trying to accomplish. There are very small but growing pockets of this happening around the world. There's it was a radio station in New Zealand called Tehiku Media, and the community, this is a Maori community, decided not to use the large language models that were out there, but to build their own based on their language, and it's a dialect within the larger language and the larger community, and get they went even to the lengths of getting the elders to give them permission to collect the data and train the models. And so the model that they created is not just a model for that language and that culture, but it's also a model for other communities to be able to use to build their own AI that replicates, or that reflects, is a better word, their community and what they want to do. And so I think it can't be NVIDIA and the Trump administration and the Mao, or not Mao, that's too long ago, Xi administration, that tells everybody this is how AI is going to look and this is what it's going to be. It's up to us to make the AI be what we want it to be and build the AI that we want to build, and it's possible.
And I would say, other races we've engaged in have not ended well. And so you think about the nuclear race, and we end up with like Chernobyl and other things. And so we don't want to end up in a situation where we collectively fall on our pencil and there is a major situation in healthcare. One of the ways that we slowed things down when we were looking at quality was to think about structure, process, and outcome. This idea from Donovan. And I think part of the thing we are not studying right now is process and the formative approach we take to develop AI. I know some companies, NVIDIA maybe among them, are trying to think about process, but process matters. And I think that process is really critical, because if you are able to develop a replicable process that works, it can result in better outcomes. And so we can't talk about the outcomes, which are the outputs and the outcomes of these models, without talking about the process and really understanding that process and making sure that we agree on that. And that's one of the things we really do well in higher education. We do formative and summative evaluations all the time. And so even if there are proprietary interests that sort of shut out these things from being broadly studied at the academy, I would make the argument that organizations and companies need to hire individuals who have that expertise, and they need to be brought in-house, and that needs to be considered to be one of the costs of doing business as we engage in this race.
Well, I think that's a fantastic note to end on as we're coming to our time. It has been a wonderful 2 days. I really appreciate everyone attending both here and online. All the conversations have been fantastic. The student posters were great. So thank you all so much, and please join me one more time in thanking our wonderful panelists this evening. Thank you so much. Have a good night, everyone.